Pining for Christmas, A Sweet Holiday Romance by Heather Tullis. Chapter 1. A light snow fell, joining the thin layer already on the pavement as Mackenzie maneuvered her rental car up and down the hills leading to her hometown. It had been years since she'd driven in snow, at least 3 since she had been home for the holidays. She passed the wooden sign announcing that she was entering the city of Sugar Creek, Vermont, population 30,406. She slowed the car at the lovely, old covered bridge as hundreds of childhood memories rushed into her mind. She drove through town, noticing a few of the street light decorations had been updated since her last Christmas here, and took the road past the train depot out to her family home, located on the Sweet Pines Christmas tree farm. Mackenzie wondered again if she should have told her parents she was coming instead of springing it on them. Perhaps, but she couldn't wait to see the look of surprise in her mom's eyes. Anticipation thrummed through her as she turned left onto her family farm, driving past the large space that had been cleared with a wooden railing separating the parking area from the pre-cut tree sales area. The snow fell lightly on the car as she pulled around to the family parking spaces near the kitchen door at the back of the house. She grinned as she saw a figure hauling Christmas-colored totes from the back of the farm's blue pickup truck. No doubt the lights for the annual sledding party the next Saturday. It took only a second for her to realize the figure was too tall and lanky to be her father, but all she could see were his legs and the top of a baseball cap until he set the totes on a table. Definitely not her dad. The man was probably mid to late 30s, dark-haired with a scruff of beard growth. Wow, he was hot. It took several seconds for her to realize she knew him because she had not expected to see him here. No way. Cameron Navarro was the most clueless idiot she'd ever had the displeasure to know, and she worked in Hollywood, so she knew her idiots. Surely her dad didn't hire him. Wasn't he some hotshot engineer now? Why would he be working on a farm after working so hard in college to escape his family farm? Not that she'd kept tabs on him or anything, but their parents were close, so she heard things sometimes, whether she wanted to or not. A smile spread across that sickeningly handsome face when she slid into an empty parking spot not 20 feet from where he was working. "Hey, Mac. Haven't seen you in a few years." He was the only person who had called her that. Once upon a time, she had actually liked it. Cam. When she stepped out onto the snow, Mackenzie was grateful she still had a pair of winter boots left from high school. She did her best to look unsurprised and unaffected by his presence. She took in a lungful of the beautiful Vermont air and smelled the pine fragrance that had always meant home to her. "I didn't know you were coming home," Cameron said as he walked over. She almost made a snide comment about her parents keeping a lot of secrets. For example, his presence. But since even her parents had no idea she was coming home, and it would be easy enough for him to find that out, it wasn't worth the effort. Spur-of-the-moment decision. "I'm sure your parents will be glad to have you here for Thanksgiving. Your mom is inside. Your dad is out doing tree stuff." He waved toward the rows of trees that stood like a vast arm across the land, some interplanted with the honeyberries and lingonberries that provided summer and fall harvests. "Thanks." She wrangled her 2 large suitcases out of the back seat and started dragging them toward the house. The gravel and new snow did not make an ideal rolling surface. "Whoa, how long are you planning to stay? A year?" he asked. Not quite. Mackenzie wanted her parents to be the first to learn about her plans. "Need a hand?" Cameron asked. "I've got them, thanks." Of course, as soon as the words were out of her mouth, one of the suitcases got caught up on a larger rock, and she had to tug, causing her feet to slide a couple inches in the snow and nearly landing her on her butt before she got her balance back. "You always were stubborn," Cameron said as he picked up the larger suitcase and hauled it onto the back stairs as if it weighed only a few pounds. It had been very near the max weight allowed at the airport. "It's part of my charm." Mackenzie ground out, trying not to snap at him. She could tell herself that it was the long flight, the endless drive, and hunger, but she knew better. He had annoyed her beyond words since they were teenagers, even without trying. They had made a game of annoying each other all through high school, despite the fact that they had been friends for years before that. Cameron grinned. Right, your charm is overwhelming. He reached out and grabbed the second suitcase that she had been about to pull up the 2 stairs, depositing it near the first one. Good to see you again. I'm sure it is. Just because he had big farmer's biceps and she had wimpy computer nerd biceps didn't mean he had to be smug. I'm sure I'll see you around. He headed back to the totes he'd been carrying. Mackenzie maneuvered her suitcases inside, making a mental note to avoid him as much as possible. It even smelled like home, the scent of something baking in the oven, the cinnamon of it wafting toward her. Her mom loved classical music, and Debussy streamed from the sound system that piped all over the main floor. Though the farm already wore its holiday finery, tree sales had kicked off the previous weekend, as per usual. Christmas decor inside the house wouldn't be set up until after Thanksgiving dinner, continuing for several days. It would be their busiest Christmas tree selling weekend of the year. Honey, could you come help me with this? Her mom's voice came from the other side of the island. Mackenzie came around the cabinets, grinning. I sure can. What do you need? Pat Vandenberg looked up from the island cupboard she had been peeking into. She sucked in a breath of surprise. Mackenzie, I swear, I never expected. You came. She gave up on trying to form sentences as they crossed to each other, hugging tightly. You didn't tell us you were coming. How long have you known? Pat asked. Mackenzie squeezed her tight, desperately glad to be home. About a day. How long can you stay? Pat asked, pulling back far enough to see her face. You look exhausted. I am, and I'm staying until the end of December. Missy and her new boyfriend are vacationing in Europe with his family, and can you believe they didn't want me tagging along? Mackenzie joked. She said I could work remotely until New Year's Eve. I'm so glad she let you could come home, Patricia said. We have over a month with you. That's wonderful. Tell me everything. You needed a hand with something? Mackenzie gestured to the cabinet door that was still open. Oh, yes. Your dad put away my stand mixer after I finished with it this morning, but he didn't think about how much more baking I have to do this afternoon. Let me get it. Mackenzie pulled the stand mixer out of its spot in a lower cabinet. It was heavier than she remembered. I don't know why you haven't put a drawer in here to make accessing this easier. Oh, well, I'm so used to it now, Pat said with a wave of her hand, and I don't use it that often anymore. It's just that Thanksgiving is in 2 days, and we have all those pie orders, plus the rolls and other Thanksgiving food. I know, and 1,000 other things to do, Mackenzie agreed. She was looking forward to helping her mom make dozens of her famous lingonberry pies, something dozens of locals pre-ordered for Thanksgiving. Let me take my stuff upstairs, and I'll be right back to help. She grabbed her luggage and thought of her laptop bag out in the car. She would grab that later, when Cameron wasn't standing close enough to tease her about how much she had packed. 5 weeks at home required more than one suitcase, especially since she had so many Christmas gifts to bring with her. She was almost to her bedroom door when her mom called up the stairs. I forgot to tell you, you'll have to use Holly's old room. Prosody? Mackenzie came to a stop at her old bedroom, which was bursting with more than a dozen bins and boxes. Some with a thrift store's name scrawled on the side in black marker, others marked Keep Storage. I see, except it was odd that her mom would be digging through personal items at their busiest time of year. How long had the room looked like this? She had been home for a visit that summer. I've been using your room to sort out a few things when I have extra time. It's amazing how much we've accumulated over the decades. I'm sure it is, and I didn't exactly give you notice that I was coming home, Mackenzie added in disappointment. Not that she had a right to be upset about what they did with her old bedroom. Her mom was right. Living on the opposite side of the country meant she only made it home once or twice a year. She had met her family in New York City for nearly a week the previous spring and had flown her parents out to California for a tour of Hollywood and a couple days at amusement parks, but she had only been home twice since her last Christmas here. Pat explained, Holly's room has clean sheets on the bed. I changed them after your Uncle Rob visited last month. It's fine. But it didn't feel fine as Mackenzie rolled her bags to the next room. She had been looking forward to everything being the same as always, but already, Cameron Navarro was here and her room wasn't available. She shook it off, deciding to make the most of it. If she helped her mom with the boxes, maybe she could move into her room the next week. I am a grown woman who can deal with minor disappointments, she muttered to herself as she tucked the luggage in the corner by the dresser. This room didn't have her usual view of the farm, with its big expanse of Christmas trees, but it was a little bigger than hers, with nice morning light. Mackenzie flicked back the curtains and looked down at where Cameron was stringing Edison lights around the large fire pit they would use on the sledding night. That was different, too. They used to have large bulbed, colored Christmas lights strung around the seating area. She wondered when they had changed to the new style. She wondered how he had ended up as a farmhand in his 30s. Why did she care anyway? They had been fierce competitors on the high school bowling team all 4 years, and he'd won the title in the end. It should have been hers. Would have been if Gina hadn't screwed around with her ball. Gina had cost her more than a trophy. But that was in the past, and she wouldn't let it ruin her holiday season at home. Maybe it was stupid to hold a grudge after so long, but Mackenzie wasn't done with it. And look at where they were now. Cameron was a farmhand, and she was a personal assistant to one of the hottest stars in the business. She knew all the movers and shakers. She had been to the Emmy Awards and Golden Globes. She had met hundreds of major stars, been backstage at The Tonight Show and Saturday Night Live. And none of that really mattered. It was all surface, just her job. It had plenty of perks, but it also had plenty of drawbacks. Missy was a good boss, but dealing with wardrobe, directors, producers, studio execs, household issues, and still finding some kind of life balance was harder than she had ever expected. Harder than either of them had expected, honestly. Missy struggled to find balance between her public persona and her real self, which was probably how she'd ended up dating Ryan, the co-star from the movie she had recently finished shooting. Mackenzie didn't like him at all. He was nice enough to her, but she'd seen his snobby side more than once when he dealt with other people who were just doing their jobs. But for now, aside from a few hours of work a day to deal with Missy's business, she was going to have a long break to do what she wanted, to recenter herself, and hopefully to figure out how to find better work/life balance going forward. Cameron had nothing to do with any of that, though. He was her past, and maybe a small part of her present, definitely not her future. Mackenzie let the curtain fall back into place. She had 6 weeks to find answers and to make a lot of Christmas cookies and Thanksgiving pies with her mom. She heard the mixer start up and grinned. The holiday season was underway.
Chapter 2. Cameron swung by the babysitter's house on his way home from work that evening to pick up Phil. He hadn't spoken with Mackenzie again that afternoon and was still trying to process seeing her again after so long. Her parents said she hadn't been home for the holidays for years, so he hadn't expected to see her anytime soon. When they had been kids, they were friends, running around his family farm or hers, bowling on kiddie teams, or bowling with their families. Their fathers had been tight since childhood, and he and Mackenzie followed suit. Somewhere along the way, that all changed. She pushed him away when their bowling competitions went from friendly family games to being on the high school's team. Though he tried several times to figure out why she'd grown so distant, she never explained what was wrong. Knowing he wouldn't find answers that night, Cameron dismissed those questions from his mind as he knocked on the sitter's front door. Phil opened it, her bright blue eyes and brown curls glowing with happiness. "Dad, you're here!" "I did think about leaving you here all night, but then I realized Whiskers would get lonely without you." He scooped her up and set her on his hip as he went inside. The scents of meat, tomato sauce, and spices wafted through the air, indicating spaghetti or maybe lasagna were on the family's menu. Phil shot him a knowing look. "You wouldn't leave me here all night." He tapped her nose with his index finger. "You're right. I wouldn't do that because you are my funny Phil." He emphasized the F sound, which made her roll her eyes. "Well, your funny Phil had a pretty good day," Nancy said. Cameron smiled at the redhead who had been 2 years ahead of him in school and now had 6 and 4-year-old sons. Glad to hear it. You guys heading out tomorrow? Yeah, we'll be back Sunday night. She looked worn out from the long day. He pulled the check for that week's babysitting from his pocket. Have a good time. Thanks, we will. She slid the check into her back pocket without even looking at it. Cameron set file down. Go get your boots on, Munchkin, and clean up whatever you were playing with. We're making cookies tonight if there's time. Cookies. File hurried off to the corner where she had apparently been playing with the miniature kitchen setup near the front window. She loved to cook. You heading to Burlington to see your folks? Nancy asked. Not this time. Cameron tucked his hands in his back pockets. They decided to fly to Phoenix to spend Thanksgiving with Brock. He can't break away from work long enough to come out here this winter. His surgical residency is crazy, and Dad said it would be a nice break from the snow. Nancy chuckled. I bet. We've definitely been getting our share of it. The silence between them was starting to stretch into awkward when Phil rushed back. Done. Cameron looked at the kitchen setup. The dishes and fake food were piled haphazardly in their container on a nearby shelf, but it looked like they all made it inside. Good enough. You must really want to make cookies. That was fast. He snagged her coat from one of the pegs on the wall. Like the wind? She asked. At least as good as a summer breeze, he said. No, like a blizzard wind, she insisted as she shrugged into the coat. Maybe like an incoming rainstorm, Cameron teased. Phil sat on the floor to pull on her boots. Dad, I'm calling it like I see it. This was a recurring joke between them, as she tried to get him to admit she was super fast at something. When her boots were on, he scooped under her arms to help her stand and grabbed the pink sparkled backpack she carried almost everywhere. It held an extra set of clothes in case she got soaked playing in the snow, emergency medications in a small lockbox, and a book or two for quiet time. Checking inside to ensure nothing important had been left behind, he slung it over his own shoulder. Thanks, Nancy. See you next week. Have a good Thanksgiving. See you. File chimed in as she turned the round doorknob with both hands. Bye. Drive safe. Happy Thanksgiving, Nancy called as they exited. Cameron lifted Phil into the back seat of his truck. Can we do peanut butter cookies with chocolate chips? They're my favorite, Phil asked as he buckled her in. I know, and yes, we can make them. They were his favorite too, so it was no hardship. On the drive home, Phil told him about playing with Nancy's youngest son, Kenneth, who attended the same preschool class 3 mornings a week. They had played in the snow, watched shows, and played what sounded like a dozen or more rousing games of Go Fish, considering the number of stories it had generated. After they unloaded their winter gear in their tiny 2-bedroom apartment and given Whiskers her deserved helping of petting, Cameron and Phil headed for the kitchen. Pizza? Phil asked. Leftover taco meat. Do you want it with chips, with tortillas, or on a salad? He asked. Phil's mouth pursed and shifted from side to side as she considered. Chips. Chips it is, right after you eat a salad. Ah, Dad, she complained. Or you can have taco salad. Taco salad, I guess, plus chips. She turned on the tablet he kept in the kitchen and called up Christmas music. Done. Cameron pulled the leftover spiced hamburger from the fridge and set the microwave to heat it at half power. He grabbed an apple and orange from the fruit basket and the apple slicer. He prepped the taco salads, apple slices, and some orange segments, plating everything up while she twirled in the empty space meant for a kitchen table. Cameron hadn't bothered to replace the one his ex had kept in the divorce. The apartment he'd moved into had an island with a small eat-in bar, so he'd bought bar stools instead. He'd worry about a real table after their next move. Set the dishes, he said as he cleared away the apple core and orange peels. Phil danced over like the ballerina she was at heart. Cookies after? If there's time, she huffed. You always say that. Sometimes you dawdle, and then there's no time. He poured the milk and slid the taller of the 2 bar stools away from the bar for her. When she had finished setting the dishes at their places, he snagged her around the waist and lifted her onto her seat. What did you do today, Daddy? She asked after a few bites. I put up lights for the sledding party, he said, knowing she was excited to participate. I cut a couple trees for a business, checked the pond to see if the ice is thick enough for the Zamboni, not quite yet, and worked on business stuff. You know what happened, though? Something you'll never guess. What? She stabbed into her salad, lifting it to shove way more lettuce into her mouth than could handle at one time. Mrs. Vandenberg's daughter came home. She chewed for several seconds and then spoke around the food in her mouth. The doctor or the office lady? Cameron considered reminding her not to talk with her mouth full, but realized that would make dinner take twice as long and decided to skip it this time. Neither. It's Mackenzie. She's the one who works for the movie star. I don't know her. Phil poked at more of her dinner, supremely unimpressed by Mackenzie's job. I know, but you'll get to meet her now. She's staying until after Christmas. That caught Phil's attention. For Thanksgiving, too? Yep. Does she like to do snowball fights? She turned, focusing on him instead of her food. Cameron remembered one in particular when they were around 12 and smiled. She used to. I guess we'll see if she still does or not. Mrs. Vandenberg said she would let me help make pies tomorrow, Phil said. Lingberry and honeyberry and maybe pumpkin too for Thanksgiving. I know, and we're making cookies tonight. It's like a week of baking fun. If you finish eating in time, he reminded her of the food on the plate in front of her. Oh yeah, Phil giggled and got back to eating. She was generally a good eater when she didn't get too distracted by other things. The phone rang and Cameron glanced at the readout. Ellen, his ex. Since she rarely called solely to speak to their daughter, he wondered if she was trying to change visitation. Again. Hello? Cameron, glad you answered. For a change was implied by her tone of voice. You got me. What do you need? I have to go out of town this weekend for work. I won't be able to take Anna for the weekend. We're leaving tomorrow, she said, as if she was saying she couldn't pick up the dry cleaning. He bristled at the fact that Ellen still refused to use his daughter's preferred name. While he was always glad not to have to send Phil away, she would be sad not to see her mom, who found reasons not to use her scheduled visitation far too often. Cameron wondered what he would do with Phil, as this would be an especially busy weekend at work, and he didn't have anyone else to watch her. It was a good thing the Vandenbergs never seemed to mind having her around, but he worried about her safety while he was cutting trees. She would definitely get tired of traipsing around the farm with people who were picking out their trees before they got halfway through the first day. Would you like me to pass her the phone so you can tell her? I really don't have time to deal with it now. You can tell her. I'll call on Thanksgiving, of course. Ciao. She hung up. Cameron seethed. Of course, she left him to deal with this. Goodbye to you too, he muttered. Who was that? Phil asked. Determined not to say the very uncomplimentary things that were rolling through his mind, Cameron set down the phone. Your mom. She only had a minute, so she couldn't talk tonight. She said she had a business trip come up this weekend, so you get to stay with me and go to the city tree lighting. Phil poked at some lettuce with her fork, thinking about that. She doesn't want to see me? Of course, she wants to see you, he lied, wishing it were the truth. She loves you. It's just that she has things to do for work. You have work, but you still want to see me. The fork rested in her hand on the countertop, limp with rejection. Cameron slid back his stool and pulled her onto his lap. But my job is much more Phil-friendly. Besides, I always want to see you. It makes me so happy that I get to keep you all weekend, instead of having to be here alone while you're with your mom. Phil sat sideways on his lap and set her head on his shoulder. She's no fun anyway. Her frown said this comment was sour grapes, even though Ellen often dumped Phil on her parents, spending only a few hours per weekend with her on the rare occasions when she followed through on visitation. Cameron suspected Ellen only took Phil when her parents demanded time with their granddaughter. It broke his heart every time she came back and said she'd barely seen her mom. Am I fun? Sometimes. Her lips curled at the corner. When we get to have pizza and watch My Little Pony. Well, since we have extra time this week, we should definitely watch My Little Pony. And maybe we can fit some pizza into our schedule between the Thanksgiving leftovers. K. But Phil stayed in the circle of his arms for nearly a minute before sitting up straight. Can we make cookies now? Cameron eyed her still half-full plate. Take 3 more bites of taco salad and finish your fruit, and then we'll pull out the cookie ingredients. He returned her to her stool. Okay. She took the required bites with less enjoyment than before, but she ate enough to ensure she wouldn't be filling up mostly on cookies tonight, and that would have to be good enough. Even though it had been more than a year since the divorce finalized, Cameron still couldn't understand how his marriage had gone from what he'd thought was good to non-existent. More than anything, he would never understand how Ellen had suddenly decided she didn't care about being a mom when they had both anticipated their daughter's birth with joy. He couldn't help feeling that it was all somehow his fault and wondered what he could have done to make things work. The music changed to a bright tune that had Phil singing along, and Cameron focused back on the present. Right now, he had cookies to bake. Heaven help them both.
Chapter 3. Mackenzie didn't have to wait long to see her siblings. Holly, who recently finished her residency and set up her practice as a pediatrician, showed up slightly before 6 that night with a bagged salad kit. "Where is she?" Holly called out almost the second she stepped through the door. Mackenzie had seen her parking from the dining room window and straightened from where she was placing silverware beside the plates on the table. "I'm in here." Holly walked in, her hair perfectly coiffed despite what must have been a long day of dealing with sniffling kids. She pulled Mackenzie into a tight hug. "I almost didn't believe Mom when she called. You're actually staying through Christmas?" "Yes, ma'am. I decided I've had enough of the bright lights and hypocrisy of LA, or at least that I need a break." She gave Holly another quick squeeze and stepped back to look her over. "You look fabulous. How is it that you always look so amazing after a full day of work? How many kids puked or spit up on you today?" "I've always looked fabulous, and I had a whole day with no kids puking on me. It was a good day." Holly grinned. "I don't know how you survived without snow sculptures the past 2 years. Longer than 2 years. I couldn't come home early enough for the contest for years before that. I'm going to get my fill this year." Mackenzie had actually tried making a small snow sculpture 1 year when she was in high school, but it was much harder than she had expected. She had decided after that to put her efforts into enjoying other people's creations. "There's no excuse for missing that many Christmas seasons," Holly said. "I agree," Brooklyn said as she entered the room. She grabbed both sisters in a big hug, and they squeezed in together like they had when they were little. Though pained by the criticism, which Mackenzie had heard too much of since the first missed Christmas, she was glad to be surrounded by her sisters again. "All my girls are together again." Mom entered the room and added another set of arms to the group hug. "Where's your brother, and why isn't he here yet?" "Running behind as usual," Brooklyn muttered. Mackenzie grinned. She had needed this more than she'd realized. She and Missy had been college roommates. Mackenzie had been hired very part-time to help Missy with her social media after Missy was accepted onto a reality show competition their sophomore year. That had grown to full-time over the next 2 years as Missy jumped into the spotlight in a large secondary movie role and then a leading role. 10 years later, Mackenzie did more than manage PR. She was the point person for anything related to Missy's home, appointments, and household staff. She managed the social media and the website, newsletters, and public appearances. Though she had traveled with Missy on a lot of trips, Mackenzie rarely stayed on location for more than a couple of weeks at a time, traveling back and forth to handle any in-person tasks that needed attention. Mackenzie hoped she could manage everything from here this year. Now she was home. She wanted to enjoy every minute of the holiday season. "You'll probably get sick of us all being together in the next month," Brooklyn said. "Never," Pat declared, "unless you start fighting like teens again, and then I reserve the right to send you to your rooms." "We have our own places, Mom," Holly reminded her. "Yes, I know. No one wanted to move back home." She gave them all the stink eye. "You're loving the freedom of no kids," Brooklyn said. "Especially now that Cameron works here, so you can actually get a real vacation now and then." Pat didn't respond, turning back to the kitchen. "Come help me get dinner on the table. Tell me what's going on in your lives." "You're all so busy. She ushered them into the kitchen ahead of her. "It's not Thanksgiving yet," Holly said when she saw the variety of dishes her mom had been working on. Pat waved that away. "No, but we don't all get together very often, so I added extra to the meal. It's a celebration. Besides, your brother still eats like a horse." "Ah, the fatted calf. Does that make me the prodigal daughter?" Mackenzie asked. "Well, you have been living it up in the land of meth," Holly said. "Living it up, right?" Mackenzie grabbed a spatula from the porcelain container on the counter and scraped the gravy into the gravy boat. "I must be the most boring party animal on the planet. I'd rather a quiet night at home than a big industry party any day. Except that time Missy took me to the launch of Don't Look Back. That was pretty great." "Rub it in. You've probably met Mark Sanders too," Brooklyn said. "Probably." He was so full of himself that once had been more than enough. Unfortunately, since he'd co-starred with Missy, Mackenzie suffered through dozens of interactions with him. The back door opened and their dad came in. "Look who's here." He stopped as Todd entered behind him. "And all my girls together. Does my heart good to have everyone in the same room for a change." He shared a look with Pat, though Mackenzie didn't think her mom looked as happy as he did. That was odd. She hadn't noticed that earlier. Was something wrong? Was her mom mad at Todd for something? Todd set down 2 containers of Wilcox ice cream and pulled her into a hug. "Hey sis, you do remember the way home after all." "I have a great memory, but a busy schedule. How goes the house flipping?" Mackenzie asked. "Not bad. Nearly finished with this one and looking forward to the next one." "How many script writers did you flick off in the past week?" "Too many to count." Mackenzie wished she were exaggerating. Missy was constantly being bombarded by writers and producers who wanted her to look at their scripts, and that didn't count the ones her agent sorted through. Some people tried to do the end run around the agent, but Mackenzie managed to redirect most of them before they got to Missy. She could see the Wilcox label on the tubs of ice cream, but wasn't close enough to read the rest. "What kind did you bring?" "Salted caramel brownie, of course. You don't come home often." He shrugged. "You're the best." Mackenzie had missed her salted caramel brownie ice cream. "Come on, let's get this on the table," Pat said before turning to her husband. "You go clean up." Everyone did as instructed. After the main meal was over and they were enjoying the ice cream, Robert cleared his throat. "Well, there's something we've been meaning to talk to you all about. We were going to do it over video call this weekend, but since we're all together now." "What is it?" Mackenzie asked after watching her parents exchange a look, much like the unhappy one when the men had entered earlier. "Cameron isn't just here to help your dad. He's buying the farm from us." Pat paused while her children responded with gasps or questions before continuing. "My mom's health isn't great anymore. And well, honestly, ours isn't fantastic either. We decided we should move to Burlington, where we can get better services. I know the hospital here is good," she said when Holly opened her mouth to say something. "But when we went to the doctor last summer, they said your father has some heart issues. He doesn't need surgery at this point, but was warned that the strenuous work the farm requires could become a problem." "So, you're selling the farm without even telling us?" Mackenzie felt like she'd been struck by a falling piano. Chapter 4. Mackenzie doubted that, since the kid couldn't be more than 5 at the most. "That's good. We'll definitely need extra help today. We're making at least 35 berry pies." "Whoa, that's going to take all morning," Phil said with wide eyes. "And probably all afternoon, and maybe into the evening," Mackenzie said. "Whoa," Phil said again. "Ah, there's our extra helper. Brooklyn should be here in a moment," Pat said as she came into the kitchen. "You remember where your apron is?" she asked Phil after giving her a hug. "Yes." Phil ran to a drawer at the end of the room. "Well, it looks like you don't need me anymore," Cameron said. "I'll have my phone if you need anything. Otherwise, we'll be cutting a few more trees for sale." "Go ahead. I have some stew in the slow cooker," Pat said. "You and Phil will join us for lunch today." "That's very kind, thank you." Cameron zipped up his coat and headed for the back door. "No problem. Try to keep from freezing to death out there. If the pond ice wasn't thick enough yesterday, it should be by the end of the day," Pat said. Phil returned, trying to put her apron on. Mackenzie took one side of the apron and held it up so Phil could slip her head through the loop. "We'll clear the snow and prep it this afternoon," he said. "Good. Then we can go skating after we eat tomorrow." Pat removed her apron from a hook on the wall and slid it over the head. It was the one she pulled out every November and featured a pumpkin with a pie next to it under the words, "Every pumpkin deserves a good pie." "Sounds good." Cameron looked at his daughter. "You're sure it's okay to leave her with you?" "We've got this," Mackenzie said as she tied the apron strings behind Phil. "All right then." Cameron did a two-finger salute and stepped out. "Well, I was about to add the liquids to this dough," Mackenzie said to Phil. "Do you know how to crack an egg?" "There are eggs in pie crust?" Phil asked, wrinkling her nose. "There are in our pie crusts," Mackenzie affirmed. "You're about to learn family secrets. I hope you can keep them." Phil mimed locking her lips and throwing out the key. "Awesome. Let's get to work," Mackenzie said. "First, wash those hands. We have to keep all germs far away." Brooklyn arrived a few minutes later, and the three women and little girl stayed busy, rolling, fluting, filling, and latticing pies. Mackenzie was surprised and impressed at how well Phil did. She had been very cautious with the eggs and adding the vinegar, which she poured over the sink. She liked using the rolling pin on the dough, though she wasn't strong enough to work the big crusts, so they'd given her a little dough and leaf cookie cutters for the pie decorations. Though she seemed to enjoy herself, she gave up and sat to watch a TV show on her tablet after an hour and a half, far longer than Mackenzie had expected. Mackenzie enjoyed working with the pie crusts, one of her specialties. She rarely baked, since baking for one could be dangerous to one's waistline, and Missy was almost always on a diet to keep her Hollywood figure. It was nearly noon before Mackenzie's phone rang for the first time, though she'd seen a few non-urgent messages come through before that. "I have to get it. It's Missy." She wiped her hands on her apron and picked up the phone. "Anyone want to take bets on how long before she comes back?" Brooklyn said in a very audible mutter. Mackenzie answered the call instead of responding to her sister's comment. "Missy, how's the med?" "So gorgeous. The weather is fantastic, the view is gorgeous, and Ryan's family is great." "What's going on that you needed to interrupt your vacation?" Mackenzie asked. "Missy?" Missy had been working like a dog on the last film until 2 days before her flight to Europe and hadn't had a real break since late summer. "Clarissa wants to stop by the place and make sure everything's okay, especially since you're not around." Missy's eye roll about her mother's demands was nearly audible. "I told her it's only been like a day since you were there last. I think she wants to use the pool and probably steal some booze. Can you make sure security knows no one is allowed in except staff until you say so? She'll probably try to talk her way in if we don't make the directions crystal clear." Like Mackenzie hadn't already told the staff, no one gets in without verification from her or Missy. "You know I have access to the cameras and do a quick sweep of the place every night when we're away." "I know. She's crazy. I'm letting you know so people can be on the lookout. She's determined." Missy's mom had been supremely disinterested in her daughter until she appeared on the reality show at the end of their sophomore year. Suddenly, she wanted to be part of her daughter's life, or at least the fame and money that eventually came Missy's way. She was toxic and demanding, and only showed her face in Missy's life when there was something in it for herself. Mackenzie had disliked her after meeting her when she and Missy first roomed together, but now she despised the woman. "No problem. I'll reiterate your position on this with the staff," Mackenzie said. "You enjoy your vacation." "Oh, I will. Have fun with your family and tell them all hello for me." Missy had visited with Mackenzie a few times over the years, so she knew everyone. "I will." Mackenzie ended the call and sent text messages to everyone back at Missy's place. It was operating on half-time staff, since the crazy fans tended to stay away when Missy was known to be out of town, and without Missy or Mackenzie being in residence, there was no one to clean up after, cook for, or protect. Everyone except Missy's personal bodyguard was getting extra time to spend with their families at regular pay. No one had seemed to mind. Finished with the obligatory message, Mackenzie opened the shared photo folder and grabbed an image of Missy out and about in Europe to post on social media. She took a few minutes to craft a message before posting to Missy's accounts and heading back to the kitchen. "Flying back to LA soon?" Brooklyn asked, giving Mackenzie the side eyes. "What was that about?" Mackenzie shook her head. "No, just some business to deal with. It's done. Looks like you got a lot done without me." File's tablet asked her to identify the letter A. She touched something, and a few notes indicated she'd picked the right letter. "Is that fun?" Mackenzie asked. "Yes, but not as much as it used to be. It's easy," Feel said. "You must be getting better at your letters then." Mackenzie looked at the screen upside down. Feel simply nodded and selected the letter D as in dog. Mackenzie washed her hands and got back to work. "She doesn't get underfoot," she said softly to her mom. "Well, sometimes she does, but not often. She's a sweetheart, exactly what I'd want in a grandchild, if I had any." She let out an exaggerated sigh. Shaking her head, Mackenzie said, "Don't hold your breath." "Holly is seeing someone," Brooklyn said as she rolled out pie crust. "I was kind of surprised she didn't bring him last night. He couldn't come." Pat added sugar into the berry mixture she was cooking on the stove. Both daughters turned and looked at her. As if noticing the pause in conversation, she looked at Mackenzie and Brooklyn. "What? Is a mother not allowed to ask about one of her children's significant others?" "Who is he?" Mackenzie asked. And why hadn't she heard anything about him? "Terrence Lightly III," Brooklyn said in an upper crust accent. "Of the New York Lightleys, of course," Pat added in a similar tone. Mackenzie put her tongue in her cheek. Based solely on their responses, she already knew she would despise the man and wondered why Holly always seemed to go for guys who were so arrogant and full of themselves. She was not at all status-obsessed herself. How long have they been dating? Oh, only a few times over the past month, though he was chasing her before that. He's in. Brooklyn waved a flowered hand in the air, as if trying to find the words. Owning companies, I think. Tech, beauty supplies, cars, who knows? Maybe all of them. Anyway, he treats her well, but he's a major bore. I have no idea why she's still seeing him. "Must be something," Mackenzie said. "I hope I get to meet him." "I'm sure you will, and then you'll wish you hadn't." Brooklyn lifted the crust she'd been working on into the pie tin, carefully tucking it into the corners. "He's not that bad," Pat said. "Yes, he is," Brooklyn disagreed. She actually overheard someone ask where her family was from, and he said it was an old Dutch family, and she, of course, went to all the best schools in New York, as if our parents were the immigrants instead of our great-greats. And she's still dating him? Why? Mackenzie took the tin from her sister and began fluting the edges. "You'll have to ask her. I have no idea." Brooklyn grabbed another ball of crust dough and began rolling it out. The timer went off, and Pat began removing the pies from the top oven as Mackenzie filled the pie crust with the last of the lingonberry filling from the previous batch her mom had made. She quickly latticed the top with the strips she had previously cut, and soon slid it into the oven with the others her mom had already placed there. The back door opened, and her dad and Cameron paused to stomp off their boots and remove their winter gear before entering the kitchen in sock-covered feet. Mackenzie hadn't allowed herself to really look at Cameron since early high school, but now she took a few seconds to enjoy the view. He had a slight scruff of beard on his face, and his t-shirt, while not overly tight, was not hanging off him either. And what was it about guys in socks that she found so sexy? It made no sense. No. Do not go there, Mackenzie Teresa Vandenberg. That man was taking her home away, even if her parents were choosing to sell it, and he'd already taken away far too much. He was not sexy, and the way he scooped up his daughter so she could hug him around the neck wasn't even a little heartwarming. He was still a jerk. She needed to believe that if she was going to get through the next month unscathed. Somehow, in the shuffle of fitting everyone around the dinner table, Mackenzie ended up with Fell sitting on her left and Cameron on his daughter's other side. The table chatter was robust, because Phil took up plenty of the time herself. Mackenzie and Cameron made eye contact several times, though she quickly looked away. They still hadn't shared more than a greeting besides their initial conversation. Then he asked her something that was guaranteed to get an answer. "Do you still bowl?" Cameron asked. "When I get the chance," Mackenzie admitted. "I haven't been able to get into a league in LA because I'm not always free on league night, but I indulge from time to time." Bowling had been one of the things that brought them together as kids and tore them apart as teens, or at least a big part of it. They had always been fierce competitors on the lanes, even when they'd been on the same high school bowling team. %. "There's no better time than now to see how the two of you compare after all these years," Robert said. "Anyone want to join me at the bowling alley?" Mackenzie had hoped to get a couple games in while she was in town. Running the Christmas tree farm with the pre-cut section and 3 long days a week when people could pick out live trees would suck up time. Christmas activities in town, plus helping her parents sort and pack through decades of belongings, would eat up most of what was left. This would be a good chance to get in a game before things got any crazier. "I'm up for it." She shot a challenging look at Cameron. "You know I never turn down a good challenge." His grin was wickedly confident as he looked back at her. "Yes, I love to bowl," Phil said. "There won't be any air bumpers," Brooklyn pointed back and forth between Mackenzie and Cameron. "Not if these two are competing." "She does pretty well on her own now," Cameron said. "I think she's up for it. What do you think?" He looked at Phil. "Yes," Phil did a fist pump. "Late bedtime." "And there's that," Cameron admitted with a wry smile. "I have pie pickups tonight, but after a full day of baking today and plenty to go tomorrow, I don't think I'll mind the peace and quiet at home while you bowl," Pat said. "You should call Holly and Todd to see if they want to get in on the game." "Great," Robert agreed. "You ladies finish the pies. We have a load of trees to take to Shelburne. If we all work fast, we should be able to squeeze in bowling." Cameron looked at the 3 women. "Is it okay if I leave her here still, or do we need to change things up?" "Oh, she's fine. She's been a big help this morning. When she'd had enough, she sat quietly with her tablet, so it's no problem." Mackenzie answered before the others could. She had been pleasantly surprised at how well behaved the little girl was, and found File's chatter entertaining. "Can't I go with you to take the trees?" Phil asked Cameron with a frown. "You'll have to sit in the truck for a long time while we unload. You'll get bored," Cameron warned. "I can bring my tablet. I can take care of myself." Phil gave him an indignant look. "Okay, stay here for now, and when it's all loaded, I'll come back for you. Let me know if she's ready to go sooner," he said to Mackenzie. She nodded and stood to collect her dirty dishes. It looked like everyone was ready, and they had some serious work still ahead if they were going bowling that night.
Chapter 5. It was already 7 by the time they finished their work at the farm, ate dinner, and headed into town to bowl. Cameron and Phil followed Robert and his girls into town, taking a quick detour to his place to get his bowling gear before meeting them at the alley. Phil chattered away at him from her car seat the whole trip. He should have backed out of the game. It would be way past File's bedtime when they got home tonight, and they had a big day tomorrow. On the other hand, File was excited. Cameron hadn't bowled in a few months, and he did want to see how his skills stacked up against Mackenzie's after all these years. She had given him a run for his money on the lanes, and he had always enjoyed the little booty shake she did after hitting a strike. He'd seen a lot of booty shakes in his younger years. He wondered if tonight's game would be the key to helping Mackenzie warm up to him, at least a little. She was far too aloof and dismissive with him, though she seemed to have formed a bond with Phil that day. When they walked into the bowling alley, he was hit first by the sound of a ball smacking against pins and them tumbling into each other. Second was the sweet, fruity scent of soda, mixed with the cheese and pepperoni from the pizza sold at the bar at the far end. A teen played pinball in the video game alcove to his right, and the Vandenbergs were already standing at the desk to pay and get their shoes, though Mackenzie was carrying a familiar pair of shoes in her hands. He couldn't believe she still had the same bowling shoes she'd bought in high school, complete with neon green owls. "Lane 7, the teen said to them as Cameron and Phil joined them. "We're still waiting for Holly and Todd," Robert told Cameron. "Take your time." It didn't take long to get Phil's shoes and pick out a 6-pound ball, which she could handle reasonably well. As the game progressed, Cameron saw plenty of smug looks from Mackenzie, as well as that little booty shake he had remembered so well, as she managed to strike or spare every turn. He kept up with her, sometimes a point or two behind, sometimes a point or two ahead, but always close. Trash talk was a natural occurrence between them during a competition. As the last frame was set up, Mackenzie shot Cameron a cocky grin that he found ridiculously sexy, though he did his best not to show it, especially not with her father and brother sitting nearby. Her looks may have appeared flirtatious to one part of his brain, but she'd made it more than clear that she didn't want him to be anything to her except the competition. And that was a shame, because he'd wanted to get his lips on her since he was 16. They had been tied for the first time until she rolled a strike. If he didn't get a strike, she would win. If there was anything she'd taught him over the years, her cocky enjoyment of beating him did not fit the definition of good sportsmanship. "Let's see you beat that," she said. "I'm ready to roll," he shot back. Phil went next, knocking down 6 pins in her 2 attempts, better than her average, and Cameron stood for his turn. He wiped down his ball and slid his fingertips into the holes. Coming into position in front of their lane, he lifted the ball and took a deep, cleansing breath. Then he let his arm down, swinging it back and forward again, releasing with a precision that told him when it left his hands, he had also hit the strike. He didn't have to watch the ball smack the pins, but he did for the sheer adrenaline spike that always pumped into him when he competed with Mackenzie. "You mean like that?" he asked Mackenzie, turning back to face her. Brooklyn muttered something under her breath that had Mackenzie giving her a sharp look. "What?" Brooklyn asked. "You two are so insanely competitive." "I swear everything is a competition with you." "Competition is fun," Phil said, clapping her hands. "But I lost. That's because we've had so much more practice than you. But you're doing great," Mackenzie said. "With hard practice, you'll get so good you won't believe it." "I know." Phil seemed unfazed by her loss. "We like to compete, though. Daddy said we could join the gingerbread house contest." "Mackenzie and I are doing it, too. With Holly, of course," Brooklyn said. "We're doing the whole scavenger hunt list this year. Who knows if I'll ever be back in town for more than a couple of days in the Christmas season again, considering everything." Mackenzie's voice was little more than a verbal shrug. Cameron had known her long enough to see her underlying sadness. He remembered how devastated he'd been when his parents had sold their farm so they wouldn't lose it to the bank. He'd thought back then that he'd be an engineer forever, but losing that piece of his heritage had still been huge. She hadn't bothered to come home for the last 2 Christmases, or so he'd understood, so the holidays in town must not have been that important. He wasn't sure what to think, but he refused to feel guilty for buying her family property at a fair price when they wanted to sell, which is more than his parents got. Penny-pinching buyers paid way less than market rates, knowing his parents didn't have many options. "Us too," Phil said. "I love scavenger hunts." Cameron set a hand on her head as if it would help her use a quieter voice. Her current tone was 2 degrees from shrill. "Well, we might not get to the whole list. This is the busy season for my job." "But a lot, and we'll beat you in cookie decorating," Phil said. "I'm a good baker, and Dad said he'd help." Cameron managed to keep his expression neutral at the mention of cookies. He was not a great baker and had half burned the cookies the previous night. Decorating cookies nice enough to share would take a miracle. "I bet you are," Mackenzie grinned at her. "What do you say we have a private competition?" "What kind?" Phil asked. "We'll see if the Vandenbergs or the Navarros can complete more things on the list. Bonus points if we compete against each other and one places higher than the other." Her gaze lifted to Cameron's in challenge. It was a good thing Phil sat between them, or he'd be seriously tempted to seal the deal with a kiss. Since he couldn't get that, he hoped they could at least keep this friendly. "But we can add a few private competitions along the way," Brooklyn suggested. She looked every bit as interested in this competition as he did. "You're on. We tied tonight, so we start fresh tomorrow," he said. "Hey, if you average the scores on your side with the score on my side, we won," Mackenzie said. I have a 3.5-foot handicap. He set a hand on his daughter's shoulder and glanced at the scores, doing some quick mental math. I'd say that was worth 40 points. Fair's fair, Brooklyn said. We'll make points adjustments as needed based on unfair advantages. It seems unbalanced, Todd said to Cameron. I could join your team. I think Phil and I can hold our own. Unless you have a hidden talent with gingerbread, Cameron said. Well, no, not so much, Todd admitted. Building and baking are very different skills. Robert watched them all, clearly entertained by the idea. All right, then. Cameron held out his hand to Mackenzie for a shake. She looked at it for a couple of seconds before sliding hers inside. Done. A tingle slid up Cameron's arm, across his shoulders, and down his back and other arm at her touch. The surprise and uncertainty that flicked across her face made him wonder if she felt it, too. She initiated a perfunctory shake and pulled her hand away, leaving him feeling empty. Great. I'll work on a points list based on difficulty or time required, and we can pound out the final rules tomorrow after dinner, Brooklyn said. Why you? Mackenzie asked. Because I'm the impartial observer. I can't trust either of you to do it, she said. Impartial? Holly asked. Since when? You're competing with Mackenzie, Todd said. I'll keep score, and Dad can speak up if he thinks I'm judging unfairly. Robert nodded. Looks like it'll be a mighty interesting Christmas season. We aim to please, Mackenzie said. Cameron wondered if this was a good idea or not. It could bring them closer together or blow up in their faces spectacularly. Since this might be his last chance to get Mackenzie to see him differently, even if it was stupid to start something with someone who lived nearly 3,000 miles away, he wanted to find their way back to friendship, no matter what it took. But this time you have to be part of the team instead of out for yourself. Can you do it? Did I hit a strike on that last one? She asked. He grinned. May the best team win. Oh, we will. She turned back to her sisters. He wasn't sure he cared which of them won, but that didn't mean he wouldn't do his best to beat her. Chapter 6. Cameron was relieved when his phone rang and he saw Ellen's name on the screen. It was almost noon on Thanksgiving, and Phil had been asking about talking to her mom since breakfast, but Ellen hadn't picked up when they'd tried calling earlier. Hey, it's your mom, Cameron said, holding the phone out to Phil without answering it. He didn't want Ellen to have an excuse to not talk to their daughter. She raced across the room and snagged it from his hand as it rang again. Phil swiped up. Hi, Mom. Happy Thanksgiving. Cameron wondered if he should have put it on speakerphone, so he knew what Ellen was saying. We're going to the farm for dinner, Phil said after a short pause. Another moment of silence. Phil's face fell. Okay, here he is. Bye. She handed it to him, looking sad. She wants to talk to you. That wasn't even 30 seconds. Seething, Cameron took it. Hey! She got to the phone before you? She asked accusingly. She was excited to talk to you. Cameron did his best to keep his tone even despite his anger at the callous way she dismissed their daughter. Are you ready to make arrangements for the next visit? I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm working a lot on weekends right now. We have a big deadline, she said. At Christmas time? He turned away from his daughter to stare out the window where snow was lightly falling. The world doesn't come to a stop because a fat man in a suit is dealing with crying babies at the mall. A chirping in the background indicated she was waiting at a crosswalk. Right? Where had this cynical, bitter woman come from? Where had the sweet, hard-working woman he'd fallen for gone? Nearly 2 years after she had left him and Phil, and he still couldn't quite figure out what happened. So when is your schedule going to open up again? I don't know. Maybe sometime before Christmas. I'll let you know. Ellen ended the call without saying goodbye. Yeah, of course you will, he said under his breath as he tucked the phone into his back pocket again. Doing his best to put it behind him, he turned to File with a smile. She was closer than he'd expected. You ready to go to the farm? She doesn't want to see me. File's eyes were sad as she slid her hand into his. She's busy with work. He couldn't tell her the truth, that her mom didn't want to be a mom anymore. She hadn't wanted either of them anymore. Having no other choice, he did his best to take the blame on himself rather than taking the chance that his daughter would let it reflect on herself. Reminding himself for the millionth time not to speak badly of Ellen in front of Phil, he put it away to deal with privately. Cameron and Phil arrived at the Vandenbergs' farm, soon to be his, covered dish in hand, a few minutes later. Mackenzie settled Phil up on a stool at the kitchen counter almost immediately. Phil glowed under the interest of all the Vandenberg women, measuring and cutting a stick of butter for something, scooping out a measuring spoon of spices for something else, opening packages and anything else safe for a nearly 5-year-old to do. Todd pulled Cameron into helping set the table and add the ingredients to the ice cream maker as they stayed busy through the last hour before the food would be ready to serve. Though he missed his own family, who he'd already spoken to that morning, he was grateful for the warm reception by the Vandenbergs in what would soon be his own home. Well, a warm reception by most of them anyway. Mackenzie hadn't been rude, but she didn't go out of her way to talk to him either. That was fine. Phil needed her far more than he did, he thought, after catching her eye for half a second before she looked away again. After lunch and before pie, Mackenzie took Phil up to the attic to try on some dress-up clothes the girls had stashed there to play with when they were growing up. She had added a few of her own dresses in the past few months for days when she accompanied her dad to the house. Cameron followed them up later, passing family portraits along the way, smiling when he heard their voices from the stairwell. "I wish I were a princess like Ariel so I could sing all day and not have to learn to count and read stuff," Phil said. "I bet Ariel still had to learn to count," Mackenzie countered. "Otherwise, how could a princess know how many forks she had? Besides, mermaids don't own shoes, so she wouldn't get to wear those pretty high heels." "True, I like the sparkle." Cameron softly came up the stairs and stopped to watch them. Mackenzie had wrapped a shawl with an intricate floral pattern over her clothes. Phil had donned her princess costume over the clothes and was strutting around, her sock-covered feet barely holding onto a pair of pink plastic-heeled shoes that likely came from the dollar store. The top had a large red jewel surrounded in a yellow-gold plastic and a whole lot of glitter. "They do at that." "Cam, I didn't hear you coming up," Mackenzie said in surprise. He paused for half a second at that. She hadn't called him Cam for years, and he wondered if it slipped out before she'd realized it. "I noticed. It looks like you're all having fun. Your dad suggested we inaugurate the pond and do some skating this afternoon, since it's solid now. Todd took the Zamboni for a long drive this morning to prep the ice. It would give us an equal chance to start crossing off the competition list everyone came up with." The official scavenger hunt list wouldn't be released for a couple of weeks, but Brooklyn had wasted no time in starting her own list. Todd and Holly had both added items, and while the city's list would undoubtedly add more items, it was growing long enough already. "Sounds like fun. Have you ever ice skated?" Mackenzie asked Phil. "No, but Dad said my feet are big enough for the skates this year." She lifted a foot to show it off, having to reach out to Mackenzie to keep from falling backward. Mackenzie picked up one of Phil's discarded shoes from the wood floors. "Yep, we can make this work." "I like the dress-up clothes," Phil said, when Mackenzie had carefully removed her shawl, folding it and setting it on a shelf out of the way. "I'm sure you'll get another chance to play with them before Christmas. You can play dress-up with the kids' clothes anytime you come over." "But now, off to the ice skating," Cameron said, reading the room. "Do we lose points if I'm no good?" Phil asked. "No way, we don't punish new learners," Mackenzie said. "Besides, I haven't ice skated in over 2 years. I bet I'm not very good either." Cameron doubted she would have trouble picking up on the skill, though practice would make a difference. "I'm sure we'll all have fun, which is the point anyway." Mackenzie nodded as she helped Phil out of her dress, revealing her pants and short-sleeved shirt beneath. "The competition is just a bonus." He wondered if she meant that or if she was covering the fact that it was all about the competition when it came to him. Mackenzie didn't expect too many buyers to show up before noon on the day after Thanksgiving, so after breakfast, she headed to the general store to visit Rain. Rain had been her bestie all through high school, though they had gone to different universities and didn't keep up as much as they once did. Several years ago, Rain had returned home to help her newly widowed mom, while Mackenzie continued working on the West Coast. They had stayed in touch over the years and always got together when Mackenzie was in town. Though they had traded a few text messages in the past few days, there hadn't been free time for a visit yet. Sugar Creek General Store was a magic place. Mackenzie had never really needed something that she hadn't been able to find there. Though the building was nowhere near as big as the big box store where her mom usually bought groceries, clothes, and household goods, it always had more than she expected and was her go-to if she didn't want to go across town to the big box store. The first whiff of holiday scent greeted her as she entered the shop, included pine, peppermint, and something else she couldn't quite identify. As she passed a display of soaps Rain made herself, she caught a few other hints of roses, lemongrass, and patchouli. Mackenzie had to come around the corner of a shelving unit before Rain came into view, adjusting a display of hats and gloves. "Hi," Mackenzie said. Rain turned and blinked in surprise. "You got away from the farm this weekend?" She pulled Mackenzie into a tight hug. "Cameron arrived a few minutes before I left, and Todd should be there by now," Mackenzie said, squeezing her back. "Mom said I could sneak in time to visit." "That's great. I can't believe you surprised us by showing up like this." Mackenzie stepped back and grinned. "I didn't know for sure until Monday and didn't want to get anyone's hopes up, and then I was rushing to get ready to come. How are things going?" "Check out what we just got in." Rain pulled her toward the health and beauty aisle. They caught up on their normal lives, straightening shelves and helping customers for quite a while before Cameron's presence on the farm came up. "So, your parents hired Cameron," Rain said. "That surprised me, since I heard he was doing well in engineering." "Apparently he did well enough, but decided to make a change around the time he divorced." Mackenzie had learned all too well about the power of gossip in high school, and that had only been heightened by her experiences in Hollywood. Still, she knew Rain could keep a secret, and some of it wasn't actually gossip. "He's not just working for my dad. My parents are selling him the farm. It won't be official until everything closes after Christmas, so don't spread it around, but yeah, this is our last Christmas at the farm." Rain's eyes widened. "Whoa, seriously? Whoa, where are your parents moving?" "Burlington." "How do you feel about it?" "Mixed up. Glad that my parents are getting a fair price. Grateful he plans to keep it going as is. Devastated to lose the family home. Annoyed at having him underfoot for the next month plus. And sad." Mackenzie spoke the words that had been hurting her heart since her first night back. "I've missed Christmas seasons here. Not only the years I couldn't come home for the holiday, but the whole season every year since I left for college. I pined for sledding at the farm and the gingerbread house competition and the candy cane hunt, caroling and the North Pole Express train trips, and snow. Okay, it's cold and my shoes are not exactly suited for it, but I missed Vermont every holiday season." "You?" Rain looked exaggeratedly incredulous. Mackenzie chuckled. "I know. I love being so close to the ocean and the gorgeous, endless summer weather, but I couldn't help pining for Christmas in Sugar Creek." "Well, we'll make sure you get your fill of it this year, then." Rain wrapped her in another enthusiastic hug. "Cameron and I have declared a competition to see who can hit more Christmas things. Not only the scavenger hunt, but some extra things, Brooklyn. Okay, my whole family by now. Put on the list." Chapter 7. It had already been a very busy day on the farm, with the early birds coming to cut their trees, and Cameron was grateful for a break to attend the city's Christmas tree lighting to unwind before the last rush. File's preschool teacher was singing with the choir, and Phil was anxious to see her perform. Cameron figured the little girl would grow bored with the speeches and songs, but the lights coming on at the end of the short program would quickly make her forget the boredom. The town square was lit with thousands of lights, decorating the space around the huge center fountain, which was shut down for the winter. An enormous pine tree from the family tree farm now stood in the square, hung with lights and decorative balls. More light strings spider-webbed out of the center of the park to the edges. Businesses around the square had also decorated their buildings and windows. When it all turned on, the scene would be spectacular. Fire pits dotted the sidewalks all around the shops on Main, and families huddled around them, holding skewers with marshmallows. He passed the fire pits and continued to the center of the square. Since Cameron had put Phil up on his shoulders before they got into the crowd, it didn't take her long to point out Robert and Pat. He didn't exactly put up a fight when he saw Holly, Mackenzie, and her best friend Rain standing with them. It took him a moment to recognize Rain, since he hadn't been in the general store since moving back to town. But even with their hoods pulled up to protect them from the cold breeze, her and Mackenzie's conspiratorial whispers took him back to their school days. "Hi, everyone," he said after Phil called out a greeting. "Good to see you, Rain. I keep meaning to stop by the store and look at the Christmas decorations. Phil and I add a new one to the tree every year." "It's my favorite," Phil said, clutching his forehead to stay seated on his shoulders. "I like to help pick. We have some great ones. It sounds like the tree farm is keeping everyone busy," Rain said. "Sure is." Cameron wondered why she shot him that speculative look. Did Mackenzie tell her about the farm changing hands? Probably. The two of them had always shared secrets. "What did your sales total come to today?" Mackenzie asked after a moment. "Two more than yours." He adopted her casual stance. She had started a tally when she came in that morning. He'd already sold several by then, so depending on how they set the start time, either of them could have come out ahead. "We have more sales after this is over. It's always a busy night." The light of competition glinted in her eyes. "I look forward to it." It was ridiculous how much Cameron had enjoyed the exchange of numbers and taunts when they interacted throughout the day. If she hadn't made it clear that she was in no way interested in him, he would think she was flirting. Too bad, because he'd thought they had chemistry. At least since their sophomore year in high school, when he stopped seeing her as one of the guys. But that was after she stopped being friends with him and relegated him strictly to the role of adversary. It stung that she still thought of him that way, as her adversary instead of as a coworker or old friend. The mayor stood and welcomed everyone to the tree lighting. The square was packed with people, not just in the center block, but across the streets in front of the buildings. The mayor said a few words and then announced some songs. Phil pointed out her preschool teacher. Cameron had met her a couple of times, but wouldn't have recognized her in her heavy winter clothing. A light snow began to fall while they stood and listened to the Christmas music. Mackenzie moved closer to talk to Phil. They murmured the words to the songs the choir sang, only audible to him because he was so close. The choir opened the singing for everyone to join them in Jingle Bells for the final song. Phil sang her heart out with the crowd while Mackenzie's smooth alto blended beautifully with the others. Cameron looked at Mackenzie and caught her eye. She had looked over at Phil too, and they shared a lingering gaze for a moment. He smiled, and after several seconds passed, she looked away. He could have sworn they were having a moment, one of those times when something passed between you and another person without words. Maybe it was all in his head, but he found it unsettling. He could not develop feelings for her. She wasn't staying long, and besides, she didn't even like him a little, never mind like that. He focused on the stage again as someone announced the Sugar Mamas and a group of women wearing evening gowns and tiaras, in addition to various winter wear, most of it blinged out, took to the stage and everyone clapped and hollered. These women were collectively known as the Sugar Mamas in town. Starting in their 50s and aging up into what he'd long suspected was 120-some-odd years of age, the women showed up to all kinds of civic events, supporting business grand openings, football games, and anything else that interested them. Some of the women were core members, showing up to nearly everything, while others joined in when they could. Their apparel changed from event to event, but they frequently wore tiaras and sequins, which made them instantly recognizable. The women began the countdown, and the lights all flashed on in the square and depot, with the other lights in business windows following behind over the next few seconds. It was more spectacular than he'd remembered. He oohed and awed with Phil about the way the lights brightened the space. He clapped with the others, as well as he could while holding his daughter so she wouldn't fall. They took a stroll around the square, falling into line with the crowds who were checking out the display. "Isn't it beautiful, Mac?" Phil asked exuberantly when they had turned back toward the parking lot. Cameron turned, surprised to see Mackenzie standing so near, and apparently headed in the same direction. It sure is. I love seeing all the lights come on every year. Do you have your tree up yet? Mackenzie asked her. Cameron set Phil on the ground, grateful to unburden his shoulders now that the crowd was thinning. Yes, but it's not decorated. We put the lights on last night, though. Daddy let me help. Wow, my dad never let us help with the lights until we were way older than you. You must be a very good helper, Mackenzie said. I am. Tonight we get to start with the decorations. Tomorrow we get to make more. Phil grabbed one hand onto Cameron's and one onto Mackenzie's, half dancing her way down the sidewalk with them. Very cool, Mackenzie said. I like homemade decorations. I have some back in California that I made when I was your age. You didn't bring them? Did you decorate with them already? Phil asked. No, I didn't think to pack them. They will have to wait until next year, I guess. Mackenzie stopped to say goodbye to Rain and promised to talk to her soon. They all waved goodbye, and the trio continued to the street where Cameron parked. Please tell me you usually get a real Christmas tree in L.A., Cameron said when the conversation lagged. Are you kidding? My dad would disown me if I bought a fake one. What kind of monster do you think I am? Mackenzie's look of horror was well exaggerated. I had to check, Cameron said. Though your secret would be safe with me, if you had crossed to the dark side, I couldn't promise the same for this one. He gestured to Phil, who seemed oblivious to the discussion as she sang an off-key rendition of Here Comes Santa Claus. Oh look, it's Kamek back together again, a man's voice called out. Cameron looked over and saw Bart, a guy from their graduating class who had teased him and Mackenzie for years about their friendship, back when they'd still been friends. It had been at least a decade since Cameron had seen him, and this was too soon, in his opinion. Bart. Or is it Mackham? I can never remember which one we settled on. I didn't realize you had a kid together. Bart's words might have appeared to others to be innocent and friendly. Cameron knew better. He recognized the sneer that had tormented him for more than a decade of school. We're not together, Mackenzie hurried to say. He's working at the tree farm. This is his daughter. Sweet, Bart said with a sneer. I thought you were some high and mighty engineer, and look, you're back to being a farmer instead. Working for someone else, no less. Figures. His mean laugh came out more of a snort. Though he really wanted to lash out, the dude had always gotten under his skin. Cameron pulled it back in. He had better things to do than to trade verbal jabs with this jerk, and he didn't need Phil to hear what might ensue. We need to get going. More trees to sell tonight. Maybe I'll stop by and pick one up. You can help me with it, Bart said. Tell me, are you any good at customer service? The customer is always right, you know. The best, Cameron said, pulling away. He did not believe that the customer was always right, though. Good service was important, but it wasn't the only thing. He really hoped he was busy if Bart showed up. Mackenzie must have wanted to get away as much as he did, because she kept up with him fine as he strode away as quickly but casually as possible. Though Phil protested at the rush, she pumped her little legs. Man, I hate that guy, Mackenzie said when they were out of earshot. Ditto. Cameron looked at her and nodded. Are you any good at customer service? Jerk. Hate is a mean word, Phil parroted one of the sayings he often spouted. It was demoralizing having his own words thrown back at him. That's true. Hate can be a mean word, he said aloud, before muttering to himself. But it can also be accurate. Perhaps what I should have said, Mackenzie amended, is that I don't like how mean that guy is to people. I really dislike how much he enjoys making other people unhappy. Why is he like that? Phil looked at Mackenzie, then back at her dad. Cameron shrugged. I don't know. Some people are, and they have lots of different reasons for it. Sometimes because they are hurting inside. Sometimes because they are just mean people. We don't want to be mean people, so we try to be nice to everyone, right? He asked Phil. Yes, Daddy. Maybe he'll come buy a tree and you can show him how to be nice to people, Phil suggested as they turned away from the square toward the street where Cameron had parked. Looking around, he noticed the Vandenbergs were all headed the same way. That would be something. Cameron met Mackenzie's gaze again, and her doubtful expression echoed the one he probably wore. Mackenzie helped Phil into her booster seat when they reached the truck, and Cameron waited for her to finish buckling his girl in. Mackenzie shut the truck door, and Cameron, one hip on his door, scanned her face. "Thanks for the help." "No problem. I'm sorry walking with you made Bart notice either of us," Cameron shrugged. "He'd have found an excuse to poke at one of us either way. It's his sole source of joy. That fact would make me feel bad for him if he wasn't such a slimy jerk. See you at the farm." Mackenzie stepped back and pivoted to look both ways before walking into the line of traffic, heading for her mom's car, which was parked across the lane and down the row. Cameron watched her walk away for a few seconds before opening his door. He muttered to himself, "Never gonna happen, so put that away, dude." If only he could put his rekindling feelings for Mackenzie out of his mind as easily as he'd brushed off Bart. Chapter 8. Much to Cameron's chagrin, Mackenzie sold more trees than him once they counted the post-tree lighting sales, bringing her ahead of the daily total, even counting the 4 he sold before she started that morning. The 3 trees someone bought for their mini mansion on the edge of town had put her over the finish line, while he'd helped a very indecisive mother and her 3 offspring pick a single tree. Mackenzie had been sure to rub it in several times over the following week. After a busy Friday afternoon and Saturday that next weekend, the farm's annual sledding event arrived. Other than the night of the city tree lighting, they normally shut down sales before dark, with one exception. The first Saturday night in December was always sledding night at Sweet Pine's Christmas tree farm. Robert had already prepped all the sleds, and Pat had bought supplies for the hot cocoa and the thousands of cookies she had baked that week, many with File's dubious help. He couldn't fault the friendly way the Vandenbergs treated his daughter. She saw them as another set of grandparents, and he knew it would be hard on her when they moved to Burlington. At least she was making good memories with them in the house he and File would move into the next year, which might make the move easier on her. Or harder when they were gone. He wasn't sure. Cameron spent most of the afternoon cutting fresh trees for the sales lot. Self-cutting would close at dusk, so they would have all hands on deck before people started arriving to sled. But many people used the event as an opportunity to grab their Christmas tree as well. The ice skating pond officially opened today, well lit with strings of lights around the skating surface and leading to the parking area. They had drilled holes in the ice for the fence posts to enclose the area for safety and finished installing the heavy wood fencing only an hour before dusk. A couple of local teens manned the ice skate rental booth, leaving everyone else to handle the sledding event. Everyone in the family took the night off from other things. Even Mackenzie's cousin Benjamin came in to help Todd with tree sales in the front lot, while the rest of the family spread around the property, helping people. Holly and her uppity boyfriend were in the gift shop that took up one corner of the barn, selling ornaments and the lingonberry preserves. Pat and Brooklyn would manage the cocoa and cookies at the fire and keep the fire going, while Robert handled sled rentals. Cameron was driving the vehicle of sledders up the hill to the top of the loop, and Mackenzie was posted at the top to help everyone get down the hill, relaying by walkie-talkie anyone that her dad should watch for at the bottom and how many were in each group so they could make sure everyone got down okay. People could bring their own sleds, and there were plenty who did, but Robert still managed to rent out all of theirs every year, and according to him, he would re-rent some of them before the evening ended. While the gift shop sales and sled rentals were a nice financial bonus, bringing people out to sled had begun as a way to drive sales when Cameron had been a toddler. It had been more effective than anticipated and became a tradition. He had attended nearly every year with his parents and brothers when he was growing up, and he knew from experience that most of the trees in the lot would be sold by night's end. This followed a long day of helping people who came to pick out their own trees in the cutting areas. Reviewing where everyone would be and what they would be doing reminded Cameron that he would be responsible for all of this the next year. He needed to bring on a seasonal crew. For the weekends, they allowed people to cut their own trees, including the sledding event. Though he had worked on a team in the engineering firm, he hadn't ever been someone's boss and was nervous about taking on that role, even if it was only for a month or so in the winter. "You ready for this?" Mackenzie asked when Cameron dropped off the first load of sledders that night. She had parked the farm truck off the road enough for him to get by, and stood beside a fire in a brick pit that had been there as long as Cameron could remember. "Ready or not," he said. She greeted everyone and started giving directions to any sledders who looked uncertain. Some had obviously been there before and hopped on their sleds, heading down the road that was lit periodically by solar lights along the sides. "Red on the right, blue on your left," she called after them, to help them be sure to stay on the snowy road in the dark. She had spent part of the day wrapping colored plastic wrap around the lights so they would be the correct colors. "Your parents are bringing Phil?" "Yeah, they and Damon came in for dinner and to join us for a while. Dad swears he can't buy any tree that wasn't grown on this farm." Cameron chuckled. Their radios crackled, announcing that more people were ready to go. "Let me know if you need anything," Cameron said. "I can bring up more refreshments or wood." She gestured to a pile of wood in the back of her truck. "I'm probably fine, but I'll let you know." "Okay." He headed back to the old four-wheel drive Suburban and headed down the back side of the loop while Mackenzie moved to assist someone with their rented sled. This continued for 2 hours, him driving up the back of the loop, her sending people down. He brought her an extra blanket and a refill in her hot cocoa thermos. Phil came with his parents and brother and enjoyed some cocoa and cookies with them before they left. After that, Phil rode with Cameron in the Suburban until she became bored. After a stop for another cookie and cocoa, she settled on the living room sofa to watch Christmas movies until bedtime. He was grateful that everyone seemed to be checking in on her, since he received reports almost every 5 minutes from someone or other between his own stops inside to make sure she was still okay. Bart arrived with his 2 daughters and his wife Gina halfway through the night. "Where's the other half of your Kamak sandwich?" Bart asked in greeting. "Mackenzie is working at the top," Cameron said. "Kamak sandwich? Seriously?" "She always was a hardy girl, so strong and sturdy," Gina said as if the description were a bad thing. "I've always admired her strength of character. It goes along nicely with the beautiful outside package." Cameron did his best to ignore the bite of cattiness in her voice. He'd known she and Mackenzie hadn't gotten along well, but somehow had not realized how bad it was until after he'd started dating Gina. They hadn't gone out for long, but it was easy to look back and wonder what he'd been thinking at the time. Gina could be nice enough when she wanted to be, but was too petty for his liking. Plus, she'd cheated on him. Not that it had been much more than a twinge of hurt at the time. He'd already been getting tired with her attitude by then. They brought 2 sleds with them, rented 2 more, and crammed into the back of his vehicle with several other sledders. Cameron was grateful the daughters and a couple other kids they apparently knew had filled the car with their excitement to go sledding, saving him from having to talk more with his lifelong nemesis. They only did 3 sled runs before heading to the fire for cocoa and cookies. Cameron hoped they took their Christmas tree home with them so they wouldn't have an excuse to come back. He could happily go another decade before seeing them again. 5 minutes after the sledding was supposed to end, Cameron brought the final group up the hill. The fire had mostly put itself out, and Mackenzie was scooping snow into a bucket under an electric lantern and her truck lights. They sent the final group down the hill with a wave. Mackenzie dumped another bucket of snow on the smoldering logs. "Nearly done here. You don't have to stay. I can lend a hand. I've at least been able to sit on the heated seats of the Suburban for most of the time." Cameron took the second bucket and helped scoop snow for the fire, thinking he would need another vehicle for transportation the next year. He was buying the farm truck, but the Suburban wasn't part of the farm sale. "That does sound nice about now," she said. "At least it was a relatively mild night, and the wind wasn't bad. Some years it has been so much colder." Did you keep count of the sledders? He asked. I lost track an hour ago. Yeah, almost 100 more trips down the hill than last year. I hope Mom had enough hot cocoa. Cameron kicked at one of the logs, turning it over to expose a glowing side to dump snow on. She and Brooklyn seemed to have it under control, though the cookies were definitely getting low when I checked last. There were a couple sugar mamas helping out, in addition to the ones who decided to sled. Those ladies crack me up. Mom makes more cookies every year and still manages to go through most of them. I was always sad about that as a kid, but now I'm glad because I like cookies too much to have a lot sitting around. Mackenzie dumped another load of snow and went back for another. Cameron joined her and they doused the fire again. Looks like we're good. Should be. More snow coming tonight, so worst case scenario, they solder to ashes from the inside out. She stopped and surveyed the area, wrapping her arms tightly around her. I can't believe this is the last year for us. Cameron put a hand on her shoulder as she turned away. Having you here is making your parents really happy. I know they miss you, and if you miss the tree farm too much, my door is always open. I miss them too. Mackenzie's voice had grown soft as she stared into the night, turned mostly away from him. I don't know why it feels like I'm losing a piece of them. It's not like I can miss this place more if they aren't here when I'm going to be a few thousand miles away regardless. He recognized the yearning and sadness in her voice. He'd felt that often enough before returning to town that summer. It was part of what drew him back to Sugar Creek. You must love it in California. Sure, it's great being able to run outside without needing a parka or worrying about sliding on ice. Mackenzie didn't look convinced by her words, though. Have you thought about moving back? He knew it would make her family happy. And doing what? I'm Missy's personal assistant. I can do some of that from here, but I can't work remotely all the time. Why not? He asked. She said nothing. After a moment, Cameron asked, Do you like the travel? Sometimes. It's not like people think, where you go see cool places and see the world. I mean, we've done some of that, but a lot of the time, the days are long and grueling. I have more flexibility in my schedule than Missy, but it's a busy life. I've been in cities where the only thing I saw was what was visible out the window between the studio and the hotel. But are you happy? Cameron was starting to think that maybe she wasn't. Not as much as she should be. Or maybe she was feeling nostalgic, and it was taking some of the shine off her daily life. What's not to be happy about? Aside from missing the past 2 Christmases, which did stink, a lot, I like my work, my boss, and the weather. Other than Missy, do you have friends? He asked. She hadn't once talked about things she did or people she hung with, except Missy. She used to be a vibrant social creature, and she had barely stepped foot off the farm since coming to town. Who has time for that? I have not exactly coworkers, since I'm employed by Missy, not the studios, but I work with a lot of people, some of them on multiple projects for months at a time. Mackenzie seemed to realize who she was talking to and returned to breaking camp. Anyway, it's the life I chose, and it's good. I have no major complaints, which is more than most people can say about their jobs. I hope you're happy, Mac. You deserve it. Cameron snagged the lantern and a folding chair, tucking them into the Suburban. I'll go down the front of the loop to make sure everyone made it back down, Mackenzie said. You go down the back side to make sure no one decided to try sneaking up on foot for another ride. Okay, sounds like a plan. He was sorry the talk was over, but recognized that he could only push her so much, and he had reached that limit. See you at the bottom. Mackenzie hopped in the truck without a backward look and began a slow descent down the hill. Cameron watched her taillights disappear before putting his vehicle in gear and turning around to go back the way he'd come for one final time. The fire circle where Pat was holding court still had a good-sized crowd, though it was smaller than when he'd left last. Robert was wiping down and putting away a sled when Cameron joined him to help. Had a nice crowd tonight. Robert hooked a thumb in the shoulder strap of his overalls. Mackenzie said we had about 100 more runs than last year. Always a good sign. This is always our biggest night for pre-cut tree sales. It should be a good year. Robert turned as voices came to the door, and the last people Cameron had given rides to were trudging over with their sleds. "It was great," a young woman said. "You should do this every weekend." "Once a year makes it special," Robert countered. "If you have an extra evening, you should go to the ice rink. It's open from 4 to 9 p.m. every night until Christmas Eve. The young woman paused for a second. "So not on Christmas Eve?" "Right. By noon on Christmas Eve, we roll up the carpets and tuck in with family for the duration. It'll reopen for hockey and special skate nights after Christmas." The woman in her early 20s handed over her sled to Cameron. "It was good meeting you. Thanks for the ride." Cameron nodded, ignoring the flirtatious way she spoke to him, though she was definitely cute. "Glad we could brighten your night. Grab some cocoa before you leave if you haven't had any." "We will. Maybe I'll see you there." She smiled and held his gaze for a moment before she shot him a wink, turned, and sashayed toward the fire with her friend. Robert chuckled when they were out of earshot. "Seems like you have a fan. You gonna join her at the fire?" "Yeah, Cam. You heading over there?" Mackenzie asked from the doorway. Where had she come from? When he didn't answer immediately, her gaze shifted to Robert. "All in. I did a quick circuit of the fire and didn't see any more of your sleds. I also checked with Todd and Benjamin, and they hadn't seen any sneak through, so you should be safe to lock up." "Thanks, honey. We'll look at stats when everything is buttoned down," Robert said. "I'm going to check on Phil," Cameron said. The other woman had been pretty, but he couldn't muster up the energy to give her the attention she wanted, and he didn't want to have to fend her off. It had been a grueling week, and he'd rather take a few minutes to catch his breath. He entered through the kitchen and heard the TV going in the living room before he could see the lights flickering as the images moved. A moment later, he found Phil sacked out on the sofa, her mouth hanging slightly open. He tucked the blanket up around her shoulders and turned off the TV. Cameron pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Sleep well, pumpkin." When he stood, he was surprised to see Mackenzie standing in the doorway, watching. Cameron moved toward her, whispering when he got close, "Do they need me outside?" "No, not yet. Maybe 10 more minutes for the rest of the stragglers to head out." Holly and Terrence sold out of the last of the preserves and pie filling, and the gift shop has finally emptied. They're waiting for the last tree buyers to pay so they can close up. He pulled a face. "Terrence is..." Mackenzie glanced behind her to ensure they were alone, but still kept her voice low. "A stuffed shirt, yeah, but he seems to treat Holly well. Sometimes that has to be good enough." Cameron was distracted by the low-lying floral scent combining with wood smoke coming off her skin, and stepped closer, forcing himself to ask the question he'd wanted to all week. She didn't back away. "Would you like to grab lunch or dinner sometime?" he asked. Dating had seemed easy in college, but now, his divorce finally official, even with an old friend, this was seriously scary. "As in a date?" She appeared entirely nonplussed by the suggestion. "Yes. We've managed not to bite each other's heads off since you came back to town." "I'll be gone soon," Mackenzie reminded him. "Yes. So lunch?" No way he'd let her wiggle out of giving him an actual answer, even if he was dying inside. "But we're competitors. We've always been competitors." "Not always," he said. "Do you remember in 9th grade when we would go bowling together outside of the regular practice times? How we gave each other feedback and split many pizzas while we discussed everything under the sun." She hooked her hands together in front of her. "Hard to forget." Was it? Because it seemed to slip her mind once they hit high school. "I don't..." "There you two are." Pat interrupted them. "Everyone is gone so we can finish cleaning up." "Okay." Mackenzie seemed confused. "What were you talking about?" Pat asked, her eyes narrowing as if she suspected the truth. That was the last thing he needed. "Going out for pizza like we used to. Maybe we could even go bowling," Cameron said. "Oh, what a great idea. Our midweek schedules are flexible enough, and you should both get out and spend more time with people your own age." She clapped her hands and headed for the door. "Monday would work fine." "Thanks, Mom," Mackenzie said in a half-strangled voice. Cameron smiled. She had been able to say no if she really wanted to. She still might, but he hoped if he got her alone for another hour, she would unwind a little more. If not, maybe it would get him over the strange fascination he was developing for her.
Chapter 9. Mackenzie helped a young mother tie the 7-foot blue spruce to the top of her car and shut the loose ends of the twine into the back doors to keep them from blowing in the wind. She waved the family away and grinned as she turned back to the house. It was the first time that the family had picked out their own tree and cut it down, and Mackenzie was happy to have been part of the process. She passed the North Pole backdrop, complete with a sign and wooden cutouts of elf houses where people could take a picture to commemorate the day, waved to Brooklyn through the gift shop window, and continued to the tree netter. She had used the last of the package of netting on the tree she had just sold, so she pulled out another package, sliding the bunched-up cylindrical length of netting over the metal holder and knotting one end in front of the hole. "Perfect timing," Cameron said as he brought a family over, helping the man carry their new tree with the help of 2 young boys. "How does this work?" the woman asked. "Put the top through this end," Cameron said, pointing toward the back side of the cylindrical device. "We push it through, and it nets the tree." Cameron slid his end in and stepped back. The man started pushing the tree through so the top caught the knot Mackenzie had made, and the netting fed onto the tree as the tree continued forward. The 2 kids, probably around 8 or 10, let go and came to the side to watch the tree emerge from the other end. "Whoa," the older boy said. The dad gave a final shove, and the tree slid all the way out the front, fully netted. "Pretty simple," Cameron said. He stepped up, cutting the net and then tying off the end on the netter again. "Let's go pay for this baby, and you can check out the new decorations. We have some fun ones." "Have fun," Mackenzie said. He waggled his brows at her and headed toward the gift shop. After leaning the tree against the building, they all went inside. Mackenzie smiled as she saw an older couple heading for her. They had been buying their trees here for as long as she could remember. "Hey, it's the Turners. Glad you made it out." "Couldn't break our tradition," Mrs. Turner said, "except I finally convinced him to let someone help him harvest the tree this year." "That's great. Hop in and we'll go take a look." She gestured toward the truck she'd been using that day. The sun was getting low, so this would probably be her last one for the day. Though she was past ready for some hot cocoa next to the living room fire, she couldn't help enjoying this part of the work. Too bad she couldn't do it in 70-degree weather. Later, when she waved that couple off in the deepening twilight, Mackenzie returned to the gift shop, where Brooklyn was helping a couple with their transaction from the pre-cut lot where Pat was working. Phil sat on the floor beside her, playing a reading game on a tablet. She said hello before looking back at the tablet. Mackenzie straightened some of the shelves while Brooklyn finished with her customers, and Cameron brought in a family to pay for their tree. Robert stuck his head in the door. "I'm shutting down the lights. The front lot is empty too." "Perfect. See you inside soon." Mackenzie finished with the section she was in and headed inside to get dinner ready. The slow cooker let out the enticing scent of lasagna, and after washing, Mackenzie sliced the French bread her mom had made that morning, adding the herbed butter that had been softening on the counter for a couple hours. She slid the garlic bread under the broiler as the others started to come in. She set the plates and cups on the island so everyone could help set the table. By the time Cameron came in after waving off the last customer, everything was ready to go. "Prosody." "Good job, everyone," Robert said, as they began dishing up the food a few minutes later. "How did we do?" he asked Brooklyn. "I haven't counted out, but the daily total was good." She quoted the tree sales total and the gift shop total from the daily report. "Up almost 10% from the same day last year." Robert looked at Cameron with a chuckle. "Looks like I should have charged you more for the business." "Too late. The paperwork is signed." Cameron shot back with a grin. "Shucks." Robert passed the bowl of garlic bread to his wife. They talked about how the day had gone, and Cameron made a few notes on his phone about changes he might want to make for next year. When plates were nearly empty, Brooklyn said, "While you were all freezing your tushes out there, I got a message with the scavenger hunt list." "How?" "It isn't available until tomorrow," Mackenzie said. "I have my ways. You'll have to pick up an official copy tomorrow, but I thought we could update our private contest tonight." Brooklyn gestured to the paper she hung on the fridge, with the items the family had come up with for the competition. "I'll scribe while you read them aloud," Brooklyn said, handing her phone to Mackenzie, open to a file she had apparently downloaded. She hopped up and grabbed the marker their mom always kept by the fridge for her shopping list. As Mackenzie read the list aloud, Brooklyn added them to the paper on the competition list. Go on a sleigh ride, make s'mores, ice skating. The list went on with Phil apparently interested in all of it, especially the ones involving food. Then the gingerbread house decorating competition came up. "I want to do that. I want to decorate a gingerbread house with all the candy," Phil said, hanging on Cameron's arm. "Sweetie, we can judge the gingerbread houses. We don't have to make one in order to get the points." Cameron looked suddenly nervous. But making the house would be fun, and it's on the list. It's a very Christmassy activity. Phil fluttered her lashes at him. Mackenzie had to clear her throat to keep from laughing aloud. "That's a lot of work, and I've never made a gingerbread house." "It looks hard," Cameron said. "You said sometimes we have to do hard things, and you make stuff all the time like cookies." He looked everywhere but his daughter, desperation on his face. "I think there's a big difference between cookies and a gingerbread house." "Mac could help us," Phil said, is a wheedling voice. "That's a great idea," Brooklyn jumped. "Mackenzie is a great baker, and we've done gingerbread houses before, so she knows what she's doing." "I thought we were going to be a team," Mackenzie said. "Oh, I just found out about this project. Anyway, I'll help with some of it, but I won't be able to do all the things I thought I would." Brooklyn did not meet her eyes. "I definitely don't have enough time to do a gingerbread house, and I know how much you enjoyed making them when we were growing up." Mackenzie knew she could make an excuse about having work to do, which would totally be true, and yet not. She could make the time, and it wasn't like it would hurt her to spend more time with Cameron and Phil. Probably. "Don't strain yourself trying to find a way out," Cameron said. "You can say no." "I was thinking about the work I still have to do for Missy and helping Mom pack in addition to the farm work." She looked up and saw the challenge in his eyes. It was almost as if he was daring her, and she had never been good at letting go of a dare. "Well, as long as Missy needs something, you should dedicate all of your time to her," Brooklyn said in annoyance. "Brooke," Pat said in an admonishing tone. Mackenzie ignored the exchange, not having the energy to deal with whatever was bothering her sister. Her gaze was still caught on Cameron's. "But I can make time to help. It sounds like fun." He grinned as Phil cheered and got out of her seat, dancing around the table as she made up a song about making gingerbread houses. "We can start tomorrow," Mackenzie said. "It'll take several days to get it done. But first we need to plan it out. After we clean up from dinner, we can look at pictures." "Sounds good." They finished adding items from the scavenger hunt list, and Mackenzie hoped there would be enough time to get to everything. Chapter 10. Mackenzie fussed with her makeup late Monday morning and wondered if this was a mistake. This would be her first real date with Cameron, about 15 years after she first wished he would ask her out. She would say better late than never, but she worried she would be hurt all over again. It was a casual lunch, she reminded herself. "We've eaten lunch together before, lots of times. No big deal. You've got this." Despite what she led her parents to believe, Mackenzie rarely dated in California. It was exhausting trying to meet someone in the first place who was down to earth enough to spend her time on. You had the casual get-to-know-you date, the less casual second date with growing expectations, and finally, the third date if they survived her expectations for human decency and lack of narcissism in the first two. Hardly anyone in Hollywood made it to a third date. They were odd. They were too into the party scene. Or, her favorite, they were only interested in her because of her connection to Missy. Twice, she had thought the guy she met liked her because of herself. But by the end of the third date, she realized they had asked her out because she the Cleva Entertainment District sexy. They wanted Missy to look at their script. Though she stayed out of the spotlight as much as possible, Mackenzie couldn't entirely stay out of the cameras when she was traveling with Missy, and that got her recognized from time to time, enough that she'd stopped trusting any guy who paid attention to her. Who wouldn't want to date me? I'm awesome, strong, independent, capable, hot. She frowned at the mirror as she muttered this last bit, not at all sure she'd pulled that off. Not that she wanted to send a message to Cameron about her availability to him, but she could still look her best. At least with Cameron, she wouldn't have to worry about his other motives. Not that she was interested in anything. She lived how far away, but she couldn't help remembering how cute he was with his daughter on Saturday night, how tenderly he treated Phil all the time, and how even-tempered he appeared even when she got out of hand and needed to be disciplined. Maybe he'd gotten lucky and ended up with a kid who was easy to raise, but Mackenzie doubted Phil would be so sweet-tempered if she hadn't been raised well. She double-checked her earrings in the mirror, silver drops with a sparkle at the end. Too fancy? It was lunch, not a black tie event. Deciding to change the earrings, she turned back to her jewelry, but then heard voices in the hall at the bottom of the stairs. Too late. Mackenzie shook her head at her own insanity and snatched up her purse. Why was she being so crazy about this? It was Cameron, a man she did not want like that. Don't be an idiot. Cameron waited at the bottom of the stairs when she came down. Hey, looking good as usual. I was thinking Vincenzo's. That work for you? They had opted to put off the bowling to another day, since they needed to make the gingerbread dough that afternoon. Of course, that will be fine. I've missed their tiramisu. I've only found one other place outside of Italy that makes it as well. It was one of the first places I went to eat when we moved back to town, Cameron said. Phil loves their lasagna. Imagine that. You share a favorite restaurant, Pat said from the living room doorway. Mackenzie shot her mom a look that she hoped said not to interfere or push. Not that her mom was the type to give in to hints from her kids. Pat shot her an innocent look. Too innocent. You should join us for dinner tonight, Cameron. I have my famous stew in the slow cooker. We have that group coming before dark to pick out trees for their charity gala. Thanks, I'll accept, he said. These late nights can be hard on dinner time. That's true. In fact, you should join us every night that you work until we get through the big rush, and it'll give both of you more time for your Christmas scavenger hunt competition. She smiled. Well, we definitely need more time for that, Mackenzie said. She was starting to wish she hadn't agreed to that competition. It had resulted in extending this lunch to dough making with Phil and other events her mom was putting on the calendar. Nights when they would be doing the event together instead of separately, which had been her intention. Her sisters hadn't helped. After she and Holly had offered to be Mackenzie's partners, they had suddenly realized they were very busy this month and may not have time to partner with her after all. Mackenzie might be more amused than annoyed at the machination, if her mom and sisters weren't being so obvious. Once they had ordered, she and Cameron fell into an easy conversation. Mackenzie hated stilted conversation at meals worse than, well, a lot of things. But stilted wouldn't describe the earnest discussion they held about the Bruins' terrible season, a TV show they both watched, and recent movies. Since Missy wanted to keep an eye on what was going on in the industry, they watched more movies than most professional critics. Instead of awkwardness, Mackenzie and Cameron laughed a lot, and she was reminded, even when they disagreed about whether or not Die Hard counted as a Christmas movie, how much she used to enjoy his company, as well as why she had started to fall for him when they were teens before he overlooked her entirely and started dating her female nemesis, Gina. Ugh, even the name still made her grind her teeth, and their recent encounters hadn't helped. How stupid was that? What's with the frown? Cameron asked after signing the credit card receipt. Gina, he smiled. Gina, oh, that's right, you didn't like her much, did you? Try it all. She was to me what Bart was to you, Mackenzie said. Tormentor, bully, and all-around antagonizer? Cameron asked. Pretty much, his brow furrowed. It took me a while to see that trait in her, longer than it should have. 6 months you dated her. I could have told you before date number 1. She scooped up another spoonful of the tiramisu he'd bought them to share. Was it really 6 months? Looking back, it only seems like 1. Cameron took a scoop of creamy goodness. A full 6, she verified. from July 4th until almost Christmas. Memory dawned in his eyes. Oh yeah, at least I caught her cheating before I gave her the gift I bought her. Too bad I didn't ask you for your opinion before asking her out. Cameron wasn't Gina's normal type. She went for strong but stupid, and he wasn't that. Mackenzie had always suspected Gina had dated Cameron because she'd figured out Mackenzie liked him. She had no proof, and it wouldn't be kind to tell Cameron about her suspicions, so no one knew what she thought, other than Rain, who would never breathe a word. Honestly, the idea that he had the bad taste to date someone like Gina had burned. However, it was actually walking in to see the two of them making out that had been her breaking point. Not that she would admit that to him. She'd hurried out, and Cameron had never even realized she'd been there. Mackenzie took a final scoop of dessert rather than responding and sat back in her seat. Hindsight and all that, she wanted to put that part of her past behind her, though it was harder to do when he was sitting in front of her. Seeing Gina at the sledding party hadn't exactly been a box of chocolates either. I guess we need to pick up Phil from the babysitter. Cookie decorating awaits, Cameron said after finishing off the last bite. We can't let her down. Mackenzie had grown to adore the little girl in the past 2 weeks, and she was happy to be invited to enjoy this afternoon activity with them before heading back to the tree lot for the evening. Let's go. Cameron stood and reached out a hand to her. She slid her hand in his, feeling that sparkle of attraction that had started to affect her at age 14. She had ignored it for years. She could certainly do so now. Gingerbread awaits, Mackenzie agreed, though I don't know how either of us is supposed to win if we go to events together. Cameron grinned. I'd be okay with calling it a draw. Accept a truce? Never.
Chapter 11. Making a gingerbread house would be a multi-day project that Cameron looked forward to. He and Mackenzie collected Phil and went to their apartment after lunch. Cameron had picked up the ingredients for the dough that morning and had them all lined up on the counter. He'd never baked gingerbread before and would have bought a kit, but since it was a good excuse to spend time with Mackenzie, he wouldn't complain about doing it from scratch. Cameron watched the way Mackenzie talked to Phil like another intelligent human being, appreciating her easy way with his girl and the sweet rapport between them. The two women he had tried dating since returning to Sugar Creek had cooed at her like she was a little idiot when he and his daughter had run into the women in town. Ellen vacillated between treating her like she was too young to understand and expecting more of the preschooler than was realistic. This was a nice change. Once in the kitchen, Mackenzie put Phil up on a stool so she could access the counter and involved her in nearly every step of the dough-making process. "You're sure about this gingerbread house pattern?" Cameron asked as they began adding ingredients into the green stand mixer. "It's a simple one," Mackenzie said. "I'm modifying one I found online, so it should be unique to us and still easy enough to put together." "What's next?" Phil asked after adding the baking soda to the bowl of flour next to the mixer. "Spices." Mackenzie handed them to her one by one and helped her select the correct measuring spoon for each. She let Phil do the measuring, offering gentle corrections if needed. "You must help your dad a lot. You're very good at this." "I'm a very good helper," Phil said. Cameron smiled. She did like to bake, and so far, followed his rule to leave the oven and stovetop work to him. When it was done, Cameron helped Phil wrap the dough tightly in flat pieces and slid them into the fridge. "Why can't we cook it now?" Phil asked. "If we cook it now," Mackenzie said, "it will be way too sticky. We need to let it chill so that we'll be able to work with it better. We can do that tomorrow." "This is going to take forever," Phil said. "It seems like that now, but if we want to make the gingerbread house really nice, it's going to take some time to make and decorate. Things that are special take time." Mackenzie finished stashing away the spices in a drawer and put the molasses in the fridge. "Time to clean up," Cameron said to Phil. "Can you clean the flour off the counters?" Phil appeared disgruntled at not being able to bake the dough today, but she took the dish rag he handed her and energetically got to work scrubbing the countertops. "All right, kiddo, we need to get to work, so grab anything you want to bring with you," Cameron said. Phil rushed to her room, and Cameron turned to where Mackenzie was adjusting the position of the salt and pepper on the stovetop. "Thanks for coming over. I appreciate you being willing to take this time." "No problem," Mackenzie said. "I'm glad to help. Phil is a sweetheart." Cameron reached out and brushed flour off her cheek. "You got a bit messy. That can happen when you bake with children. How did you end up flour-free?" "I let you do all the heavy lifting," Cameron said. Their fluffy gray and white cat whiskers twined between his legs and brushed along hers, marking Mackenzie's pant legs with the side of her mouth. "Looks like someone likes you. She seems to think she owns you." "Cats are like that. She is beautiful." They stood only a foot apart. Cameron wanted to say something, to find a way to convince her that they could be so much more than they were, wondering how he could fall for her so hard, so quickly. "I've got it." File held her backpack aloft as she ran into the room. "Oh, hi, Whiskers." She bent down and cooed over the cat while she gave it a few pets. "I guess we're ready to head out," Cameron said, backing away from Mackenzie. There would be another time and another day to figure this out.
The next day, Mackenzie nearly laughed when Phil pounded the disc of gingerbread dough with the rolling pin, holding the handles on each side and pushing down on the stiff dough as if she were trying to punish it. "Not like that, sweetie. Here, try rolling it." She put the little girl's hands on the ends of the rolling pin and added weight of her own to the pin, standing behind her as she rolled out the dough. "I'm doing it," Phil said with delight. "Yes, you are." Mackenzie looked up at Cameron and met his gaze. The way he looked at her was more than gratitude for her help with File. Mackenzie looked away, her heart rate picking up. How could a simple look do that? She stepped back and let the little girl go to town on the gingerbread dough. She put the rest of the dough in the fridge to continue chilling and pulled out the pattern she had finished designing that morning after working on some social media posts for Missy. "We need to cut these out before we can start cutting the dough," she said to Cameron. Cameron held out a hand for the sheets of cardstock. "I can handle that. I'm pretty good with a pair of scissors." He came around her, squeezing past to open a drawer on the other side of the counter in the galley kitchen and removing a pair of scissors. "I'll let you ladies deal with the rolling and dough cutting. I know where my strengths are," he said, brandishing the shears. Mackenzie looked away to hide her grin and complimented Phil on how well she was rolling out the dough now. Since it was chilled, the dough was stiff, so it took more work to get it to the right thickness. When Phil had done as much as she could, Mackenzie added rings on the edge of the rolling pin to ensure the dough got to a consistent depth and rolled out the rest of it so they could start cutting the dough. "How do we use the papers to mark the dough?" File asked when her father had finished laying down one of the largest pieces. "Well, you'll have to leave that one up to me this time, sweetie, because we're going to use a big, sharp knife. But if you are very, very careful, you can hold the paper down for me while I cut." "Can you hold it really, really softly so it doesn't squish the dough and it doesn't move around?" Mackenzie asked. "I can." Cameron handed over the first piece of the pattern, one of the end pieces of the house, and Mackenzie adjusted it on the dough. She directed Phil on where to put her hands and removed a sharp knife from the drawer. "That's real sharp," Phil said. "I know, so you need to hold your hand really still so the paper stays where it needs to be and you don't get hurt," Mackenzie said, putting the knife into position several inches from File's fingers. It only took a few strokes to cut the piece out of the gingerbread, and Phil was able to remove the paper. With help from a bench scraper, Mackenzie managed to move the piece of gingerbread from the well-floured counter to the lined cookie sheet without damaging it. "Now what?" Phil asked. "Now we roll out another piece for the next side of the gingerbread house," Mackenzie said. Cameron finished cutting out the full pattern long before Mackenzie got to the last piece of gingerbread, so she put him to work crushing hard candies for the windows. When the pieces were done baking, Mackenzie trimmed up the baked pieces of gingerbread, paying extra attention to the window and door holes. They put down aluminum foil behind the gingerbread, sprinkled the pieces of candy in the window holes, and put them back in to finish. Though everything took 3 times as long with File's help as it would have if she had done it alone, Mackenzie enjoyed working with the little girl. File's excitement was contagious, and she was almost always excited about doing something that she saw as very grown up. Cameron had a selection of Christmas music playing low from a nearby speaker, and the small apartment was cozy and warm. The cat curled up on a cushion in the corner, adding to the scene. Their Christmas tree took up a corner of the living room/dining room she had come through, covered in a mix of store-bought and homemade ornaments, and what she estimated to be about 1,000 colored lights. Though the tree was narrower than most on the farm, it still didn't leave much space to move around the furniture. That wouldn't be a problem the next year when the two of them were living in her parents' house. That brought a twinge of sadness, but she consoled herself with the image of Cameron and Phil baking in her mom's kitchen. They would appreciate what they had. Throughout the baking project, Cameron seemed to find every excuse to brush her arm, her shoulder, or nudge past her. She couldn't complain, as she enjoyed these small familiarities. The last batch of gingerbread came out of the oven, the windows gleaming orange from the melted candy. She set it aside to cool with the others. They would assemble the pieces and start decorating after it had time to harden properly. "Time to get to work," Cameron said. "What did you think we were doing?" Mackenzie asked. "Baking gingerbread. Our work is not baking gingerbread, it's selling Christmas trees." "Oh yeah, that. I already spent 3 hours working at my real job today," Mackenzie said. "What were you doing?" "This and that. Managing Missy's fan club, scheduling social media posts, corresponding with the producer for her next movie, all the usual things," Mackenzie said. "Those are the usual things for you?" Cameron asked. "I do a bit of everything. I'm a personal assistant, so I pick up groceries. I get dry cleaning. I deal with any problems with the household staff, pretty much anything that needs to be done that's not legal or bookkeeping." His brow furrowed. "What does Missy do?" "Believe it or not, actors actually have a pretty hard job. She works 10 to 12 hours most days, sometimes more, and a lot of it is grueling, especially if she's a major player in the cast. She still handles some of her social stuff and personal things. I make sure everything runs smoothly for her, so she has the energy to deal with things that only she can deal with." "So you juggle things and keep spreadsheets," Cameron said, "among other things." "Do you also cook for her?" he asked. "Not usually. Once in a while I'll cook for both of us. But she has a chef who prepares oven-ready healthy meals, or we get takeout from a few restaurants with healthy options. Life can be crazy." "Well, I'm glad she decided to take a long vacation in Europe so you would have a break to come home and see your family." Cameron's fingers brushed some loose hair back behind Mackenzie's ear, sliding softly along her ear's outer shell. Mackenzie's skin tingled where he touched her, and she couldn't help smiling in response to the one that he gave her. "So am I." "So am I," File said. Mackenzie turned and looked at the little girl, who had been so quiet, Mackenzie had forgotten she was standing right there. "Well, that makes 3 of us," Mackenzie said. "I guess we need to go back to the tree farm." "Yay, did you know Dad and I get to move there before Valentine's?" Phil said. "That's what I hear," Mackenzie said. "And will you still live there?" Phil asked. "I'm afraid not, sweetie. I have to go back to LA after Christmas." Phil frowned. "I'll miss you. Can't you stay?" The ache that had already lodged in Mackenzie's chest grew stronger. "I wish I could. I'll miss you too. But between now and then, let's have all the fun we can." Mackenzie snatched up the little girl, twirling her into the dining area, which had slightly more space than the kitchen. She set her down. "Go get your coat, sweetie." "Okay." Phil headed out. When she looked back at Cameron, his eyes looked sad. "She won't be the only one who misses you," he said. Leaving home would be harder than ever this time. But Mackenzie couldn't tell him that. She didn't know what to say or how to put her growing feelings into words. File rushed back in, preventing her from having to figure it out, and Mackenzie was relieved. She would have to figure this out soon. But for now, back to the tree farm.
Chapter 12. The next day, Mackenzie nearly laughed when Phil pounded the disc of gingerbread dough with the rolling pin, holding the handles on each side and pushing down on the stiff dough as if she were trying to punish it. "Not like that, sweetie. Here, try rolling it." She put the little girl's hands on the ends of the rolling pin and added weight of her own to the pin, standing behind her as she rolled out the dough. "I'm doing it," Phil said with delight. "Yes, you are." Mackenzie looked up at Cameron and met his gaze. The way he looked at her was more than gratitude for her help with Phil. Mackenzie looked away, her heart rate picking up. How could a simple look do that? She stepped back and let the little girl go to town on the gingerbread dough. She put the rest of the dough in the fridge to continue chilling and pulled out the pattern she had finished designing that morning after working on some social media posts for Missy. "We need to cut these out before we can start cutting the dough," she said to Cameron. Cameron held out a hand for the sheets of cardstock. "I can handle that. I'm pretty good with a pair of scissors." He came around her, squeezing past to open a drawer on the other side of the counter in the galley kitchen and removing a pair of scissors. "I'll let you ladies deal with the rolling and dough cutting. I know where my strengths are," he said, brandishing the shears. Mackenzie looked away to hide her grin and complimented Phil on how well she was rolling out the dough now. Since it was chilled, the dough was stiff, so it took more work to get it to the right thickness. When Phil had done as much as she could, Mackenzie added rings on the edge of the rolling pin to ensure the dough got to a consistent depth and rolled out the rest of it so they could start cutting the dough. "How do we use the papers to mark the dough?" Phil asked when her father had finished laying down one of the largest pieces. "Well, you'll have to leave that one up to me this time, sweetie, because we're going to use a big sharp knife. But if you are very, very careful, you can hold the paper down for me while I cut. Can you hold it really, really softly so it doesn't squish the dough and it doesn't move around?" Mackenzie asked. "I can!" Cameron handed over the first piece of the pattern, one of the end pieces of the house, and Mackenzie adjusted it on the dough. She directed Phil on where to put her hands and removed a sharp knife from the drawer. "That's real sharp," Phil said. "I know, so you need to hold your hand really still so the paper stays where it needs to be and you don't get hurt," Mackenzie said, putting the knife into position several inches from Phil's fingers. It only took a few strokes to cut the piece out of the gingerbread, and Phil was able to remove the paper. With help from a bench scraper, Mackenzie managed to move the piece of gingerbread from the well-floured counter to the lined cookie sheet without damaging it. "Now what?" Phil asked. "Now we roll out another piece for the next side of the gingerbread house," Mackenzie said. Cameron finished cutting out the full pattern long before Mackenzie got to the last piece of gingerbread, so she put him to work crushing hard candies for the windows. When the pieces were done baking, Mackenzie trimmed up the baked pieces of gingerbread, paying extra attention to the window and door holes. They put down aluminum foil behind the gingerbread, sprinkled the pieces of candy in the window holes, and put them back in to finish. Though everything took 3 times as long with Phil's help as it would have if she had done it alone, Mackenzie enjoyed working with the little girl. Phil's excitement was contagious, and she was almost always excited about doing something that she saw as very grown up. Cameron had a selection of Christmas music playing low from a nearby speaker, and the small apartment was cozy and warm, the cat curled up on a cushion in the corner, adding to the scene. Their Christmas tree took up a corner of the living room/dining room she had come through, covered in a mix of store-bought and homemade ornaments, and what she estimated to be about 1,000 colored lights. Though the tree was narrower than most on the farm, it still didn't leave much space to move around the furniture. That wouldn't be a problem the next year when the two of them were living in her parents' house. That brought a twinge of sadness, but she consoled herself with the image of Cameron and Phil baking in her mom's kitchen. They would appreciate what they had. Throughout the baking project, Cameron seemed to find every excuse to brush her arm, her shoulder, or nudge past her. She couldn't complain, as she enjoyed these small familiarities. The last batch of gingerbread came out of the oven, the windows gleaming orange from the melted candy. She set it aside to cool with the others. They would assemble the pieces and start decorating after it had time to harden properly. Time to get to work, Cameron said. What did you think we were doing? Mackenzie asked. Baking gingerbread. Our work is not baking gingerbread, it's selling Christmas trees. Oh yeah, that. I already spent 3 hours working at my real job today, Mackenzie said. What were you doing? This and that. Managing Missy's fan club, scheduling social media posts, corresponding with the producer for her next movie, all the usual things, Mackenzie said. Those are the usual things for you? Cameron asked. I do a bit of everything. I'm a personal assistant, so I pick up groceries, I get dry cleaning, I deal with any problems with the household staff, pretty much anything that needs to be done that's not legal or bookkeeping. His brow furrowed. What does Missy do? Believe it or not, actors actually have a pretty hard job. She works 10 to 12 hours most days, sometimes more, and a lot of it is grueling, especially if she's a major player in the cast. She still handles some of her social stuff and personal things. I make sure everything runs smoothly for her, so she has the energy to deal with things that only she can deal with. So you juggle things and keep spreadsheets, Cameron said, among other things. Do you also cook for her? He asked. Not usually. Once in a while I'll cook for both of us. But she has a chef who prepares oven-ready healthy meals, or we get takeout from a few restaurants with healthy options. Life can be crazy. Well, I'm glad she decided to take a long vacation in Europe so you would have a break to come home and see your family. Cameron's fingers brushed some loose hair back behind Mackenzie's ear, sliding softly along her ear's outer shell. Mackenzie's skin tingled where he touched her, and she couldn't help smiling in response to the one that he gave her. So am I. So am I, File said. Mackenzie turned and looked at the little girl who had been so quiet. Mackenzie had forgotten she was standing right there. Well, that makes 3 of us, Mackenzie said. I guess we need to go back to the tree farm. Yay, did you know Dad and I get to move there before Valentine's, File said. That's what I hear, Mackenzie said. And will you still live there? Phil asked. I'm afraid not, sweetie. I have to go back to L.A. after Christmas. Phil frowned. I'll miss you. Can't you stay? The ache that had already lodged in Mackenzie's chest grew stronger. I wish I could. I'll miss you too. But between now and then, let's have all the fun we can. Mackenzie snatched up the little girl, twirling her into the dining area, which had slightly more space than the kitchen. She set her down. Go get your coat, sweetie. Okay, File headed out. When she looked back at Cameron, his eyes looked sad. She won't be the only one who misses you, he said. Leaving home would be harder than ever this time. But Mackenzie couldn't tell him that. She didn't know what to say or how to put her growing feelings into words. Phil rushed back in, preventing her from having to figure it out, and Mackenzie was relieved. She would have to figure this out soon. But for now, back to the tree farm.
Chapter 13. Ever competitive, Mackenzie had very briefly considered trying to get her siblings to help her build a snow sculpture for the contest the town held in the square. However, that had never really been one of their traditions, and she was better at admiring than she was at making a snow sculpture, as her one attempt had proven. Early on the day of judging, her siblings all got together to make the rounds before opening the tree farm for business. They enjoyed the sight of a human-sized Snoopy, the abominable snowman, and a garden-themed sculpture among the dozens of other sculptures on display. In awe, she took pictures and admired the ingenuity of the artists as she and the others pointed out incredible details. As they walked along the sidewalk, they encountered Cameron and File, who were also enjoying the show. Holly waved to them. Hey, imagine seeing you here. It looks like half the town is here already, Cameron said. They're so pretty, File said as she stopped to stare at a large flower. Aren't they? I always loved this contest. I wish we could do it in the summer when it was warmer, though, Brooklyn said. I guess we'll have to be happy with what we've got, Cameron said. And another thing to cross off our list, Mackenzie said. Which one do you like best so far? Phil looked back the way they had come, as if considering. I think, the turtle. It's so cool. It really is. Good choice, Mackenzie said. Well, we see you again. Mackenzie didn't even have to turn around to recognize that voice. Bart. Again. She did turn, however, and tried not to grimace when she saw he'd brought the whole family, including Gina. They were bundled in matching red coats with their daughters standing between them. Now that she saw them all together in daylight, she noticed that the girls shared characteristics from both parents. "And here you are with Cameron," again, Bart said. "It seems like you two can't get enough of each other." "We have to open the Christmas tree lot soon," Cameron said, much stiffer than he'd been only a moment earlier. "It shouldn't be a surprise that we ended up here at the same time. It's our only chance today." "Did I hear you say you were trying to finish things on the scavenger hunt list?" Bart asked. "We're trying to hit them all, like a lot of people," Cameron said. "But we're going to win," File said. She eyed the older girls that stood between Bart and Gina. "Nah, we are," the younger girl said with way more attitude than ought to fit in a body that small. "You never could keep up with me," Bart said to Cameron. "And you always wished you were me," Gina said to Mackenzie. "Really, I could have sworn that was the other way around." Mackenzie thought again about her suspicions about why she'd chased after Cameron. She felt vindicated when Gina's eyes narrowed. "I bet you can't keep up with us," Bart said. "No needs to keep up if we're already ahead," Cameron shot back. Mackenzie set her hand on the back of his arm, hoping he wouldn't let this escalate too much. Not that she was helping to keep the rivalry under control, but the two men had been in more than one fistfight when they were boys. She was at least as competitive as the next person, but Bart had always been able to bring out the worst in Cameron. "Police," Gina said. "Mackenzie has always wanted what I had. You should have seen the longing looks she shot our way when we were dating. She had a thing for you then, and now she's grabbing her chance. She never could keep up with me, and you could never keep up with Bart." "Funny. When was it that you started chasing Cam?" Mackenzie knew this was stupid, but oh well. "You can't help yourself, always wanting the attention," Bart said. "You always have to be in the middle of the news." "What are you talking about?" Mackenzie asked. Being center of attention had literally never been her thing. "Didn't you see the newspaper this morning? In the About Town section, they mentioned that you, the assistant to Missy Mabie, daughter of the owners of Sweet Pines, are in town for the holidays visiting your family. Like that's some big deal." "Then again," Gina added, "it's been 3 years since you've been home for Christmas. Your parents must be celebrating, although who knows why they'd want to, considering you basically ignored them for the last 3 years." That stung. Mackenzie had never ignored her parents, and there had been circumstances the 2 previous years. Not that she'd share that with Gina. "You don't know what you're talking about." "You up for some old-style competition?" Cameron asked. "We can see who finishes their scavenger list first, and then we'll see who the losers are." Though Todd didn't say a word, he had stepped closer, standing behind Cameron. Together they made a formidable pair, even for a bully like Bart. "You are so on," Bart said. "Eat my dust." They turned at the next intersection and walked away. "You two are so ridiculous," Holly said, disapprovingly. "Why do you let yourselves get caught up in stuff like that?" Wishing she had kept her gob shut, Mackenzie sighed, squirming in discomfort. "I know, but I can't stand those two. When did they get married anyway?" "Judging from the birth date of their oldest daughter, about 3 months after she got pregnant," Brooklyn said. "I heard through the grapevine that she had been talking about when they would get engaged and how she was going to have this huge wedding. And then, bam, they were engaged and married about a month later. Surprise, it wasn't a big wedding." "Who needs a huge to-do anyway?" Holly asked. "Family, friends, efficient, done. Throw in a dress and a cake and you've got a party." "You're such a romantic," Brooklyn said. "Nothing wrong with being practical. I don't want anything big." "Not me, big all the way," Brooklyn said. "A million twinkle lights and a string quartet." Mackenzie chuckled. "How does Terrence Lightly III feel about small weddings?" "No idea, but his mom probably wouldn't like it. She's all about the looking good for society." Holly frowned. "She's always been nice enough to me, at least to my face, but she's exhausting." Better you than me, Mackenzie thought. Better yet, dump him and move on. Too bad she couldn't say that, as Holly had always been the most stubborn sibling. "High pot. It's the kettle," she thought ruefully. "If you kick him to the curb, You won't have to worry about that, Todd finally spoke up. He was not a fan of Holly's boyfriend and hadn't kept his feelings a secret, even though he wasn't a big talker in general. Your opinion has been noted and dismissed. Holly sniffed at the suggestion. He shrugged, burying his hands deeper into his coat pockets. Well, the gauntlet has been thrown down by Bart and Gina, Cameron said, apparently turning the subject before it could get out of hand. Do you really want to take it up? Mackenzie looked at Gina and caught her looking back in their direction, even if she couldn't actually see her face. Yeah, let's get them. That means you'll have to work together even more, Brooklyn said. I'm up for it, Mackenzie said. Are you? Cameron met her gaze. You better believe it. Of course, that doesn't mean our side bet isn't still good. I wouldn't have it any other way, Mackenzie said. 2 birds, 1 stone. Also, it looked like she needed to get a copy of the day's newspaper. Hopefully, it didn't say anything more than Bart had said. Chapter 14. On Monday night, Mackenzie was in the house helping her mom pack boxes and sort through belongings. She had happily wrapped some breakables in the local paper, which had mentioned her arrival in town. Thankfully, it didn't seem to draw any real attention from anyone but Bart, so she had been able to laugh it off. They were only open for public tree sales on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So she had been able to stay inside while Cameron and her father had taken care of farm things. Her heart hurt as she saw her mom's expression of sadness. That feeling was echoed in the eyes of the whole family, even though they had all agreed to their parents selling to Cameron. Though there had not been a big push to get things packed up yet, her mom had been doing a little every day, and when she had free time, Mackenzie had stepped up to help. Moving day would be there before they knew it. She had been home almost 3 weeks now, and though they had gotten out for a few local events, most of her time in Sugar Creek had been spent on the tree farm helping her parents. When her dad came in from the yard with Cameron in tow, she wasn't entirely surprised to hear what he had to say. Things are under control here. You two should take Phil tree singing. It's another thing on your scavenger hunt list, and she's been talking about it for days. I'm going to take my wife out on the town anyway. Grab some hot cocoa afterwards. You and Mom are going to have a hot date? Mackenzie asked. It's about time. Hey, we get out on our own sometimes. Now that we have time to breathe, just a little time, I say we take it. What do you think, honey? Robert asked Pat. Let me find my dancing shoes. That's a great idea, Pat said. Phil has been talking about all the things left on your list. Is she still in the attic playing dress-up? Cameron asked. She was when I checked on her 10 minutes ago. Mackenzie checked the clock on the wall. We should grab her for dinner first. The scent of spaghetti sauce drifted from the kitchen. Pat got the water boiling while Mackenzie ran upstairs to get Phil. Phil was dressed in Ariel's outfit this time and had draped the beautiful old pashmina Mackenzie's grandma had worn to dances through her teens and early 20s. It was beautiful, with a mix of peach and teal in a lovely floral pattern on a cream background. It was subtle enough to wear with a lot of different outfits. Mackenzie had worn it to a winter dance or 2 over the years. She smiled as Phil walked across the room like she was on a catwalk, striking a pose. Hey kiddo, we're going to eat dinner and then go tree singing. You up for that? Yes, Phil did fist pump. Awesome. Let's get you back into your normal clothes. Ariel probably wouldn't like spaghetti sauce on her prettiest dress, Mackenzie said as she carefully lifted the old pashmina off Phil's shoulders, folded it, and placed it back onto its shelf. Phil still wore her street clothes under the costume, and Mackenzie hung the dress up with the others on a low bar someone had set between 2 trunks. They put away the other dresses Phil had worn that afternoon and set the shoes in the old barrel-top trunk. Mackenzie took Phil's hand, and they went downstairs to join the others. Dinner went well, and thanks to a large bib, Phil didn't get any on her shirt. The bib was a wise choice, since it ended up smeared with the sauce. Do you want to ride with me? Or would you rather ride separately? Cameron asked when they were preparing to leave. I'm going to drop off some leftovers to Holly, but I could meet up with you at your house or at the square. Mackenzie grabbed her jacket off her designated knob. How about if you meet us at my place? Cameron suggested. We need to stop and get something warmer for File at our house, and Holly doesn't live far from me. Mackenzie agreed and found Holly still wearing her scrubs from work, talking to someone on the phone. Holly mouthed Terrence's name and a thank you when she saw the food container. Mackenzie smiled and left the food on the counter before heading out again. When she knocked on Cameron's door, he and Phil were already putting on her boots. Whiskers rubbed up against them, leaving strands of hair behind. She came right over to greet Mackenzie, who picked her up for a quick snuggle and a few strokes. "Perfect timing," Cameron said. "Are you ready, Bug?" Phil nodded and slid into her coat. She fiddled with her zipper, trying to do it up, but couldn't manage it, so Cameron gave her a hand and got her all zipped up and the hood pulled over her head. He donned his coat as well. "Looks like Whiskers has taken a liking to you," he said. "She's a sweetheart," Mackenzie said. "I've wanted a pet for a while, but it wouldn't be fair to a cat or dog. We work crazy hours." "You can love on her all you want," he said. "Thanks, looks like you're ready. Sorry, sweetie." She set the cat back on her feet, and Whiskers walked off as if she barely noticed they were there. "All right, let's head out," Cameron said. Mackenzie followed them to his car, sliding into the front seat while he buckled Phil into her booster seat. Tree singing was a Sugar Creek tradition. Every Monday night in December, various local singing groups, from the schools to churches to community groups, would perform at the Christmas tree in town square. Sometimes those groups would invite people in the crowd to join in for a song or two at the end. Phil had been anxious to come this particular week because a couple of her friends had older siblings who were performing from the elementary school. The kids were enthusiastic about the music, and there was plenty of applause to go around. At the end, they all joined in for a rousing version of Jingle Bells. Mackenzie enjoyed the children's enthusiasm, the camaraderie of the surrounding group, and the chance to talk to or trade waves with people she had known for decades. She also enjoyed the warmth in Cameron's eyes when their gazes met, and the slide of his fingers against hers in the cold, even if they were both wearing gloves. She looked over again as they sang, and he smiled, giving her hand a squeeze. She squeezed back, feeling less cold than before. When it was all finished, the three of them headed over to my sister's soda shop for hot cocoa. A tall blonde with wavy hair took their order at the long wooden counter, and Mackenzie and Phil settled at a table while Cameron collected the cocoa and brought them over in 3 randomly colored mugs. Mackenzie grinned into her mug as she overheard the 2 sisters who ran the shop bickering about whose turn it was to do. Something she hadn't caught. She loved this town. When they pulled up to Cameron's apartment, Mackenzie didn't want to go home yet, but wasn't sure if she should go in. File gave her the perfect excuse. "Mac, will you come in and read me a bedtime story? I don't want to interrupt your normal routine." Mackenzie looked at Cameron to get his reaction to the idea. "It won't be a problem. Come on in. It doesn't take her long to get ready. Don't let yourself get talked into reading her multiple books." He opened the door and came around to open hers and File's doors. "In other words, she's sneaky?" Mackenzie asked, feeling more comfortable about it when he'd come around. "The sneakiest." Phil laughed as she slid out of the car and danced her way up the sidewalk. "I am very sneaky, but that's just 'cause I like stories." "Well, I think we all like stories." "Insen. But we'll have to see about how many books we can read tonight. I think one is going to be all we can fit in because it's getting pretty late." Mackenzie paused on the front steps while Cameron opened the front door. "Aw, it's always too late for me to have a second book," Phil complained as she moped her way to her bedroom. "It wouldn't be if you would go to bed earlier," Cameron said. "I go to bed late because you work late," Phil said. "Not that late," Mackenzie said, "but that won't last forever." "I'm pretty sure she'll find a new excuse," Cameron said. "I always did," Mackenzie muttered, only loud enough for Cameron to hear her. File dragged to her room. Mackenzie stood in the living room with Cameron, hands in her back pockets, waiting for Phil to return. "Thanks for inviting me." "No problem," Cameron said. "If we were both planning to go anyway, we might as well go together. It was nice having you with us." Same for me. I'd forgotten how enthusiastic choirs of kids could be with Up on the Housetop. He chuckled. They were that. They weren't the only enthusiastic ones. Yeah, File did her level best to keep up with them. Mackenzie tucked her hands into her back pockets. She's a great kid. You've done a great job with her. Thanks. Sometimes it feels like I'm messing everything up. Luckily, she's pretty easygoing most of the time, except when she doesn't want to go to bed. Who can blame her when there's so many interesting things to do? Mackenzie said. They talked for a few more minutes before Cameron looked at File's door. She should have been done getting ready by now. Let me check on her. He stepped down the hall and knocked on his daughter's door before cracking it open. You ready yet? Almost, File's voice carried to Mackenzie. Cameron didn't look impressed. You haven't even pulled out your night clothes yet. If you aren't changed and ready in 2 minutes, you aren't getting a story tonight. But Dad, PJs, now. He gave her a stern look and stepped away, mostly closing the door behind him. What did I say about her being easy? He asked Mackenzie. She chuckled. You can't win them all. Phil came out in a Cinderella nightgown, book in hand, in less than 2 minutes. I'm ready. Has it been 2 minutes yet? No, you made it in time, Mackenzie said. Phil put out her hand. Come with me. A moment later, Mackenzie sat on the edge of Phil's bed and opened the book. Everyone's Awake. A story she was not familiar with. She supposed that was what happened when you didn't spend much time with young children. Mackenzie was as dramatic as possible as she described all of the crazy things people were doing instead of sleeping, and Phil giggled at the end. "Aw, I loved that one," Phil said, sitting halfway up in bed. It was short, though. I think there's still time for you to read me another one. Mackenzie chuckled. It's later than you think it is. Besides, Phil had been yawning through the last half of the story. She was more tired than she would admit. Cameron came in and kissed his daughter goodnight, tucking the blankets around her. Sweet dreams, honey. I'll see you in the morning. Mackenzie repeated the sentiments as she also kissed Phil's forehead. See you soon, kiddo. She was growing increasingly attached to this little girl and wasn't looking forward to having to leave her behind when she returned to California. Cameron closed the door most of the way, leaving it open a crack before he and Mackenzie moved to the living room. Thanks for letting me do that, Mackenzie said, wondering if he wanted her to stay or if he expected her to leave now. Prosody. Why was she so bad at this? I've really enjoyed spending time with her the last few weeks. She's a sweetheart. She really likes you, too. Clearly, she's a smart cookie. He took her hand and led her toward the sofa. I know we already had hot cocoa, but can I get you anything? A glass of water? Tea? I could probably use some water. Cameron poured 2 glasses of water from a filter pitcher in the fridge. You still prefer a little ice in your water, right? Yeah. Mackenzie was surprised that he remembered something like that after so many years. He added a couple cubes to the first glass and half a dozen in the other. Mackenzie accepted the glass with less ice. I see you still like yours half full of ice. Cameron simply grinned. I was glad when Phil asked you to stay and read to her. I'd have suggested it myself if I'd thought of the excuse. You wanted me to come in? Mackenzie asked. I hardly ever get to talk to you alone. It seems like there's always someone around. He settled beside her on the sofa. That's because there's always someone around, between your daughter and my family. She sipped her water. Now that you've made it most of the way through a holiday season, do you think you can manage it alone next year? Alone? No way. But I understand the flow of the work better and can hire people to help with the extra hours. Like you do with the ice rink. That practically takes care of itself. At least it pays its own way, plus some extra, he agreed. I wasn't sure how that worked out until I started going over the books with your dad. And it brings more attention to the tree farm, and it's a community service, with the high school hockey team practicing there. Except our junior year, when we had that weird warm break late in the season, and it melted, Cameron reminded her. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Mackenzie said. They had to don rollerblades for the rest of the season and practice indoors. You do what you have to, Cameron said. His smile faded. There are a lot of moving parts to your parents' business. There are, but all the sidelines have gotten them through the hard years when tree sales were down or we had extra expenses due to disease or infestations. Mackenzie took another sip of her water, acutely aware of how close they were sitting, of the heat of his body only inches away. Do you mind if I ask why you decided to go back to farming? It sounds like you had a very successful engineering career. I did. I thought that was what I wanted. I was good at math and visualizing what I was creating, and it was a challenge. I've always liked solving problems. But after I sold my patent and it seemed like everyone expected me to work even harder, to rededicate myself to the work and give up more family time, I realized that I didn't want that, especially since it felt like File was growing up without me. I was missing all of her firsts for a paycheck, and I really didn't love the corporate culture I was working in. As Ellen's job began to take off again, I decided being with Phil was more important than all of the recognition I was getting at work. She was spending over 50 hours a week in daycare and was starting to act up. I wanted more time with her, but my boss had another project for me, and another and another. There was more pressure and longer days as time went by. It got so that I barely recognized myself. I hear that, Mackenzie muttered. Where does the worker end and the person begin? Or in my world, the person versus the persona. Not that there's anything wrong with the persona, but your skin stops feeling like it fits quite right, and people forget who you really are. I don't have nearly as much pressure to fit a mold as Missy does, but I never know how much of what I see is real in that world. It gets to where you hardly trust anyone. So why do you do it? Cameron asked. Search me, Mackenzie considered, then changed her answer. Well, I do like the work. I like working with different people on each project and the challenge of the way things change all the time. New challenges, new things to learn, new algorithms to game for social media. The shallow part of me likes meeting movers and shakers, even if they don't impress me as much as they once did. You never name drop about people you've met, Cameron said. Yeah, most of them don't remember my face. Never mind my name 30 seconds after we separate. I'm only an assistant, not someone worth their glorified attention. Not unless they're working with Missy on something lasting longer than a day or two. Mackenzie shrugged. Still, it's cool to be in the middle of it all. I'm shallow, I know. Not you, but you make them sound shallow. Some of them are, but some of them are warm, wonderful people. Some are all business, very focused on doing their very best work, and others are somewhat lazy and irresponsible. In other words, they're people. It can take a while to figure out which category they fit into. And don't get me wrong, I like working for Missy. Despite what Brooklyn would have you believe, she's actually really good to me, if more dependent on me than is probably healthy. She treats me well and gives me plenty of time off. And yet you didn't come home for the holidays the past 2 years? Cameron asked in a careful tone. Mackenzie looked at her hands. She couldn't tell him what happened. It wasn't her place, but maybe he would accept what she could say. Missy was going through some significant challenges at the time and needed extra support. It's not my secret to tell, but trust me, I would have been home if I could. She wasn't in rehab? Cameron asked, his lips tipped up to indicate he was joking, or at least partly joking. If that's who she was, I would have moved on long ago. I've seen way too many lives destroyed by addiction, and it hurts almost everyone around them. I'm not sitting by and watching her do that to herself. Luckily, she's been able to stay out of the drug scene and rarely drinks. Her mom, on the other hand, so not drugs. I know you can take a secret to your grave, so I guess I'll have to accept that it was important. Cameron's hand encompassed hers, and he set the clasped pair on his knee. I'm glad whatever it was didn't happen this year. It's been great having you home and getting to know you again. I've missed the friendship we once had. I missed that too, Mackenzie admitted. Can I ask you, would you tell me what happened to us? Do you remember? Mackenzie looked down at their clasped hands for a long moment, trying to figure out how much to admit to him. Looking back, him dating Gina seemed like a terrible reason to destroy their friendship, especially since he'd had no idea how she felt. It hadn't been the snub it had felt like at the time, but she had been devastated anyway. You do know what happened, he said after way too much time had passed without her speaking. What did I do that was so bad? I'm sorry I let myself get so upset that I ruined our relationship. The truth is that I liked you a lot. I had liked you for the better part of a year and was gathering the nerve to tell you when Gina started hanging around. And then you started dating her. I was devastated, but I tried to hide it for a while, telling myself it wasn't a big deal, until I couldn't lie to myself anymore. You liked me? Mackenzie looked up at him. Her 14-year-old self had been completely smitten at the time, and she felt more like that girl every day. It kind of came on gradually, but by that summer, I was pretty starry-eyed. What pushed it over the line? I walked in on you and Gina making out, like hardcore makeout. You were never one for big PDA, so I'd been able to tell myself it was mostly just her hanging on. I don't remember that. You didn't see me. I turned and rushed out. Gina saw me, though, and she gloated the next day. I was done after that, which was a mistake. She got what she wanted. Realizing she had hinted at more than she'd intended, she hurried to add, "Anyway, I had a broken heart. By the time you saw the light, we were already sniping too much at each other to go back. I'm really sorry, even more since within a few months of splitting up with Gina, I realized that I had feelings for you that weren't strictly platonic either. By then, we were already feuding, though I had no idea why." Floored, Mackenzie shook her head. "Seriously, that's crazy. At least we finally got on the same page." He squeezed her hand. Were they? She wasn't sure. She'd been so certain about her life's direction a month ago, and he had her questioning that. Cameron's face grew closer as he leaned in. "Maybe we can both use this time to figure out what lives we want to be living after the holidays." That sounds... His lips brushed hers, and as tingles spread across her skin, she whispered the words to his lips, like a great idea. She pressed her lips to his, and all the excitement that had been building through her with each interaction over the past 3 weeks came to a head as she tasted the peppermint cocoa he had enjoyed at the soda shop. Her free hand came up to cup the back of his neck, and both of his arms came around her, pulling her in. She must have bumped him with her cold water glass because he jumped a little and then pulled back. Here, he took the glass from her hand and set it near his on the end table. Then his arms came around her again, brushing the hair lightly from her face, fingers trailing around the shell of her ear, down the length of her throat, as his lips caressed her cheek, her jaw, and finally found her mouth again. Her breath had turned ragged, despite the perfect innocence of the individual actions. How could it feel so perfect and right after so many years? Maybe because she'd never quite gotten him out of her head, no matter how many years it had been or who else she had dated. Though she had moved on, or so she'd thought, this connection between them had simply been waiting to be reattached. "So long," she muttered against his lips. The kiss lingered for a long, long moment before they pulled back. Each breathed hard as they gazed into each other's eyes. "So long?" Cameron asked after a moment. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she realized what she said. Mackenzie stood immediately. "I should go. It's getting late." Cameron glanced at the clock on the wall. "Yeah, really late. 9 o'clock already." That did not help Mackenzie's embarrassment. "Long day. I have some things to do for Missy first thing tomorrow. They're 3 hours behind us." "Yes, but she's 5 hours ahead of us." So, her mortification increased, and she snatched up her coat. "I'll see you tomorrow." Before he could say anything else, she hurried out the door. Chapter 15. Mackenzie was helping her mom carry a stack of books to the giveaway pile when her cell phone rang late the next afternoon. She didn't assign special ringtones to very many people, but she did have one for Missy. With her hands full, she could not access her phone until after it had stopped ringing. Once she had deposited them with the other things her mom was getting rid of, she returned to the call. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Missy asked. "I'm sorry, my hands were full and I couldn't get to my phone right away." "What's going on?" Mackenzie asked. It wasn't like Missy to be so abrupt with her, so something must be wrong. "I got a call from Nisha because she couldn't reach you. There was a water leak and there was a lot of damage. I need you to go home and deal with the insurance company, the workman who will replace things, and order new carpet or furnishings if we need it, Missy said. I must have been in a dead zone on the farm when she called. I think Nishia can handle most of that. I really don't think I can break away right now. My parents need me here to help with the trees and packing to move. And what would they have done if you weren't there at all this holiday? Missy asked. She had a point. With Cameron's help and siblings filling in, there wasn't a desperate need for Mackenzie to be there. A strangely disappointing realization. Theoretically, she should be able to get everything done in LA in a few days, assuming she could find anyone available to do the work on short notice, so close to Christmas. Fine, I'll get a flight for tomorrow. As early as possible, Missy said. The insurance adjuster is supposed to be there around 1. It's the holidays and flights will probably be full, but I'll do what I can. Mackenzie said goodbye and ended the call. She switched to her airline app and after searching fruitlessly, switched to a different carrier. Bingo, even if it did mean a long layover in the worst airport ever. She booked the flight before she went in search of her mom. Pat was washing her hands at the kitchen sink, and Phil had set down the tablet she'd been playing word games on last course. Mackenzie had seen her and stood beside Pat. A glance at the clock said it was dinner time. Phil is setting the table. Could you let your dad and Cameron know dinner's about ready? She paused and looked at Mackenzie more closely. Is something wrong? You always could read me, Mackenzie said. There's a problem at Missy's home, so I have to go back to California for a few days. Oh no, Phil's face set in a scowl. I hope it's nothing serious, Pat said. Mackenzie ran a soothing hand down Phil's curls as she directed her words to Phil and then her mom. Sorry, sweetie, it can't be helped. There was some water damage. I won't know how bad until I see it. Everything looked fine when I checked in on the cameras last night, so unless it's outside of camera range, it couldn't have been leaking for too long. Of course, a big break doesn't take long to cause major damage. I hope it's not bad, Pat said. Me too. But the gingerbread contest, Phil reminded her. We finished the house and it's being displayed now for people to vote on. I'll be back before they announce the winners, Mackenzie assured her. You promise? Crud. Well, maybe I can't for sure promise, but I will do everything I can to be here. That I can promise. Pinky swear. Mackenzie held up her pinky and Phil hooked hers in it. Okay. They shook pinkies on it. I'll let the menfolk know it's time to come in. Mackenzie went outside and, not seeing the guys, pulled out her phone, calling her dad to tell him. The phone beeped, indicating another call coming in before she hung up with her dad. And by the time the producer in Colorado finished asking her a few questions in preparation for January's shoot, Mackenzie could hear male voices in the kitchen. She made a couple notes on her to-do list app on her phone, listened to the voicemail from Nishia, and turned to head back to the kitchen. But Cameron stood in the doorway. You're going back to California? He asked. That news traveled fast. She should have realized that Phil would tell everyone. It shouldn't take too long. Hopefully, I'll be back in a couple of days. When did you set your return trip for? He asked. Saturday, but without seeing the mess, I don't know how long it will take me. I'll be back as soon as I can break away. Mackenzie lifted her hand to touch his arm. Sorry, the timing stinks. Cameron pulled her in for a hug. He smelled like his musky aftershave, plus the faint whiff of pine from working with her dad in the fields that afternoon. What time do you have to leave? She buried her face into his neck, enjoying the solid strength of his embrace. Really early tomorrow. I managed to get a spot on an early flight so I can meet the insurance adjuster by 1. At least I don't have to pack much. How far away do you live from Missy's house? He finally pulled back enough to look her in the eye, but his arms were still wound around her waist. Her property actually has a small guest house on site, so I live in her backyard. It gives us our own space, but keeps me handy, and rent is included in my pay, which is also helpful in LA. That's nice, and your commute's short. So true. Sorry, this will affect some of the activities we plan to do with Phil. We'll survive, I guess. We can rearrange our schedule to take the train ride when you're back, Cameron said. Thank you. I'll let you know if it's going to take longer than expected. Hopefully, we won't have to rearrange too many things. If I have to stay too long, you may need to go without me. Cameron pressed his lips to her forehead. Let's wait to see how bad the damage is first. Mackenzie hoped she wouldn't disappoint him or feel too much. She was disappointed enough for all of them. Mackenzie's flight touched down at LAX just before noon on Wednesday. She was grateful she only had her personal item bag to deal with as she made her way through the terminal and caught a taxi at the exit. It would take a small miracle for her to arrive before the insurance agent did, but she supposed as long as she got there before the agent left, that would have to do. Nicia, a 50-something redhead who had a rigid appointment schedule at a local salon to keep the gray away, looked agitated when Mackenzie arrived at the door at 1:15. The adjuster is here. I was starting to worry you wouldn't get here before he left. He actually arrived early. Perfect. Take me to him. Nisha led her into the back parlor, where there was obvious water damage to the walls, the floors, and some of the furniture. The carpet had been peeled back from the wall, and fans were running in the room to dry everything out. The damage was on the wall that held the camera, which explained why she hadn't seen damage when she'd checked the night before. Well, this is worse than I expected, Mackenzie said. The adjuster looked up and brushed back a lock of dark hair that had fallen into his eyes. And you are? Mackenzie Vandenberg. I'm Missy's personal assistant. Is there anything you need from me? I've already been upstairs and looked at the damage, so I'm nearly finished here. If you want to wait for me in the other room, I'll talk to you when I'm done. No problem. Mackenzie exited and headed for the stairs. Nicia asked, "Where are you going?" "I want to see the damage upstairs too, so I have the whole picture." She wasn't thrilled when she saw the damage. She supposed she should have expected that it happened in a bathroom, since those were the only rooms that were completely camera-free. "How long do you think the water was running?" Mackenzie asked. "I don't know. The water wasn't left on. There was a break in the pipes. I didn't notice any water damage when I was up here the day before yesterday, but that was early in the morning," Nicia said. "I've only been doing basic cleaning, so I haven't needed to spend much time up here." She looked nervous, as if worried she would be blamed for what had happened. "Don't worry about it. This is why Missy has insurance. Things like this happen. We were lucky that you stop in every day to check on things, or the damage would have been worse." Mackenzie gave the woman's shoulder a squeeze and went back downstairs. The truth was, the damage was worse than she'd hoped for, and she worried about how long this was going to take to get settled. It didn't take long for the adjuster to join them. "Well, thankfully, the damage was less severe than it could have been, especially since no one is living here at the moment. We'll replace the carpet and the sofa, and there will have to be some drywall pulled out and replaced, as well as the bathroom cabinet where the leak started, and the flooring in the bathroom. I'll get you a quote by tomorrow. In the meantime, you should call a contractor to see if you can get someone in to start pulling out the bad wall and getting the bathroom torn down to where the work needs to start. Good luck this close to Christmas. Thanks, that's what I'm here for." Mackenzie shook the man's hand and gave him her phone number. She told him where to send the quote. Mackenzie moved to the binder of contractors she had been compiling as they'd had projects done around the house. After 3 calls and some bribery, she was able to schedule someone to begin the work in 2 days' time. A Christmas miracle. She called Missy when everything else was arranged. After the phone began ringing, she glanced at the clock and realized it was after 11 p.m. there. Whoops. Missy picked up. "Hi, Mackenzie, what's going on?" "First, sorry to call so late. I forgot about the time difference." "No, I appreciate you calling. I've had a hard time settling down, wondering what was going on, but I didn't want to bother you with questions while you were trying to work. How was your flight?" "Meh, not bad. The house isn't a major mess either, but the parlor and affected bathroom will both need work. I emailed you some pictures. The question is if you want to take this chance to redecorate the parlor and/or bath, or if you want me to try to match the decor as close as possible." A few seconds passed in silence, and Mackenzie was about to ask if Missy was still there when she responded, "I'm still happy with the colors and decor. Do your best to match or coordinate with the current decor. It's my home, and I love what I already picked out. Please tell me that antique side table is okay? It's fine, not even near the wet areas. Mackenzie was grateful for that, since it had been in Missy's family for generations. Okay, good. Everything else is easily replaceable. Thanks so much for dropping everything to deal with this. It's really a huge relief to know you're there, so the project will get done quickly and efficiently. Make sure to get me the receipts for your flight. I'll cover it, obviously. And that was why Mackenzie put up with the craziness of her job. Missy may give Mackenzie more responsibility than the average PA, but she appreciated her efforts and told her often, "Will do. I'll do my best to have the place ready when you finish your vacation." Great. I'm going to head to bed now. Keep in touch. I will. Mackenzie ended the call and went back to the parlor. She took a picture of the ruined sofa and cut a swatch of fabric from the back, as well as a chunk of carpet from the part that had been peeled away from the floor already. She took pictures and measurements of the bathroom cabinets and flooring and put the large, water-damaged painting that had hung on the wall into her car to be cleaned up and reframed if needed. She shot Missy an update in an email and went out to do some shopping. She likely wouldn't be able to get everything to look identical when she was done, but coordinating would work as a last resort. She thought again of the side table Missy had mentioned and how important family heirlooms were. That gave her a brilliant idea for a Christmas gift, and she called her mom for information. This would be perfect.
Was that because she was so young and it had been over a year since she lived with her mom? Was it a statement about the lack of quality time she had gotten with her mom over the past year, over her entire short life, actually? Or was it because of the loving way Mackenzie had always treated her? Probably some of each. But it made him sad that the one woman Phil should have been able to count on chose to skip half of the scheduled phone calls and made excuses not to see her daughter 2 times out of 3. He did his best to be everything Phil needed, but Cameron knew he fell short all the time, every day. He had asked Ellen, all but begged her, to be more present for their daughter, at least via video calls, but apparently she was too busy for that, or she simply didn't care. Cameron tried to make up for everything Phil was missing, and not to make the loss she experienced feel bigger than it already did. But how did he recognize and validate her feelings without making them bigger? Was that even possible? On top of that, the woman she was growing to love and count on lived an entire continent away. He was as powerless to change Mackenzie's choices as he was to make Ellen suddenly care about their daughter. If there was any way to give Phil her Christmas wish, he would. He was starting to think having Mackenzie be a permanent part of their lives was his Christmas wish, too. He didn't know if he still believed that wishes could come true.
It's almost Christmas, the contractor said as he and Mackenzie reviewed his work schedule 6 days after her return to LA. She rubbed her chin. "I know, I want you guys to get a Christmas break, but Missy really wants this done before she gets back from her vacation. Is there any way you can have this finished by the 30th? Mackenzie asked. "If not, how close do you think we can get?" With Missy's permission, she had agreed to the premium price he'd asked for to have his crew work nights and weekends to squeeze the work into their schedules. But there was only so much anyone could be expected to do. "It'll be tight. We have another project to work on besides yours," the contractor said. "The carpet installers may have to push back to the following week if we aren't ready for them by the 28th, but we should be pretty much done otherwise." That was not ideal, but workable. Mackenzie nodded. "Do what you can. If most of the mess is already taken care of and cleaned up, then Missy will deal with no carpet in one room for a few days." The house was big enough to have other gathering spaces, but as it was just inside the front doors, this was where she usually met people. She didn't want to have access to the rest of the house. "I'll do my best, but I ain't promising anything," he said. "Okay, thank you and to your subs for being so flexible." "You're paying for it," he said. "You could have refused, regardless of the carrot. You can reach me on my phone or talk to Nietzsche if there are further questions. I'll try to keep my ringer turned up." With a goodbye, she gathered her notes and headed for her room in the guest house. There was really no reason for her to hang around any longer. Nishia would oversee the workers. She had found an upholsterer who had somehow tracked down the fabric from the original sofa and would recover the new sofa she had picked out and would deliver it when the room was ready. Any other details could be handled over the phone. She booked a flight in a few hours, packed her bags, and sent both Nishia and Missy detailed emails explaining where they were at on the project and what still needed to be done and what to expect. Missy would not be thrilled that Mackenzie was leaving already, but the contractor was right. It was less than a week until Christmas, and she had already been away from home for too long. This flight would actually get her home before they announced the winners of the gingerbread house contest. She and Cameron had texted back and forth several times a day since she'd left, and she had already missed out on too many things. If all she had with him and Phil was the next 2 weeks, she wanted to take advantage of the time. Besides, her mom still really needed help to get everything ready to move out. When she walked outside to wait for her ride, she was hit again by the difference between where she was now and where she would be in a matter of hours. She was surrounded by green grass and blooming flowers, temperatures in the lower 70s, and the sounds of heavy traffic. That night, she would be at least a foot deep in snow, frigid temperatures, and the only sound that of the wind blowing through the evergreens. It had never really felt right to be in the bright warmth at Christmas time, but it was worse this year. She liked working for Missy. She liked the people she got to interact with most of the time. She liked the beautiful home they lived in. She even enjoyed the weather here when it wasn't Christmas time. Still, being here felt hollow, like she was missing something important. Mackenzie had gone to school to own and run a business, but had fallen into this job. Of course, a lot of her business training did come in handy here. She had to deal with people, manage budgets, develop PR plans, and stay ridiculously organized to keep Missy on track. Not that Missy was incapable of running her own life, but she had gotten in the habit of letting Mackenzie take care of the details of her life. Since Mackenzie understood the personal struggles that Missy dealt with that made this help more necessary, she didn't mind the work. Missy wasn't usually too demanding or difficult to work for, but it hadn't stopped Mackenzie from pining for Christmas at home. Sure, Missy had let her come home for the holidays this year, but even though she was out of the country, Mackenzie had to fly back across the country to fix something. She might be able to come home more often in the future, but she was doubtful that it would be much. The app she was using indicated the car she'd ordered was entering the neighborhood, and she did her best to put those worries out of her mind. She double-checked the house keys and mentally verified her checklist as the car pulled up to the curb. Time to head home. Mackenzie was exhausted when she pulled into her parents' driveway early the next morning. As she rounded the house to park her rental car out back, she smiled to see Cameron step out of the barn, as if he were checking to see who had arrived. A grin slid over his face. She pushed out of the car and turned to look at him, setting her arm on the top of the sedan. "Hey there, handsome. You always seem to be working in this area when I come home." "I guess I'm lucky that way." He crossed the parking area and came around to her, pulling her into his arms. "I didn't know you were coming back today." "I didn't tell anyone I was on my way back," Mackenzie admitted, sliding her arms up around his neck. "You have a habit of doing that." "It's so fun to surprise people when I show up." "You succeeded. I'm surprised." Cameron brushed his lips across hers. He lingered there and she pulled him closer, tipping her head to the side and pressing her lips more firmly against his. "Good for me," she muttered against his lips. Neither of them said anything else for a while after that. But then the back door opened and Mackenzie pulled away. "You surprised us again," her dad said. "I didn't think you'd mind." Mackenzie tried to pretend he hadn't caught them kissing. "We're always happy to see you. Your mom and Brooklyn are working on fresh wreaths in the kitchen," he said as he pulled her in for a hug. 5 days before Christmas? Mackenzie asked. "For the Christmas dance. They want some for the community center, Robert explained. Ah, well, I guess I should probably join them, Mackenzie said, giving Cameron's hand one last squeeze. She didn't get a chance to pull her bag out of the back seat since Cameron grabbed it for her. You took a lot back to California for a few days, he said. I had a few things I wanted to bring back with me, including my dress for the dance. While I was out running around taking care of things for Missy, I saw this dress in a store window and thought it would be perfect for the Christmas dance, Mackenzie said. Snow crunched under her boots as she moved to the porch. I look forward to seeing it on you, Cameron said. I'm sure you'll both look mighty fine, Robert said as he patted Mackenzie on the back. I'm going to help this young man finish some work in the barn. You run inside and tell everyone hello. Mackenzie found her mother and Brooklyn working at the dining table with a stack of finished wreaths next to them. She wondered how many more they still needed. Phil sat in a booster seat at the table with them, wearing a Cinderella dress today and pretending to drink out of a plastic tea set with cartoon characters on the side. When she saw Mackenzie, she all but threw down the teacup and hopped to the floor. Mac, you're back! I am. I couldn't miss the gingerbread contest results tonight. It looks like you've been doing okay without me. She scooped the little girl into her arms and gave her a tight squeeze. Cameron dropped Mackenzie's carry-on near the stairwell. I knew you would make it back, File said. Dad said he didn't know when you were coming. That's because I didn't tell him. I made the reservations and headed home as fast as I could, Mackenzie said. I'm so glad. Phil hugged her before Mackenzie set her back on her own feet. There was something special about coming home to such a warm welcome, so different from the sterile home she had just left. Of course, that was mostly because nobody was living in it at the moment. When Missy was there, the place didn't seem nearly so cold and empty. How many more wreaths do you still have to make? Mackenzie asked. Pat silently counted the stack on the table to her right. 5 more. We got the order today for the Christmas dance. Figured we should get them out of the way while there was time. You and Cameron had a very friendly hello, Brooklyn said, without taking her eyes off her work. A smirk graced her mouth, making it clear she'd seen the kissing. Pat cleared her throat, a sure indication that she was also fully aware of their greeting. Mackenzie was 30. For heaven's sake. Why should she be embarrassed about being caught kissing a kind, strong, handsome, sweet, really terrific man? Can't complain, Mackenzie said as casually as she could. Let me put my stuff upstairs and I'll be right back. She hauled her things to the room she was staying in with Phil following behind, asking her all about her visit to L.A. If her face was hot from embarrassment, she didn't have to admit it. At least her family seemed fine with the relationship. She wished she knew how to make her two realities combine. Chapter 17. Despite the warm way that Cameron welcomed Mackenzie home, she couldn't help but think that something was off over the next day or so. They kept in touch while she was gone, and he had sent her pictures of Phil on Santa's lap and other activities. However, when they were back in the same space again, he seemed to always be busy with other things. With Christmas Day rapidly approaching, they were busy dealing with last-minute holiday prep and delivering the trees for the community dance. So maybe it was just regular busyness that was distracting him. She also wondered if he was getting anxious about signing paperwork on the tree farm in less than 2 weeks. Of course, none of these perfectly plausible excuses eliminated her worries. Mackenzie saw her mom's quiet sadness as she packed up things in the back rooms and began culling utensils from the kitchen that she would not be taking to her new place. It was amazing how many serving spoons and spatulas you could collect in 30-plus years. On top of that, Holly pulled a couple of extra shifts during the week and was barely around. Brooklyn got sick and had to stay home for a couple of days with a cold, so she wouldn't spread it to anyone. And Todd had been helping a friend with some big project. Even Rain was on the community dance committee and was extra busy decorating for it. Nisha seemed anxious about the work being done in the house and sent Mackenzie photos and questions about the work at least once a day. Mackenzie felt bad about leaving that on her shoulders, even though she didn't really need to be there to oversee things anymore. Nisha didn't need to be as involved as she was either, but she always had been anxious about projects. Missy sent Mackenzie several more photos to post to social media and some video clips. Mackenzie took the time to create more posts and scheduled them out over the next few days. She made sure the utilities had been paid and that all receipts and mileage had been turned into Missy's bookkeeper since the year was almost over. She wondered what would happen if she chose not to return to LA. Could Missy handle the in-person things herself? Would she be willing to try? More. Did Cameron want her to stay? Was he just enjoying himself, or was there something more there? Mackenzie considered this as she ironed the poinsettia-flowered tablecloth her family would use for Christmas Eve dinner, and then carefully hung it over a railing in Todd's old room. She heard giggling from the attic, and since she needed a tote of decor for the dinner table anyway, decided to see what Fel was up to. Fel's babysitter had left town for the holiday week, and the little girl was spending most of Cameron's work hours in the house with Pat and Mackenzie. She played learning games on the tablet and helped with little chores around the house. By late afternoon, she was frequently found in the attic trying on not only the children's dress-up clothes from Mackenzie's youth, plus a few her mother had dug up or Cameron had brought from home, but also digging into old clothing trunks left over from her great-grandma's era. When she went upstairs, Mackenzie found Fel wearing a white hat with netting, which formed a short veil across the eyes, an old apron that wrapped around her like a dress with lace on it, and some far too large heels. "I love that hat," Mackenzie said. "It's one of my favorites." She wondered if her mom planned to take it with her or not. She would love to have it if it would otherwise be donated. There was a picture in one of the family albums of her grandmother wearing it as a young mother, probably no older than Mackenzie was now. She had spent more than her fair time playing dress-up out of those trunks over the years. Wondering if she would remember the other clothes, she pulled out a couple of dresses and set them across the back of a nearby chair. Under them was the merino wool pashmina her great-grandma had brought back from France in the 1930s. She had seen it around while Phil was dressing up over the past weeks, but considered it now. It was cream-colored, though she figured it was more yellowed now than originally, and had a peach and turquoise design woven into it of flowers and leaves and a long fringe around the perimeter. It smelled strongly of mothballs and was in good shape. She thought of the dress she had brought back with her from California for the dance, and how the narrow shoulder straps would likely leave her chilly if the windows were opened at all. She thought about how it would look against the fabric of her dress and decided it was a perfect solution. "That's really pretty," Phil said, pointing to the pashmina. "I agree. It's my favorite pashmina. I'm going to wear it with my dress to the dance with your daddy on Friday. This turquoise color will be perfect with my dress. My daddy will see how beautiful you are in it." "He sure will, and I will get to see him dressed up for a change." Mackenzie hadn't seen him in anything nicer than a Henley and jeans since coming back to town, though she had to admit he looked pretty spectacular in that. Okay, he looked great in pretty much anything. She looked forward to getting dressed up to go out with him. She organized the things that Phil might be able to manage putting on from the trunk, and then carefully folded the far too large dresses back into the bottom. She hung the pashmina on a nearby coat rack with the intention of returning for it later to wash it up and prepare it to wear with her dress. She chatted with Phil as if they were in the middle of a tea party while she worked, and Phil told her some very important facts about unicorns that she learned since she has acquired her own. "Is that so? I did not know that they liked cupcakes, but I guess that makes sense. We like cupcakes, so why wouldn't they?" Mackenzie asked as she tucked the mothballs around each of the pieces in the trunk. "They also like lasagna," Phil informed her. "Lasagna is delicious." "Did you know my mom is making it for us for dinner?" Mackenzie asked. "I know, and then we get to go on the train." Phil had been talking about the North Pole Express trip for several weeks, possibly even before Mackenzie arrived home at Thanksgiving. The train took the shorter loop around the mountainside nightly with carolers and other Christmas fun, and then the riders would get a round bell at the end of the night like those found on Santa's sleigh. Mackenzie hoped things would feel more comfortable that night. Maybe they would go back to normal once they had some time alone. After she returned to the farm the previous day, they'd gone to hear the winners announced for the gingerbread house contest with Phil. Their house hadn't won any awards, not that she had expected it to. In her opinion, it had fallen in the middle of the amateur group. It was not the worst of the bunch, but nowhere near as amazing as some of them. "I'm going to help my mom in the kitchen. We'll call you down before long, so it's probably time to start thinking about putting your clothes away," Mackenzie said. "Okay." Phil picked up a necklace off a nearby table and draped the long set of beads around her neck 3 times, then admired herself in the large cheval mirror. Mackenzie smiled. At least Phil seemed happy entertaining herself. Mackenzie grabbed the tote she had come in for in the first place and took it down to the kitchen. "I think the candlesticks and other kitchen table decor are in this tote," she said when she found her mom chopped vegetables. "Oh, good. Dig out what you can find so we can get them ready." "How is File doing?" Pat asked. "She's been digging into the trunk of old clothes and enjoys that little white hat, the pillbox style with all the netting in the front." Mackenzie used her hands to show the size and wiggling her fingers in front of her eyes for the netting. A fond smile slid onto Pat's face. "That was my mom's. She used to wear it to Sunday services. She had another one almost exactly like it in black for funerals. I got rid of that thing, though. It had too many bad memories associated with it." The alarm on the oven went off, and Pat flipped on the oven light and bent over to look in the oven. Perfect. She grabbed a couple of hot pads, flipped off the oven, and opened the door. When she pulled out the tray, it held 2 perfect loaves of French bread. "You are totally spoiling me," Mackenzie said. "I won't want to go back to California." "Why do you think I do it?" Pat asked. "What else can I do to make it harder for you to go back?" Mackenzie chuckled and pulled the herbs out of the cupboard to make the herbed butter for the garlic bread. "Convince Missy to move here, otherwise I don't see it happening." "You don't have to work for her. I'm sure you could get another job," Pat said. "Probably, but Mackenzie wasn't ready to make that choice. Besides, you're moving to Burlington, so it's not like I would be here in the house with you." "I know, and you have to do what's right for you, but it does seem like you and Cameron are hitting it off. Are you sure you don't want to give that a chance and see where it might go?" Pat asked. Mackenzie didn't respond. She didn't really need to, since she wasn't sure of much of anything anymore. She did want to stay and see what happened with Cameron, but she couldn't make that big of a change without knowing his feelings. She wasn't sure if she could, even if he did want her to. As bad as the dating scene had been for her in LA, she did really like her job and the variety of tasks she got to perform all over the country, and sometimes in other parts of the world. Was she ready to give that up? Mackenzie busied herself mixing the softened butter and herbs, while her mom put together a green salad while the lasagna finished baking in the second oven. After slicing the warm, but no longer hot bread, Mackenzie spread the butter concoction on each slice and laid them out on a cookie sheet to slide under the broiler. After pulling that out, she set the table. When everything was ready, Mackenzie called her dad on the phone to come in. She was about to yell up the attic stairs to Phil when she heard the patter of footsteps and then a gasp. The footsteps stopped, and a moment later, Phil said, "Oh, no." "Is everything okay?" Mackenzie asked as she headed toward the girl's voice. Phil came around the corner in her normal clothes, but with the pashmina around her shoulders, one section in her hands. Tears welled in her eyes, and one escaped down her cheek. She wiped at it with the back of her hand. "I'm so sorry." Mackenzie looked at what Phil showed her and bit back a groan. There was now a large hole in the middle. Numerous threads had broken in a long line, and she didn't see how it could be fixed. Disappointment filled her. "What happened, honey?" "I was bringing it down to you so you could get it ready for the dance. And when I went through the doorway, it caught on a nail and it ripped it. I'm really sorry. I was trying to help." Though Mackenzie also felt like crying, she drew the girl into her arms and held her tight. I know, accidents like this can happen, and it was old, so it probably ripped easier than normal. It was really thoughtful of you to try to bring it down to make it easier for me. Sent. I ruined everything. File's voice came out in almost a wail. What's going on? Cameron asked as he came into the hallway. I ripped the shmina Mac was going to wear to the dance, Phil said. More tears streaked down her face, and she knuckled them away. I'm sure you didn't mean to. Cameron looked at Mackenzie apologetically. We'll buy you another one. We can replace it. Mackenzie shook her head and put on her bravest smile, even though she was very disappointed. Don't worry about it. It wasn't new. He looked at the pashmina she held and lifted one end. No, it looks like it was very old and really good quality. He looked even more sorry now. It was an accident. These things happen. Come on, let's go grab some dinner. She lay the pashmina over the chair inside the living room as she walked past. She would talk to her mom. Maybe there was some way to save it still. She could always hope.
Cameron took the afternoon off on Thursday to take Phil shopping for Christmas gifts for the Vandenbergs and his parents. Maybe they would find something for her to give Ellen, too. Maybe. He knew he should have done this weeks ago, but with the craziness of preparing for the busy season on the tree farm, he hadn't made time. And once Mackenzie came to town, spending time with her had also eaten into the time he normally would have spent taking care of household tasks like Christmas shopping. Though he had finished File's shopping online, he knew the little girl would want to go out and select some items personally. They went to Sugar Creek General Store first, and she picked up a couple of things for his parents as well as something for the Vandenbergs. I don't see anything here for Mac, Phil said after they had wandered around for a while. Maybe we should look somewhere else for her. He'd been thinking about a boutique downtown, but wasn't sure what to get her. Nothing had felt quite right yet, even though he'd spent quite a while looking at gift ideas online. They walked into the next aisle and came across Rain, who was straightening a shelf of women's accessories. Did I hear you say you needed something for Mackenzie? Rain asked. Yes, and it has to be special, Phil said. I ripped her shmina yesterday. She still hadn't stopped talking about that. While Cameron was glad Phil felt truly sorry when she made a mistake or did something bad, damaging the pashmina had been an accident. He didn't want her to keep blaming herself for it. Everyone had told her that it was okay, but she was still worried about it, which made him worry about her, but he wasn't sure why this was sticking with her. Seeing Rain's confused look, he clarified, Pashmina, like a shawl. That's too bad. We have some over here if you want to buy a new one. Rain took her down the aisle a few feet and pointed to several pashminas on the shelf. They aren't very warm, but they're nice for a summer night or to wear inside to keep a draft away. Phil fingered several and then stopped and stared at a blue-green one. She picked it up and unfolded it. This is so soft. Feel it, Dad. It is soft. Cameron's rough fingers caught on the delicate threads. It was also really cheap and a little thin. Mackenzie deserved so much better than that. I'm sure we can find something else that she would like. No, you always tell me to fix things when I make mistakes, so I want to buy her a new shmina, with my own money. File put on her stubborn face. Cameron flipped over the price tag. It was inexpensive, and Phil had the money for it. You're sure? Yes, we'll buy this one. She carefully folded it and held it tightly against her. Can we wrap it up all pretty? Do we have pretty wrapping? They did not. Pretty hadn't exactly been his goal on previous presents. Maybe we should see if Rain has anything here. Rain was, of course, more than happy to sell them wrapping paper, tissue paper, and ribbons, in addition to all of their other purchases, of which they had several for various friends and family by the time they had wound through the store. This place always seemed to have what he needed. They hadn't found anything for Ellen, but she would probably be happy with a pair of earrings or a new necklace. He'd have to find something online and give Phil options. It wouldn't arrive by Christmas if it wasn't ordered that day, and maybe not even then. But considering she hadn't wanted her daughter to visit for even one day between Halloween and when she went back to school in January, Her feelings weren't the highest priority for him at the moment. When they got home, Cameron sat with File and they wrapped all the presents, taking extra care to get the pashmina wrapped perfectly, first in the tissue paper and then the silver wrapping. He would find something else that was special to give her from himself.
Chapter 18. Mackenzie walked through the barn with her father on Friday afternoon. Cameron had the next several days off work and would be leaving first thing the next morning for Burlington to spend the holiday with his parents. Business was non-existent this close to Christmas, so Mackenzie and Robert were going through the decades' worth of storage that had accumulated on the farm. She brought along in various colors, round stickers and rolls of plastic triage tape, along with a clipboard and pen. As they went through everything, it got marked in green for things to go with her parents to their new home, yellow for things to be sold, given away, or thrown out, and red for things that would stay on the farm. A lot of it was farm equipment that would stay, but there were plenty of other things that needed to be sorted. "I know getting things ready to move has been hard for Mom," Mackenzie said when they had been working for about an hour. "How are you holding up?" She added something to the list of things to sell and looked out of the corner of her eye at her dad's reaction. "I have mixed feelings. I'm not so young anymore, and I can't handle the farm like I used to. On the other hand," he paused, setting his hand on the front of the nearby tractor, "I can hardly believe I'm not going to live here anymore. This place has been my home for most of my life." Mackenzie understood what he meant. Moving to California that first time had been difficult for her, despite the adventure of college, which she had been looking forward to for over a year. Even though she hadn't loved the farm work, she had missed making jam with her mom, berry picking, and selling trees to wide-eyed children. "Are you looking forward to what's ahead?" "Yes, if I can keep from going stir-crazy with so much time on my hands. Won't complain about getting to go fishing more often, though. Glenn and I have already put some trips on the calendar for next year." Mackenzie couldn't help smiling. Her dad and Cameron's dad loved their fishing trips and still got together for the activity several times per year. Being closer to each other with more time on their hands should facilitate a lot more fishing. "I'm sure you'll enjoy that." They continued to work for a few minutes before Mackenzie asked, "Are you sorry none of us wanted to take over the farm?" "There was a time when I thought Todd might take over the farm someday, but it's not what he wanted. It's not what any of you wanted. And this way we have a nice nest egg for our future, and you kids will all get an equal inheritance from any assets we leave behind, if we don't spend it all ourselves," he teased. "There's peace in knowing that, and Cameron is a good man with a good head on his shoulders. He'll make something of this place, even more than it is now." "I think he will." That thought offered at least some peace to everyone in the family. It felt wrong that the place would no longer be hers in any way, but she was pragmatic enough to accept reality. She looked out the window at the wooden arch in the middle of a field where they sometimes hosted weddings. A twinge of pain hit her as she thought about everything she would miss once this was all Cameron's. She hadn't completely accepted this change, but she would work on it. After several dusty, freezing hours of working with her dad, Mackenzie headed for the shower to prepare for the dance that night. She took extra care with her hair and makeup, pulling only the sides of her hair back so it cascaded over her shoulders in curls. She adjusted the straps on her dress and looked sadly at her great-grandma's pashmina, which lay over a chair back, the rip all too evident. Her mom had looked at it, but there was no way to fix it and make it look quite right. Prosody 7%. She had considered folding it so the rip wouldn't show, but after trying a few different folds, she hadn't found one that worked for the dress and hid the rip, so it would have to stay. She picked up a peachy wrap she had foraged from her mom's closet instead. As she tucked her lipstick and some cash into her little silver purse, her cell phone rang and Missy's name popped onto the screen. Mackenzie considered not answering. Whatever she needed couldn't be all that urgent, could it? But a glance at the time said she still had 10 minutes until Cameron was supposed to arrive, so she answered. "Hey, What's up? Isn't it the middle of the night there? Yes, and I'm about to head to bed, but I knew you'd be up. I received a text from my agent about another project. She wants me to come back a few days early and do the audition before we head to Colorado for the shoot. Missy's voice seemed off, anxious. Oh, do you need me to change your flights? I can take care of that for you. She grabbed a stack of sticky notes and a pen from the nightstand. When are you coming back? You're the best. The audition is Friday morning, so I need to be back Thursday, as early as you can swing it. Jet lag is a killer when you're traveling across so many time zones. I'll see what I can do, but you know how holiday travel can get. I know. The holidays are another reason I'm sorry to ask you to come home early, too. Missy did sound sorry, but her tone said this was non-negotiable. You need me there before you arrive? Coming back on Wednesdays would take 5 full days off of the days she had hoped to stay, which stunk. Actually, Missy paused for way too long, signaling the news would not be good. At all. I wondered if you could head back on the 26th so you can make sure everything is ready at home. Ryan's parents all but invited themselves over for the weekend after they found out I was coming home early, and my mom wants to meet them. After staying with them for the past month, I don't know how to tell them no. Even though I could use a few days to myself, she added under her breath. They're a little overwhelming. Mackenzie knew that was probably true. Despite what she did for a living, Missy wasn't an extrovert and needed downtime to recharge. Being someone's guest meant one didn't always control their own schedule. Missy continued, with all the extra people in the house, I need you to make sure the construction crew gets everything finished and that it's cleaned and stocked. I'm so nervous about having them over. I understand the nerves. Mackenzie had met Ryan's parents before, and while they fawned over Missy, they were notorious gossips. Ryan seemed nice enough so far. Mackenzie didn't think he was nearly as great as Missy did, but he was better than his parents anyway. First, I can't promise the carpets will be laid. The contractor is doing his best, but this is a busy time of year. Also, Nissia is your housekeeper, and she's more than capable of dealing with preparations for guests. She doesn't need me there to keep her on track. She's been doing a great job of keeping everything spotless and ready, so it won't be a big problem for her to do some shopping and air out a few rooms. I know I'm asking a lot, Missy said. Nisha is great, top-notch, but she doesn't know me like you do. Mackenzie tipped her head back to look at the ceiling and let out a slow breath. You need to trust your employees more. I vetted them. I keep an eye on things, and they are great. I know this fear comes from a legitimate place, but you have to start trusting people again, especially your people. I trust you and Ryan. Did she trust Ryan? Or did she subconsciously know he couldn't hurt her because she didn't really love him? He was a good partner for keeping up appearances, but Mackenzie wondered if Missy realized that he was far from the love of her life. Though Mackenzie had tried to nudge her into that recognition when they'd first started seeing each other, Missy had not wanted the truth. When she got defensive, Mackenzie had backed off. You couldn't make someone see things from your perspective if they didn't want to. Besides, Missy was a grown woman, capable of deciding what she wanted. You can trust Nissia. Please, Mackenzie, you know how much I rely on you. I'm such a pushover. Fine, I'll get a flight home on the 26th. I'll send you the arrangements for your flights by the time you get up in the morning. Why not now? Missy asked. The doorbell rang downstairs. Because right now I have a date to go dancing with a very hot farmer. Sweet dreams. Fine, have fun. Talk to you soon. Missy ended the call after Mackenzie said goodbye. Disappointed and now preoccupied, Mackenzie tucked the phone into her purse and grabbed the key to the house so her parents could lock up. She took another quick look at herself in the mirror and blew herself a kiss. She did look great. You're going to have a fantastic night with a man you care about. It will all be perfect, she told her image, even though her excitement was now gone. She came to the top of the stairs and nearly lost her breath when she saw Cameron standing at the bottom in his suit. He looked up the stairs when her heels clicked on the top step. A grin slid onto his face as she headed down. I knew you'd look amazing. It's the clothes, she said, and did a little turn when she reached the bottom to show it off. No, it's the woman inside the clothes. That's only window dressing, very fine window dressing, but Cameron took her hand and pressed it to his lips. Thanks, you look pretty amazing yourself. Their gazes lingered on each other for several seconds before Phil came running in wearing pink, fuzzy slippers and pajamas. Hi, wow, you look really pretty, Mac. She latched onto Mackenzie's hand on one side and Cameron's on the other. Isn't she, Daddy? Yes, very pretty. We should go if we're going to get to dinner in time for our reservation. Wait. Phil put up her hand and looked at both of them with eager eyes. Wait. Then she started digging into her backpack and pulled out a slightly squashed, but otherwise beautifully wrapped silver present and thrust it out to Mackenzie. This is for you. I already put Daddy's under the tree. Thanks, that's sweet. I have something to send home with you tonight, too. Mackenzie moved to set the gift aside. No, you have to open it now, Val said. But it's a Christmas present, Mackenzie said. Yes, but you still have to open it now. Phil punctuated her demand with a stamp of one foot. Mackenzie looked at Cameron and he nodded, so she ripped open the shiny silver paper. Inside was a couple of taped sheets of tissue paper wrapped around something turquoise. What? She drew the soft cloth out and began unfolding it until she realized it was a pashmina. Mackenzie smiled as she set aside the peach one of her mom's and wrapped the new one around her shoulders. It was perfect with the dress. Phil bought it with her own money and wrapped it, Cameron said. Wow, this is so sweet, Mackenzie said. It was inexpensive but extremely thoughtful. I love it, thank you. She hunched down and hugged Phil tightly. Daddy always says you try to make things right when you break things. Phil's voice was soft in Mackenzie's ear. Your daddy is right. You did a good job of trying to fix things. Mackenzie pulled back and kissed the little girl on the forehead. Cameron and Phil would be leaving in the morning and wouldn't return until the 27th, so what little time she had left with them was nearly over. Tears stung her eyes, but Mackenzie refused to let them take over. She stood. Looks like I have everything I need for the dance, except a coat. I'll take care of that. Cameron collected her coat from the peg, holding it open for Mackenzie so she could slide into it. Have fun, Pat said. We will, Mackenzie promised as Cameron led her to the door. They said goodbye and stepped into the cold night. A light snowfall drifted around them. A perfect night, Cameron said. Mackenzie looked at him and hoped it really would be. That sounds like an excellent plan. Yeah. Chapter 19. The community center was all decked out in twinkle lights and Christmas trees when Mackenzie and Cameron arrived after dinner. Dozens of cars already filled the parking lot, and it took a while for Cameron to find a spot. The Christmas decor made the center warm and inviting, and the live music brought an extra pep to the room. When Cameron went to hang up their coats, Mackenzie saw the Fletchers sitting at a table in the lobby. A small tree with wooden ornaments sat beside them, and she approached. The scavenger hunt has been so much fun. Thanks for organizing this every year. Did you get your ornament yet? Mrs. Fletcher asked. No. Mackenzie reached out and touched several ornaments, picking off two that had a Christmas tree burned in the side. I'll grab Cameron's while we're here. We've been having a side competition of our own to see who could do more of the items on the list. Whatever it takes to get in the Christmas spirit, Mr. Fletcher said. Mackenzie tucked them into her clutch as Cameron returned for her. You ready? He asked. They crossed through the doors into a winter wonderland, and Cameron led Mackenzie onto the floor, pulling her into his arms. I've never been to one of these before, Cameron said. Me either. My parents have come several times over the years. Mom said these things are always fun. She slid her arms up around his neck, pulling him in closer. I can see why she said that. Couples swirled around them as they swayed to the music, and Mackenzie couldn't help thinking that she didn't want the evening to end. Dinner had been great. Delicious food, nice ambiance, and nonstop conversation. She couldn't help wishing once again that she didn't have to return to California so soon. She had kept that fact to herself so far, not wanting to take the shine off the night for him too. They danced nearly every dance, including the two-steps and the waltz. They laughed, they spoke to friends and neighbors, and straight up enjoyed themselves. Mackenzie had already suspected that she was falling in love with him, but this experience put her over the top. She loved him, but she couldn't stay. As Mackenzie danced to a slow song with her head on Cameron's shoulder, hints of his musky cologne reaching her nose, she wished this was her real life and not a fantasy. Tears threatened to fall, and she squeezed them tight, as if that might keep the moisture where it belonged. She brushed at the one that slid out without him noticing and took a deep breath. She needed to get through the dance, and then she could tell him about her change in plans. This night was all they had left. After a break for refreshments and several more dances, the music slowed down again. The dance would end in 20 minutes, and Mackenzie melted into Cameron's embrace when he pulled her onto the dance floor again. "This has been a great night. Thanks for coming with me," he said. "Thanks for inviting me." Mackenzie tugged him closer, imprinting this moment in her mind. "I'm glad I did. The night has been nearly perfect." Cameron's voice was a low rumble in her ear. "Yes, it has." Mackenzie tipped her head up on his shoulder, making it more comfortable as they turned slowly in circles around the room. The music drifted over them, and Mackenzie looked over his shoulder, catching Rain's eye. Rain grinned at her as she danced along with a man Mackenzie had only met that night. She had already forgotten his name, but the couple seemed to be having fun. When it was over and they had said their goodbyes to Rain and a few other friends, they headed out to his car. "When do you have to leave?" Cameron asked. "I want to spend as much time with you as I can before then." Mackenzie's smile faded away. "About that, I got a call from Missy right before you came to pick me up." He gave her a sideways look as they crossed the wet and icy pavement to his car. "That doesn't sound good." "It's not. She has to come back early, and she wants me to get there a few days before her so I can make sure everything's ready. Her boyfriend's parents are coming to visit and basically invited themselves over. She spent more than a month with them, so there are a few things that need to be handled before she arrives." Cameron didn't speak as he opened her car door and let her in. Once he had taken his own seat in the car, he turned to her. "So you have to leave when?" "Monday. I didn't have time to make the reservations yet. They usually have a flight going out fairly early in the morning." It wasn't easy talking around the lump in her throat. Cameron looked out the front window for several seconds before he put the key in the ignition and backed out of the parking spot. He didn't say anything until they were a couple of blocks away. "I'm really sorry to hear that. I wish you could stay longer." That was all he had to say. "Me too. I had been trying to figure out how to convince her to let me stay until January 5th, but that's off the table now. Your mom said you rarely get back to the area more than once a year." Cameron's voice had gone flat. Mackenzie wondered if it was disappointment in his voice or if he was unhappy with her. "That's true. I could probably figure out a time to come back well before next winter. Missy will be busy in Colorado, so maybe I could take a long weekend now and then." Even as Mackenzie said it, she knew that wasn't going to work. They couldn't carry on a long-distance relationship. She wanted more than that from him, but unless he indicated that he wanted her to stay, that he felt more for her than a friendly attraction, she couldn't. She'd been hurt, and she didn't want to be the fool chasing after someone who didn't really want her. They stayed silent for the rest of the trip to her parents' place. As he slowed to turn into the long driveway, Mackenzie asked, "You leave for your parents' place in the morning?" His hands flexed on the steering wheel. "Yeah, we're going to go early enough to have lunch with my parents. We're planning to stay until Tuesday." Mackenzie did her best to keep her voice level as she spoke. "I'd like the chance to say goodbye to Phil properly. I don't want her to think that I disappeared on her." "You may not want that," Cameron said, "but no matter how we handle this, she'll probably feel that way." Mackenzie turned to look out the window, struggling to keep her tears at bay. "Maybe, but I want her to know that I care about her. I don't want her to wonder what happened to me one day." "You mean like her mom did?" Cameron parked in front of the house and turned off the car. "It's not like I have a choice. I have work." Besides, she didn't know if he really wanted her to stay. "I know." Cameron pushed out of the car and came around to open her door. Mackenzie stood, but he didn't step back, leaving them only inches apart with her blocked between him and the car. Her eyes met his and held. "I'm going to miss you," she said. "Me too." Cameron leaned in. One hand slid up her arms and into her flowing hair. The other came around her waist and pulled her close as their lips met. Mackenzie trembled in his arms. From the cold? From the kiss? She wasn't sure, but her arms burrowed inside his open jacket, wrapping around him and soaking up the warmth of his body. She tilted her head, and the kiss strengthened. She was overwhelmed with the taste of him and bitter loss. Yuan. They stood like that for what seemed like an eternity, and she was sorry when he finally pulled back. "We're making this harder," he said. "I know." Mackenzie leaned her forehead against his chin, taking a deep breath of his aftershave again, though she couldn't imagine it was possible for him to be imprinted in her soul more than he already was. It would have to last her a long time. Finally, she loosened her hold on him and he stepped back. They walked up to the front door and went inside to find her parents playing a card game at the dining table. "Took you long enough to come in," Robert said, giving them the side eye. Mackenzie remembered the alerts that went off on his phone when somebody drove in the driveway and smiled. "We had a few things to talk about." "Talk?" Pat's eyes glittered with laughter. Of course, Mackenzie didn't have the energy to deal with her parents. She shrugged out of her coat and let Cameron take it back to its normal peg. "Is Phil asleep?" "Yes, she went down over an hour ago, yawning hugely." Pat took a card off the deck between them, grinned, and laid down all of her cards. "Gin. 35 years and she still beats me at gin rummy almost every single time," Robert said as he threw his cards into the middle. "I thought I was actually going to beat her this time." "Keep dreaming," Pat said. "Anyway, file is in the guest room next to the office. She said that's the room she gets to sleep in when you guys move in here." "Yes, I want to keep her close until she gets older," Cameron said. "I'll go get her now." He took off down the hall, and Mackenzie removed the pashmina from around her shoulders, carefully folding it and setting it aside. "Is something wrong?" Pat asked. "No time like the present. I got a call from Missy just before Cameron came to pick me up. She needs me to head back on Monday." Mackenzie didn't know what to do with her hands, so she walked over to the table and set them on the ladder-back chair between her parents. "Oh no, I was hoping you could stay later." Pat's hands stopped moving as she had been gathering the cards for another round. "Me too." Mackenzie turned as she heard sounds coming from the hallway. Cameron entered with Phil draped half over his shoulder, still fast asleep. He had her backpack hanging off his other shoulder. "She's fast asleep. I tried to wake her, but she muttered and drifted off again. I'll take her home now." Disappointed not to get a chance to say goodbye, Mackenzie nodded. "Of course. Have a good night." Their eyes held for several seconds before he nodded and whispered a goodbye to her parents. Mackenzie picked up the gifts she had bought for them, though the one item she wanted to give Cameron hadn't arrived yet. She went ahead of him to open the house door, as well as the back seat of his car, since his arms were full of Phil. She set the gifts inside and stepped back so he could put Phil in her booster seat. After pausing to watch him for a second, the cold had her moving to return inside. Cameron reached out and took her hand, reeling her back to him. He pressed a fervent kiss to her lips, which she returned with equal fervor, not wanting to go despite the chill. "Do you really have to go?" he asked when the kiss ended. "Unless you can give me a good reason to stay. Please, tell me you love me and want to see if we can make this work." He released her, but didn't say anything. She wrapped her arms in front of her and stepped back. "Good night." He didn't move, but watched her as she walked back inside. Mackenzie looked back over her shoulder before stepping inside and felt her heart breaking. Chapter 20. Mackenzie tried to keep her mind and hands busy. The next day, Christmas Eve, knowing Cameron had left early to go to his parents' house in Burlington, she wrapped the last of the Christmas gifts for her family, along with birthday gifts from herself and her parents for Holly, who was celebrating another year of being awesome that day, preferring not to refer to it as getting a year older, even if that was the truth. After Mackenzie double-checked to see what else her mom needed for their Christmas feast and the birthday dinner, she headed downtown. The family always celebrated Holly's birthday on Christmas Eve, trying to put the Christmas celebration itself all on the day after. But there had always been some bleed between the two. Mackenzie picked up the groceries, birthday candles, and a few more stocking stuffers from her mom's list at the shops on Main, loitering in a store that had a selection of unique tea blends. She picked up a few to include with the new teapot she had bought for Missy, who had an obsession with the drink. On her way back to her car, she ran into Gina, who also had her hands full of shopping bags. "Great. Imagine meeting you here. How many things did you get done on your list?" Gina asked. Mackenzie had barely thought about the competition with Gina since going to LA, and no longer cared whether Gina's family finished the whole list or not. "Most of them. It's been extra crazy this year. How did you guys do?" Mackenzie only wanted to get home and soak up the last of the holiday time with her family. Gina brandished her list as if she had been waiting to run into Mackenzie. There were initials by every single item. "We did it all." "That's great. I'm glad you were able to make the most of your holiday season. I hope you have a great Christmas." Mackenzie turned to go. "What happened to you thinking you would beat us?" Gina asked. Mackenzie considered for only a second before lowering her hunched shoulders, which had risen at Gina's saccharine voice. "I guess I decided I have better things to do than to worry about old-school rivalries. I hope you're happy with the life you've chosen." Ready to let that go, as well as the hurt she had felt when Cameron had chosen Gina to date so many years ago, Mackenzie turned toward her car. "Wait, what? What about our big competition?" Gina spluttered. "Don't you think we've wasted too much energy on trying to compete already? I think we're both happier in our own lives than we would be with each other's. So you have a great life, and I'll do the same. Merry Christmas." She waved goodbye while Gina stood in shock. Enjoying Gina's reaction and ready to forget about the woman forever, Mackenzie felt lighter. If Gina wanted to keep feeling competitive, that was up to her. When she returned home, her mom and Brooklyn were in the kitchen. They helped unload the groceries and put everything away. Brooklyn eyed her. "You look happier than when you left. What happened?" "I realized I've been holding on to some things that I don't want to anymore," Mackenzie said. "I ran into Gina and decided I don't care about what happened in our past. Too bad that wouldn't make Cameron ask her to stay." It snowed Christmas morning and Mackenzie woke to the sound of voices talking in the kitchen. Laughter rang up the stairwell, and she grinned as she changed into street clothes and went down to join them. Brooklyn and Todd stood next to the island, preparing food while her mom set out stacks of dishes on the table. "Hey, sis, about time you got up," Todd said. "I was tired. I'm surprised no one called me down to open presents before now." "Mom wanted to get the cinnamon rolls in the oven first, and she slept in," Brooklyn said, feigning a look of shock. "Mom slept in?" "She can do that?" Mackenzie asked. "I know. I didn't think it was possible either," Holly said as she came in from the living room. "When did you get here?" Mackenzie asked, giving her sister a hug. "I arrived about 30 minutes ago. I was lucky I got off only an hour late," Holly said. My relief said her kids took longer to open gifts than they expected. "I guess it's just as well that we have a late start today," Mackenzie said. She was so glad to have everyone able to make it for the last Christmas together in her family home. The kitchen door opened, and her dad came in, shaking snow off his hat. "It's a cold one out today, and more snow is coming." "What were you doing? Greeting the trees?" Mackenzie teased. Her father always joked about having to go out and wish his trees a Merry Christmas. He would take a circuit around the farm to look over the land and say a prayer of gratitude for their blessings. Knowing this was the last time for his ritual had apparently brought tears to his eyes, since they looked a little red. "They offered their Christmas wishes for you all, as always." He beat the snow off his hat and hung it on a hook, doing the same with his coat before removing his snow boots. Pat slid a tray of cinnamon rolls into the oven and set the timer on her phone. "Now that's done. We might as well start opening presents." They went into the living room and settled in a circle while Todd performed his usual duties of handing out the gifts, starting with the stockings, which overflowed with small, mostly practical items and a few candy bars. Mackenzie looked out the large picture window at the snow slowly falling from the sky. The Christmas tree was fully lit in front of it, and Christmas music played in the background. The only thing that would make this better would be to have Cameron and File there with her. Since that wasn't possible, she pulled out her phone and took a couple of pictures, texting them to Cameron. "Hope your Christmas morning is as bright and happy as ours." It only took a minute to get a picture of him and File back Phil holding the gift she had been talking about all season. "Merry Christmas to you too. Our morning has also been great. Tell your family hello from the Navarros, right back at you." She hit send and relayed the Christmas wishes to her family. "Next year we could be having Christmas with them," Brooklyn said, sending Mackenzie a pointed look. "You think Mom and Dad's new house will have enough space for all of us?" Mackenzie knew exactly what she was trying to say. She didn't want to deal with the insinuation when she knew it wasn't likely, no matter how much she wished it would be. "Things change faster than you think," Brooklyn said. "Is there something I'm missing?" Todd asked. "No. Brooklyn's being silly." Mackenzie stood and passed out another round of gifts for everyone to change the subject. Her heart hurt at the thought of not getting to spend any of the Christmas season with Cameron or Phil next year. They hadn't talked about long-distance dating. Would he even want to try? Could they make it work if they did try? The snow continued to fall as the day progressed, the temperatures hovering near the freezing point, and there was concern for freezing rain. She thought of her early flight and worried she wouldn't be able to make it to the airport. Cameron texted later that afternoon. "The snow is falling really heavy here in Burlington. Be careful when you drive in tomorrow. Thanks for the heads up. I hope you have a good evening with your family." Her fingers froze as she tried to decide whether to add on the last two words she wanted to say, but she could not tell him she loved him over text message. Instead, she added, "I miss you too." Though the day had otherwise been perfect with her family, Mackenzie couldn't help feeling like her day was incomplete without seeing him and Phil. She sat in the living room, looking out the window at the Christmas lights in the yard. Her family had spent a couple hours ice skating on the pond and even had an impromptu hockey match before returning home for dinner and hot cocoa. Mackenzie reached into her pocket for the wooden ornament she had found in her clutch when she'd been packing earlier that day. She still had Cameron and Files, and had thought about leaving it behind for her parents to give them, but maybe she should try delivering it in person. It would give her a chance to say goodbye to Phil. Her flight wasn't too early to drop into his parents' place. Her mom walked past the doorway, and Mackenzie called her back. "Where do the Navarros live in Burlington? Is it near the airport?" "Did you want to stop by?" Pat asked. "I was thinking about it. I still need to give this to File." Mackenzie held up the ornament as if to explain her true motives, though it was only an excuse. "What happened between you and Cameron?" Pat took the spot beside her daughter on the sofa. Her siblings had already said their goodbyes and returned to their homes. They had work in the morning. Mackenzie shrugged, not knowing what to say. "We had fun together." The silence stretched as Mackenzie's brain tried to do the mental gymnastics to put it together, though she hadn't had any luck yet. "I'm not changing my life for someone who doesn't want me to." "Are you sure he doesn't want you to?" Chapter 21. Because of the weather, Mackenzie arose early the next morning to give herself an extra hour to get to the airport in case the roads were icy. Once she hit the highway, it appeared that though they had gotten a lot of snow over the past 24 hours, the road crews had been working overtime, and the roads were now passable. Relieved that everything was clear, she arrived in town in plenty of time to add in the extra stop she had decided on the night before. Mackenzie verified how long she had until her flight started boarding. She had more than 30 extra minutes, and she wouldn't be able to stay for long, but she would have plenty of time to give them the ornament and say a proper goodbye. When the next corner came up, she followed the map and turned right. It didn't take long for her to reach the Navarro's house. She recognized Cameron's car parked in the driveway, as well as another small car with Vermont plates, most likely his brother Damon's. Here went nothing. She grabbed the wooden ornament and got out of the car, fingering it nervously in her pocket. She pushed the doorbell and looked around at the other houses on the street, the same neighborhood where her parents would be living in a month. They were small one-story homes with stucco and brick exteriors, with some nearly mature trees and bushes. Well-kept and cozy-looking, the individual condos offered privacy, but provided services so residents wouldn't have to worry about yard work or shoveling the sidewalks. She had a hard time imagining her parents being happy so closely surrounded by neighbors, but supposed they might find a sense of community here after leaving behind the home and friends they had known for decades. At least the Navarros would be close to them. The front door opened, and Cameron stood on the other side, his hair looking like he had combed it straight from the shower. He wore jeans and a t-shirt, nothing she hadn't seen before, but she was still struck that he was so darn appealing. "Mackenzie, what are you doing here?" he asked. He seemed to second-guess that response and stepped back, opening the door. "I mean, come on in. I'm glad to see you." Mackenzie came inside and was grateful for the warmth in the house when the air outside was so freezing. "Sorry to drop by unannounced. I was on my way to the airport and wanted to drop off something and say goodbye." "Thanks for that." Cameron hugged her and then took her hand, leading the way into the dining area. "Look who stopped by." Mackenzie found his parents and Phil all sitting at the table having breakfast. Flustered to have caught them eating, she apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't stop to think about the fact that it would be breakfast time when I got here. I needed to give Cameron and Phil something." "Don't be silly," his mom said. "We're happy that you stopped by. Do you want anything to eat?" "No, thank you. I ate before I left the farm, and Mom packed me plenty of trip snacks." File jumped out of her chair and came around to Mackenzie, throwing her arms around her. "You came. I thought I wouldn't see you again. I couldn't do that to you." Mackenzie wrapped her in a tight hug, picking her up in the process. "Have breakfast with us," File insisted. She settled Phil on her hip. "Sorry, kiddo, but my flight leaves soon, so I can only stay for a little bit." To distract the girl from the pout she could see forming on her face, Mackenzie held out the wooden ornament with the Christmas tree on the side. "It's the prize for the scavenger hunt. That way you can remember all of the fun we had this month." Phil took it in her hands and studied it, flipping it over to see the back and then the front again. "It's cool, thanks." Her enthusiasm was considerably less than expected, however. "How about if you settle in the living room?" Cameron's mom suggested. "Thanks." Mackenzie followed Cameron into the living room and sat on the sofa, still holding Phil. "How was your Christmas?" "It was good," Phil said. "We builded a snowman and made snow angels and had cocoa after we opened presents. But I wish you could have been here too." "That does sound like fun. I wish I could have been part of it. It's good you got to do it with your uncle and grandparents, though. I had fun with my brother and sisters too." File flipped the wooden ornament over and over in her fingers. "I wish I had brothers or sisters to play with." She looked up at Mackenzie with eyes that looked hopeful. Mackenzie hugged the little girl tighter. "It's a good thing your dad likes to play with you so much." Thankfully, Cameron cut into the conversation here. "I'm glad you could stop by this morning, although if the roads had stayed impassable for a few more hours, that might not have been the worst." She chuckled. "Getting a flight out was miraculous to begin with. Missy would have been so frustrated if I missed out on this one." "I wasn't thinking about her feelings," he said without a hint of apology in his voice. "Well, if her wishes are to be ignored, then I'm sorry the roads were clear too." Mackenzie met his gaze and it held for a long moment as she let several wishes cross her mind. Things she couldn't say with so much of his family nearby, even if she didn't count his daughter. Not that she would have the guts to speak first anyway. Finally, she pulled her gaze away and pulled a package out of her pocket. "This is for you. You already gave me a very nice tie covered in pine trees and one with Santa Clauses on it. Does this mean I need to get you something more too?" She chuckled at the memory. "No, I had to get those because they made me laugh. But this was the real gift. I would have given this to you with the ties, but it didn't arrive until after you left for here on Saturday. It was a small box, no more than 3 by 3 by 6, wrapped in red and tied with a bow. Cameron lifted his gift to his ear and gave the package shake. There was no sound, as Mackenzie had packed it carefully. I am clueless. Tell me something I don't already know, Mackenzie said. I've never been to California, but I've been to Oregon twice, Cameron said as he began working on the bow. Really? That is something I didn't know. Mackenzie looked up when Cam's mom called File back to the table to finish her breakfast. That left only Cameron and Mackenzie sitting on the sofa while he pulled back the wrapping paper and opened the box. The top came off and Cameron's eyebrows furrowed as he dug 2 fingers into the crunchy red and green paper she had packed around the item. Then his finger pulled up one end of a brass skeleton key. The old house key? He asked, holding it up. This one's yours. Mom sent me a picture and measurements of the one framed on the wall, and I had someone make this one for you when I was in LA. Okay, I also had them made for each of my siblings and myself, but because I was thinking of you. You wanted to feel like you have a legacy to share with your daughter, something to connect back through the years. This key may be new, but I wanted you to remember that even if the farm isn't a legacy from your family, it still has a beautiful history, and it'll be your legacy going forward. I know you'll do amazing things with it. Thanks. Cameron pulled her into a tight hug, shifting back enough to kiss her softly and far too briefly. This means more than you know. Good. Mackenzie hugged him again. File ran back into the room. Hugs for me, too. She jumped onto their laps and wrapped her arms around them both. Group hugs are awesome, Mackenzie said with her face smashed against the side of Phil's head. Mackenzie rubbed lightly at her nose when they pulled back. She glanced up, noticed the time on the wall clock, and frowned. I probably ought to get going. I still need to turn in my rental car. Regardless of that, she sat for another moment, soaking in the warmth of their bodies, trying to imprint the moment on her heart and mind so she would never forget it. When she knew she would start to tear up if she didn't get moving, she gave Phil an extra hug and told her goodbye before sliding her onto the sofa beside her. Cameron also stood. I'll walk you out. Mackenzie nodded, and when he slid his fingers into hers, she squeezed them back. I want to come too. Phil said, It's snowy and cold. I'll be back in a minute, Bug, he told Phil. Go finish your breakfast. He didn't bother with a coat, pausing only long enough to pull on a pair of Western boots at the entry. Mackenzie had never taken her coat off, but he paused while she zipped it up, and then he tucked her long scarf around her neck before taking her hand again and leading her outside. The sun was pouring out all over the bright, glistening snow, blindingly bright as they walked to her car in silence. Finally, he turned in front of the driver's door. When will you be back? I don't know. Hopefully in the next few months. There's a lot going on with Missy's new movie, but I should be able to get away at some point. Mackenzie stared at the day's growth of scruff on his cheek and chin, lifting her free hand to brush fingertips over it. It rasped against her skin, and unable to help herself, she brushed her hand up against it until she could feel it prickling against her palm. He didn't wear aftershave this morning, just fresh, clean skin, but she was drawn to him stronger than ever. You and Phil should come out sometime. Check California off on your to-be-visited list, or Colorado, or both. I'll definitely look into that. After we move, there should be some time for a trip. His hand came to her chin, tipping her face up to his. Safe travels. His voice was barely more than a rumble before he kissed her again. Soft and intense, in a way no kiss had ever been for her before. Mackenzie pulled him tighter, reveling in the taste of him, the feel, everything for one last time. No matter what he'd said, he wouldn't come out to visit her in California. She'd never been enough for any man. She couldn't imagine she would be enough this time, but she let herself believe, even if only for a few minutes. The kiss finally ended and Mackenzie pulled out of his arms. I really do have to go. Right, of course. He took a step back on the icy pavement. Mackenzie waited for a few seconds to give him a chance to say he wanted to continue this or something, but it didn't come. Instead, she opened her car door. I'll keep in touch. Phil won't wonder if I've forgotten her, I promise. I appreciate that. She slid inside and exchanged one more wave with him, and then waved at Phil, who stood at the window. Mackenzie pulled back onto the road, letting her phone lead the way back to the rental lot. If even her most Herculean efforts didn't keep the tears from falling, no one else needed to know.
Chapter 22. Cameron watched Mackenzie's car disappear around the corner, his hands shoved into the back pockets of his jeans for warmth, before he headed back inside. She'd left. Somehow he'd believed that if she felt even half as much for him as he did for her, that she would stay, change her mind about living in LA. But she didn't. It was fine. He had plenty going on in his life right now, without complicating it with love. He paused, his hand on the doorknob for a few seconds, as he accepted that he had fallen in love with her. He'd cared about her for years, decades, but this emotion was so much more vibrant than anything he'd felt before. He loved her. Once again, the woman he loved had driven off into the sunset, just his luck. He let out a breath and opened the front door, putting on a smile he didn't feel. "Did you save me any bacon? There's one piece left, if you get here before I eat it." His dad grabbed a piece off of his plate, biting off one end. Cameron removed his boots near the outer door and walked in his socks to the dining room. His breakfast would be cold, but that was nothing a microwave couldn't fix. "Good, let me add it to my plate." He snatched it and put it next to the eggs before setting the whole plate in the microwave and programming it to rewarm the food. "Mackenzie didn't stay long," his mom mentioned. "She needs to turn her car in before her flight." He reminded himself that he had a life plan, and she wasn't in it. Phil came over, tears streaking down her face, and lifted her arms in the universal signal to be picked up. He lifted her, thinking she would soon be too big for this. He rubbed the tears from her face with his fingers. "Are you sad? Why is she going? I love her." Phil sniffled and then whispered, "She was supposed to be my Christmas mommy." He pressed his lips to her forehead, wishing she didn't have to share his pain. "I know that's what you wanted, but some Christmas miracles are too big, even for Santa Claus. She has to go back to California. It's where she lives." "She could live in Sugar Creek," Phil frowned. "Maybe, but it's not her home anymore." He thought of the key she had given him for the home that would be his in a matter of weeks, of the farm that would be fully his responsibility sooner than that. "Yes, it is. She loves it in Sugar Creek," Phil insisted. "Not like Mom, who doesn't like me or Sugar Creek." "Oh, honey, she loves you," Amy said. "No, Grandma, she doesn't. She's mean, and she doesn't like me. That's why she never calls. But Mac loves me. I know she does." The adults all looked at her, stunned at the certainty in the little girl's voice. It had certainly seemed like Mackenzie loved it in Sugar Creek, and she definitely loved Phil. Cameron tried to find a way to explain something that he didn't fully understand himself. Sometimes you can't have the thing you love. Sometimes you have to accept that the people you love make choices that you don't like. The microwave dinged and Cameron set Phil down so he could get it out and sit down. Suddenly he was very tired. "I don't want her to leave," Phil said, running to her grandpa and starting to sob. Cameron sighed as he plopped back into his seat at the table. "Do you love her?" his mom asked. He picked at the bacon, biting off one end. "Does it really matter?" "Yes, it matters a lot," his dad said. "What matters?" Damon asked, entering the room in nothing but pajama pants. His dark hair stood up in every direction, and he looked like he'd had a rough night. Though he'd gone up to bed before Cameron, he was the oldest of the Navarro boys and never did handle mornings well. "If he loves Mackenzie," his mom said. Cameron rolled his eyes. They were all so nosy. "Little Mac, do you love her?" Damon's eyes widened as if this was a whole new concept for him. "And where have I been that this is even a question without me having a clue?" "With your head up, you're—" "Cameron," their mom cut him off, shooting him a look of censure. When Damon and her husband chuckled, she shook her head. "You heathens, Cameron. Is it love or not?" Cameron's stomach jumped, but he nodded, certainty filling him as he answered. Yes, I love her." "She's not like the other one, you know," Glenn said, alluding to Phil's mom. "I know that, Dad. It could hardly be more obvious," Cameron muttered. "What other one?" Phil asked. No one answered. Do you? Because it seems to me if you loved her and you know she's different, you wouldn't have let her go so easily, his mom said. You think that was easy? He asked angrily. That was the hardest thing I've ever done, letting her go. She wanted to go. What am I supposed to do about it? Did you ever tell her how you feel? Ask her to stay? Brock asked. And watch her stomp all over his heart the way Ellen did? Then again, wasn't it going to be broken either way? No. Cameron took another bite of bacon, this time more angrily than before. Why not? Phil asked, knuckling away tears. You should tell her we want her to stay. Why are you being an idiot? Go after her, bro. She's going to be on the other side of the continent in a few hours, Damon said. Cameron looked at them and then at Phil, who had tear tracks on her cheeks. He remembered her plea with Santa and how much he wanted that for her as well. Even more, for himself. He stood, heading for the front door. You're right, all of you. I don't know why I've been so stupid. He pulled his boots back on again and grabbed his coat. Where are you going? Phil asked, racing after him. To beg Mackenzie to stay, Cameron said. I want to go too, Phil said, started digging through the boots. You should stay with Grandma and Grandpa, he said as he checked for his keys and wallet. I asked Santa for a mom for Christmas, she said as she put on the coat. I want her to be my mom. He wasn't ready to ask Mackenzie to marry him, but as he looked at his daughter, at the earnest way she looked at him, the thought felt exactly right. So what if she was still in her pajamas? Okay, hurry. A minute later, his parents wished him luck, and Damon ate the reheated bacon from Cameron's plate as father and daughter ran out to his car. He started it up and scraped the windshield, working through logistics in his head. If he hurried, they might be able to beat her to the airport while she was checking in her car. He'd never rented a car before and hoped it wasn't too quick of a process. Phil had already settled in her booster seat and clicked the seatbelt over her lap by the time the windshield was clear. Let's go. Cameron backed out of the driveway and turned toward the airport. He handed Phil his phone. Call her and tell her to wait for us. Phil tried using the phone assistant to call Mackenzie, but all they got was her voicemail. Leave her a message, he told her as he turned east onto I-189. Mac, wait for us at the airport. We're coming. Phil said, then pushed the button to end the call. Hurry, Daddy! The roads were clear, but traffic was heavy as they headed to the airport. It was a small airport, so if he could get to it before Mackenzie got through security, they could watch for her. He had no idea which rental car company she'd used, or whether they were on site or not, but he was not going to miss his chance. Not this time. Honey, keep your eyes open for Mackenzie, okay? He asked Phil as they came into the airport parking lot. He doubted she would see anything he didn't, but if she was busy looking, maybe she wouldn't talk his ear off when he was trying to concentrate. Cameron found a spot in short-term parking, and they hurried inside as people streamed around them. He had only been in the airport once before, to pick up one of his brothers when they had flown home while they were in college, but it wasn't large, so he turned right looking for the departures board. Where is she? Phil asked as she tried to keep up. He didn't see Mackenzie anywhere. Maybe they had beaten her. Cameron paused and swung his daughter onto his shoulders, where she would be able to see better. She nearly poked him in the eye as she grabbed onto his head to steady herself, and he kept a hand on each of her legs as she tore at half his hair. Do you see her? No, where is she? Phil asked. Maybe she's not here yet. Cameron found the departures board and studied it, knowing the airline Mackenzie mentioned she preferred, but he didn't see a direct flight to LA. Considering the late notice for making the reservation, she could be flying on any airline. He turned back to the entrance, standing close enough to the security check-in to be sure to see every face walking by. She couldn't miss them, could she? Not unless he'd already missed her. Humanity streamed past. Men, women, children, business people, and young families. They waited 5 minutes, 10, 15. Cameron's worry grew. Phil became fidgety and he let her down from his shoulders. Don't wander off. There are a lot of people here. You could get lost. I won't. She grabbed onto the hem of his open coat and shuffled around in a half-dance to some music only she could hear. After several minutes, she asked, Do you see her yet? Not yet, honey. But with every passing moment, His doubts crept in, and his worries and fears grew from the ant-sized opponents they had been less than an hour earlier. He realized there was a second security checkpoint upstairs, and he hadn't been watching it. It wasn't likely that he would have missed her heading up there, but he hadn't been watching it. Maybe she had gotten past him. Had he missed his chance? It felt like half an hour had passed, and Cameron was holding Phil again, so she could help by watching the escalators while he kept an eye on the first-floor security checkpoint. "Did we miss her?" Phil asked. "I don't know." This was the time when the hero would normally buy a ticket to anywhere so he could get to the terminals to see the heroine. But which floor? He wasn't even sure which airline she was using this time. Was there a ticket to anywhere available? Who was he trying to fool, thinking he could be a dashing hero? "Daddy!" Cameron looked at his daughter, who was pointing toward the outer doors. "Daddy, she's there!" Phil yelled, practically in his ear. His heart nearly stopped when Mackenzie walked into the ticketing area to get her suitcases tagged. They weren't too late.
Improsity. Mackenzie had missed her turn into the car parking lot and had to circle around and come back. She missed the shuttle by less than a minute, according to an older woman who was also waiting, and hoped the security lines at the airport would be short. She couldn't stop thinking about her last kiss with Cameron, or the sad wave Phil had given her from the window. She wiped at her eyes, but she wasn't crying. If there was moisture there, it must be a flake of snow. It was winter in Vermont, after all. Shivering, she was grateful when the shuttle arrived, and Mackenzie slipped the driver a tip after he loaded her bags. She sat and pulled the wooden ornament, her copy of the ornament she'd given to Phil that morning, and flipped it over in her fingers. Next time she went to Sugar Creek, she'd only be there for a day trip, or she'd be staying in one of her sister's homes, or maybe Rain's. Nothing would be the same, and as much as she hated to admit it, that included her relationship with Cameron and Phil. She'd meant it when she said she wasn't going to disappear from that little girl's life, even if it only meant video chats and mailed surprises. But Phil would probably outgrow her soon enough, especially if Cameron met someone else. They both had so much love to give. The shuttle came to a stop, and Mackenzie was glad for a reason to focus on something practical before she started crying. She tried to focus on the next steps of her trip as she wrangled her suitcases inside and got them weighed and sent to be loaded onto the plane. She thought she heard her name called once, but a crowd filed into the line behind her, forming several rows of switchbacks, and their chatter drowned out everything else. It was probably all in her head. Anyway, a voice over the loudspeaker announced a flight's last call for passengers, and she was grateful she still had some time before hers began boarding. It wasn't until she had checked her luggage and was left with only her small bag of personal items that she turned and saw Cameron standing in the middle of the room, people moving around him like a school of fish. His eyes were glued to her, a smile on his lips. Mackenzie was confused as she altered her path to head to him. She was only 7 or 8 steps away when he said something, and Phil, who had evidently been standing behind him, popped her head out from behind his legs and waved. A lump formed in Mackenzie's throat. She didn't know if she could say goodbye twice in an hour. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "We have a question for you," Phil said. "You do? You couldn't call?" Mackenzie crouched down to Phil's level. "We tried. You didn't answer the phone," Phil said with a shrug. "You did?" Mackenzie had only looked at her phone to check her luggage since leaving his parents' place, but hadn't heard a call. "That was to ask you to wait for us. Some questions should be asked in person," Cameron explained. He picked Phil up and tucked her against his side. Mackenzie straightened. "True." Cameron reached out and threaded their fingers together. "You see, I didn't tell you what Phil really asked for when we went to Santa." "Daddy, that was supposed to be a secret," Phil said, scandalized. "Sometimes secrets are best shared," he said, "especially if you want to get what you asked for." Phil seemed to consider this, and then nodded. "Okay, do you want me to tell her?" "That does seem best," he agreed. Phil leaned forward, putting her hands on Mackenzie's shoulders for support, and spoke in a stage whisper. "I asked Santa to make you my mommy." Tears sprang to Mackenzie's eyes at the words. Oh, honey, I wish I were. She wrapped her arms around the little girl. That's not everything, Cameron said. You've become entwined in our lives since you came back to Sugar Creek until we couldn't help but fall in love with you. We can't imagine having you so far away. I probably should have asked you sooner instead of chickening out. Probably, Mackenzie asked. Definitely. Mackenzie, I've fallen for you all over again, in ways I never thought possible before. I've been looking for someone who wouldn't leave us again. Maybe what I should be doing is looking for someone who will come back. I know your job is there. Mackenzie could see the pleading in his eyes. She had only needed to know she meant as much to him as he meant to her. I think it's about time I had an assistant, don't you? Someone who can travel with Missy while I deal with remote details, or some other job entirely. I think we can figure it out. Cameron fished the skeleton key out of his pocket and held it up between them. Maybe this key can mean a legacy for all of us. If you can put enough faith in us to move here to see if we're meant to be a family, I already know you're the only one I'll ever need. Mackenzie grinned and leaned in. When there was nothing but a breath between their lips, she whispered, "Yes, I love you too." Cameron kissed her long and hard, and Mackenzie reveled in the knowledge that she may never again need to pine for Christmas in Sugar Creek. Epilogue. The farmhouse windows were covered in red and pink paper hearts when Mackenzie parked next to Cameron's truck. The kitchen doorknob turned in her hand and she pushed it open, stepping into a glorious-smelling paradise. The table was spread with only 2 plates and silver candlestick holders, boasting pale pink tapers, 2 shades lighter than the tablecloth. Soft music played from the speakers Cameron had put up around the house. Mackenzie was surprised at all the fuss, especially when she saw the red roses bunched in a vase on a side table. Her mom's house had changed when Cameron and File moved in a few weeks ago. Not completely, but enough to make it feel a little off. New pictures on the walls, new furniture, other than a piece or two her mom had gifted him instead of donating it to charity. There were still a few boxes in the dining room and the office, but between Cameron and Mackenzie, with help from Phil, they had managed to put away most of his things. After weighing her options, she had moved in with Rain 2 weeks earlier, but hadn't needed to move nearly as many things, since she'd been living in Missy's furnished guest cottage. Missy had agreed to let Mackenzie work remotely, though there would be times when Mackenzie would need to fly out to where Missy needed her for short periods. It seemed to be working out so far. She didn't know if she would be able to keep working remotely for Missy long term, but she would do it as long as it made sense. Mackenzie used what little time was left over to help Cameron develop ideas for other money-making opportunities for the farm. "Hello?" she called down the hall when neither Cameron nor File came out to greet her. He'd said to walk right in, but she didn't want to venture much past the kitchen without invitation. A door opened from the master bedroom down the hall, and Cameron emerged in a pair of dress pants and was buttoning up a gray dress shirt. A narrow strip of his chest was exposed as he worked upward. "Hey, I didn't expect you yet. You look great. I feel underdressed," she said, enjoying the view before it entirely disappeared. Though she had dressed nice in a sweater and pencil skirt, she wasn't nearly as polished as him. "You look perfect. We're staying in anyway." "Where's Phil?" "She's having dinner at a friend's and staying for a movie afterward. I thought we could use some alone time. It's harder to get now that your parents are in the city." He came over and took her hand, kissing her softly. When he spoke, he used a very bad French accent. "Welcome to my very elegant restaurant. We're having a pork roast with vegetables, courtesy of the slow cooker." "Ooh la la." Cameron seated Mackenzie and then plated up their dinners while they talked about how the day had gone. The food was delicious, and the music wound around them, the setting more romantic and intimate, in Mackenzie's opinion, than if they had gone to an expensive restaurant. When the food was gone and the dirty dishes had been moved to the dishwasher, Cameron led Mackenzie into the living room. This was one of the few rooms Cameron had made real changes to since moving in, repainting it in a soft butter yellow that had brightened the space. He had added a narrow red ribbon to the skeleton key she had given him for Christmas, and it hung in a place of honor over the fireplace surrounded by family photos. "You got the rest of the photos up," she said as they settled on the sofa. "Yes, it could still use a touch or two in the room, but it feels like home," Cameron said. "It does." Mom was complaining that the room was too dark. "I think she'll like what you've done to it." Cameron smiled. "I'm glad to hear that, but I'm more glad to hear you like it." "There is one thing missing for it to really feel like home, though." "What's that?" Puzzled, Mackenzie turned to Cameron. Cameron slid off the sofa and onto one knee. He lifted a decorative box off the end table, revealing a black velvet box beneath. "There's something I've been wanting to ask you for a while now, but I wanted to wait for you to settle into town to be sure this was what you wanted first." Mackenzie had wondered if a proposal was coming, but Valentine's Day was only a few days off, and she had expected him to wait for that. Realizing that was where this was going, she pressed her hand over her pounding heart. He opened the ring box, holding out the cushion-cut diamond set in a platinum band. "I've always cared about you since we were kids. Your friendship was important to me, and I missed you during the years we were apart. Having you back in my life has been the best thing I've ever experienced, aside from being a dad." Mackenzie chuckled at that. She loved how much he loved his daughter. "I guess what I'm saying is, I love you. I can't imagine not having you in my life anymore. You brighten my life. You give me perspective when I'm frustrated. You make me laugh, and I love the way you love my daughter. Plus, you're smoking hot, which doesn't hurt." She laughed again, not able to stop smiling. Happy tears welled in her eyes, and one began the trip down her cheek. "Of course, Phil knew she wanted you to be her mom before I knew for sure you were the one I wanted to be my wife, but I caught up to her pretty fast. She's one smart cookie. Marry me? Join my family for real? Make this home and my life complete?" Mackenzie was choked up, but she slid down on her knees beside him. "Partners aren't above each other, are they? So I belong here beside you. You reminded me of the things that are most important. You share my vision and love your daughter so much. There's nothing I want more than to marry you and become your family. So yes, I'll marry you." Mackenzie grinned as he slid the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, just like he did in her heart.